Part 2, Chapter 5 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 5. The night passed quietly, and though on the southern side of the sky big clouds gathered, the morning was beautiful. By Stas's orders, Kali and Mia, immediately after breakfast, began to gather melons and acacia pods, as well as fresh leaves and all kinds of fodder, which they deposited upon the brink of the ravine. As Nell firmly insisted upon feeding her new friend herself, Stas cut for her from a young bifurcated fig tree something in the shape of a pitchfork, in order to make it easier for her to shove down the supplies to the bottom of the ravine. The elephant trumpeted from morn, evidently calling for his refreshments. And when afterwards he beheld on the brink that same little white being who had fed him the previous day, he greeted her with a joyful gurgle and at once stretched out his trunk towards her. In the morning light he appeared to the children still more prodigious than on the preceding day. He was lean, but already looked brisker, and turned his small eyes almost joyfully on Nell. Nell even claimed that his forelegs had grown thicker during the night, and began to shove fodder with such zeal that Stas had to restrain her, and in the end, when she got out of breath too much, take her place at the work. Both enjoyed themselves immensely. The elephant's whims amused them especially. In the beginning he ate everything which fell at his feet, but soon, having satisfied the first cravings of hunger, he began to grow fastidious. Chancing upon a plant which was not to his taste, he beat it over his foreleg and afterwards tossed it upwards with his trunk, as if he wanted to say, "Eat this dainty yourself." Finally, after having appeased his hunger and thirst, he began to fan with his prodigious ears with evident contentment. "I am sure," said Nell, "that if we went down to him he would not hurt us." And she began to call to him, "Elephant, dear elephant, is it true you would not do any harm to us?" And when the elephant nodded his trunk in reply, she turned to Stas. "There, you see he says yes." "That may be," Stas replied. "Elephants are very intelligent animals, and this one undoubtedly understands that we both are necessary to him. Who knows whether he does not feel a little gratitude toward us? But it would be better not to try yet, and particularly not to let Saba try, as the elephant surely would kill him. But with time they become even friendly." Further transport over the elephant were interrupted by Kali, who, foreseeing that he should have to work every day to feed the gigantic beast, approached Stas with an ingratiating smile and said, "Great master, kill the elephant, and Kali will eat him instead of gathering grass and branches." But the great master was now 100 miles from a desire to kill the elephant, and as in addition he was impulsive, he retorted, "You are a donkey." Unfortunately, he forgot the Kiswahili word for donkey, and said it in English. Kali, not understanding English, evidently took it for some kind of compliment or praise for himself, as a moment later the children heard how he, addressing Mea, boastfully said, "Mea has a dark skin and dark brain, but Kali is a donkey." After which he added with pride, "The great master himself said that Kali is a donkey." In the meantime Stas, ordering both to tend the little lady as the eye in the head, and in case of any accident to summon him at once, took the rifle and went to the detached rock which blocked the ravine. Arriving at the place, he inspected it attentively, examined all its cracks, inserted a stick into a crevice which he found near the bottom, and carefully measured its depth. Afterwards he returned slowly to the camp and, opening the cartridge box, began to count the cartridges. He had barely counted 300 when from a baobab tree growing about 50 paces from the tent Mea's voice resounded, "Master, master!" Stas approached the giant tree whose trunk, hollowed through decay near the ground, looked like a tower, and asked, "What do you want?" "Not far away can be seen zebras, and further on antelopes are feeding." "Good. I will take a rifle and go, for it is necessary to cure meat. But why did you climb the tree, and what are you doing there?" The girl answered in her sad, melodious voice: "Mea saw a nest of gray parrots and wanted to bring a young one to the little lady, but the nest is empty, so Mea will not get any beads for her neck." "You will get them, because you love the little lady." The young negress came down the rugged bark as quickly as possible, and with eyes glistening with joy began to repeat, "Oh yes, yes, Mea loves her very much, and beads also." Stas gently stroked her head, after which he took the rifle, closed the cartridge box, and started in the direction in which the zebras were pastured. After a half hour the report of a shot reached the camp, and an hour later the young hunter returned with the good news that he had killed a young zebra, and that the locality was full of game, that he saw from a height besides zebra a numerous herd of aerial antelopes, as well as a group of water bucks pasturing in the vicinity of the river. Afterwards he ordered Kali to take a horse, and dispatched him for the slaughtered game, while he himself began to inspect carefully the gigantic baobab trunk, walk around it, and knock the rugged bark with the barrel of his rifle. "What are you doing?" Nell asked him. He replied, "Look what a giant! 15 men holding each other's hands could not encircle that tree, which perhaps remembers the times of the pharaohs. But the trunk at the bottom is decayed and hollow. Do you see that opening? Through it one can easily reach the middle. We can there arrange a room in which we all can live. This occurred to me when I saw Mea among the branches, and afterwards when I stalked the zebra I was continually thinking of it." "Why, we are to escape to Abyssinia." "Yes, nevertheless it is necessary to recuperate, and I told you yesterday that I had decided to remain here a week or even 2. You do not want to leave your elephant, and I fear for you during the rainy season, which has already commenced, and during which fever is certain. Today the weather is fine. You see, however, that the clouds are gathering thicker and thicker, and who knows whether it will not pour before night? The tent will not protect you sufficiently, and in the baobab tree, if it is not rotten to the top, we can laugh at the greatest downpour. It will be also safer in it than in the tent, for if in the evening we protect this opening with thorns and make a little window to afford us light, then as many lions as want to may roar and hover around. The spring rainy season does not last longer than a month, and I am more and more inclined to think that it will be necessary to wait through it. And if so, it is better here than elsewhere, and better still in that gigantic tree than under the tent. Nell always agreed to everything that Stas wanted, so she agreed now, the more so as the thought of remaining near the elephant and dwelling in a baobab tree pleased her immensely. She began now to think of how she would arrange the rooms, how she would furnish them, and how they would invite each other to 5 o'clocks and dinners. In the end they both were amused greatly, and Nell wanted at once to inspect her new dwelling, but Stas, who with each day acquired more experience and prudence, restrained her from too sudden housekeeping. "Before we leave there," he said, "it is first necessary to bid the present tenants to move out, if any such are found there." Saying this, he ordered Mea to throw into the interior of the baobab tree a few lighted boughs, which smoked profusely because the branches were fresh. In fact, it appeared that he did well, as the gigantic tree was occupied by housekeepers upon whose hospitality no reliance could be placed. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 6. There were 2 apertures in the tree, one large, about half a yard from the ground, the other smaller, and about as high as the first story of a city residence. Mea had scarcely thrown the lighted smoking branches into the lower one, when immediately out of the upper one big bats began to fly. Squeaking and blinded by the luster of the sun, they flew aimlessly about the tree, but after a while from the lower opening there stole out like lightning a real tenant in the person of a monstrous boa, who, evidently digesting the remnants of the last feast in a semi-somnolent state, had not become aroused and did not think of safety until the smoke curled in his nostrils. At the sight of the strong body, which like a monstrous spring darted out of the smoking interior of the tree, Stas grabbed Nell in his arms and began to run with her in the direction of the open jungle. But the reptile, itself terror-stricken, did not think of pursuing them. Instead, winding in the grass and among the scattered packages, it slid away with unheard-of speed in the direction of the ravine, seeking to hide amid the rocky fissures and crannies. The children recovered their composure. Stas placed Nell on the ground and rushed for his rifle, and afterwards pursued the snake in the direction of the ravine, Nell following him. But after going a score of paces, such an extraordinary spectacle struck their eyes that they stood still as if thunderstruck. Now, high above the ravine appeared in the twinkling of an eye the body of the snake, and, describing a zigzag in the air, it fell again to the bottom. After a while it appeared a second time, and again fell. The children, reaching the brink, saw with amazement that their new friend, the elephant, was amusing himself in this manner, for having first dispatched the snake twice upon an aerial journey, at present he was crushing its head with his prodigious foot, which resembled a log. Having finished this operation, he again lifted the still quivering body with his trunk. This time, however, he did not toss it upwards, but directly into the waterfall. After this, nodding both ways and fanning himself with his ears, he began to gaze keenly at Nell, and finally stretched out his trunk towards her, as if claiming a reward for his heroic and at the same time sensible deed. Nell ran at once to the tent and returning with a box full of wild figs, began to throw a few at a time to him, while he searched for them in the grass and placed one after another in his mouth. Those which fell in deep crevices he blew out with such force that, with the figs, stones the size of a man's fist flew up. The children received this exhibition with applause and laughter. Nell went back several times for new supplies, not ceasing to contend with each fig that the elephant was entirely tamed, and that they could even at that moment go down to him. "You see, Stas, we now shall have a defender, for he is afraid of nobody in the desert, neither lion, nor snake, nor crocodile, and he is very good and surely loves us." "If he is tamed," said Stas, "and if I can leave you under his care, then really I can go hunting in perfect peace, for a better defender for you I could not find in all Africa." After a while he added: "The elephants of this place are wild, but I have read that Asiatic elephants, for instance, have a strange weakness for children. It has never occurred in India that an elephant has harmed a child, and if one falls in a rage, as sometimes happens, the native keepers send children to pacify him." "Ah, you see." "In any case, you did well in not allowing me to kill him." At this Nell's pupils flashed with joy like two little greenish flames. Standing on tiptoe, she placed both her hands on Stas' shoulders and, tilting her head backward, asked, gazing into his eyes: "I acted as if I had how many years? Tell me, as if I had how many years?" And he replied: "At least 70." "You are always joking." Get angry. But who will free the elephant?" Hearing this, Nell began at once to fawn like a little kitten. "You, and I shall love you very much, and he will also." "I am thinking of that," Stas said, "but it will be hard work and I shall not do it at once, but only when we are ready to start upon a farther journey." "Why?" "Because if we should free him before he is entirely tame and becomes attached to us, he would go away at once." "Oh, he won't go away from me." "You think that he already is like me," retorted Stas with impatience. Further conversation was checked by the arrival of Kali, who brought with him the slain zebra and its colt, which had been partly devoured by Saba. It was the good fortune of the mastiff that he rushed after Kali, and was not present at the encounter with the python, for he would have chased after him, and, overtaking him, would have perished in his murderous coils before Stas could come to his aid. For eating the zebra he received, however, from Nell a tongue lashing, which after all he did not take too much to heart, as he did not even hide his lolling tongue, with which he came running in from the hunt. Stas announced in the meantime to Kali that he intended to arrange a dwelling in the interior of the tree, and related to him what had occurred during the smoking out of the trunk, as was how the elephant had handled the snake. The idea of living in the baobab tree, which would afford a protection not only against the rain but also against the wild animals, pleased the negro very much. But on the other hand, the conduct of the elephant did not meet his approval. "The elephant is foolish," he said, "so he threw the nyoka (snake) into the thundering water, but Kali knows that nyoka is good, so he will search for it in the thundering waters, and bake it as Kali is wise and is a donkey." "It is agreed that you are a donkey," Stas answered, "but of course you will not eat the snake." "Nyoka is good," repeated Kali, and pointing at the slain zebra he added, "better than that nyama." After which both went into the baobab tree and occupied themselves in arranging the dwelling. Kali, having found on the riverside a flat stone the size of a sieve, placed it in the trunk, heaped burning coals upon it, and afterwards continually added more fuel, watching only that the decayed wood on the inside did not ignite and cause the conflagration of the whole tree. He said that he did this in order that nothing should bite the great master and the bibi. In fact, it appeared that this was not a useless precaution, for as soon as smoke filled the interior of the tree and spread even on the outside, there began to creep out of the cracks in the bark a great variety of creatures: scarabees, black and cherry colored, shaggy spiders, big as plums, caterpillars of the thickness of a finger, covered as though with horns, and loathsome and at the same venomous scolopendras, whose bite may even cause death. In view of what was occurring on the outside of the trunk, it was easy to surmise how many similar creatures must have perished from the fumes of the smoke on the inside. Those which fell from the bark and lower branches upon the grass were crushed unmercifully with a stone by Kali. He was continually gazing at the upper and lower openings as if he feared that at any moment something strange might appear in either of them. "Why are you looking so?" Stas asked. "Do you think that another snake is hiding in the tree?" "No, Kali fears Mzimu." "What is a Mzimu?" "An evil spirit." "Did you ever in your life see a Mzimu?" "No, but Kali has heard the horrible noise which Mzimu makes in the huts of fetish men." "Nevertheless your fetish men do not fear him." "The fetish men know how to exorcise him, and afterwards go to the huts and say that Mzimu is angry, so the negroes bring them bananas, honey, pombe (beer made of sorghum plant), eggs, and meat in order to propitiate the Mzimu." Stas shrugged his shoulders.
I see that it's a good thing to be a fetish man among your people. Perhaps that snake was Mzimu." Kali shook his head. "In such case the elephant could not kill the Mzimu, but the Mzimu would kill the elephant. Mzimu is death." Some kind of strange crash and rumble within the tree suddenly interrupted his reply. From the lower aperture there burst out a strange ruddy dust, after which there resounded a second crash, louder than the former one. Kali threw himself in the twinkling of an eye upon his face and began to cry shrilly, "Aka, Mzimu, Aka, Aka, Aka!" Stas at first stepped back, but soon recovered his composure, and when Nell and Mea came running up, he began to explain what might have happened. "In all probability," he said, "a whole mass of decayed wood in the interior of the trunk, expanding from the heat, finally tumbled down and buried the burning wood. And he thinks that it was Mzimu. Let me, however, pour water a few times through the opening. If the live embers are not extinct for want of air and the decayed wood is kindled, the three might be consumed by fire." After which, seeing that Kali continued lying down and did not cease repeating with terror, "Aka, Aka," he took the rifle with which he usually shot at guinea fowl, and firing into the opening said, shoving the boy with the barrel, "Your Mzimu is killed. Do not fear." And Kali raised his body but remained on his knees. "Oh, great master, great! You do not even fear Mzimu." "Aka, Aka!" exclaimed Stas, mimicking the negro. And he began to laugh. The negro became calm after a time, and when he sat down to partake of the food prepared by Mea, it appeared that the temporary fright had not at all deprived him of his appetite, for besides a portion of smoked meat, he consumed the raw liver of the zebra colt, not counting the wild figs, which a sycamore growing in the neighborhood furnished in great abundance. Afterwards with Stas they returned to the tree, after which there was yet a good deal of work to do. The removal of the decayed wood and the ashes with hundreds of broiled scarabees and centipedes, together with a score of baked bats, occupied over 2 hours' time. Stas was also surprised that the bats could live in the immediate neighborhood of the snake. He surmised, however, that the gigantic python either despised such trifling game, or, not being able to wind himself around anything in the interior of the trunk, could not reach them. The glowing coals, having caused the fall of layers of decayed wood, cleaned out the interior splendidly, and its appearance delighted Stas, for it was as wide as a large room and could have given shelter not merely to 4 persons, but to 10 men. The lower opening formed a doorway and the upper a window, thanks to which in the huge trunk it was neither dark nor stifling. Stas thought of dividing the whole by means of the tent canvas into 2 rooms, of which one was to be assigned to Nell and Mea, and the other to himself, Kali, and Saba. The tree was not decayed to the top of the trunk. The rain, therefore, could not leak to the center, but in order to be protected completely, it was sufficient to raise and prop bark above both openings in such manner that it should form 2 eaves. The bottom of the interior he determined to strew with sand from the river bank, which had been grilled by the sun, and to carpet its surface with dry moss. The work was really hard, especially for Kali, for he had in addition to cure the meat, water the horses, and think of fodder for the elephant, who was incessantly trumpeting for it. But the young negro proceeded to work about the new abode with great willingness and even ardor. The reason for this he explained the same day to Stas in the following manner. "When the great master and the bibi," he said, holding his arms akimbo, "live in the tree, Kali will not have to build big zarebas for the night, and he can be idle every night." "Then you like to be idle?" Stas asked. "Kali is a man, so Kali loves to be idle, as only women ought to work." "But you see, however, that I work for the bibi." "But because when the bibi grows up, she will have to work for the great master, and if she does not want to, the great master will whip her." But Stas, at the very thought of whipping the bibi, jumped as if scalded and shouted in anger: "Fool! Do you know who the bibi is?" "I do not," replied the black boy with fear. "Bibi is a good Mzimu," and Kali cowered. After finishing his work he approached Nell bashfully. Then he fell on his face and began to repeat, not indeed in a terror-stricken, but in an entreating voice: "Aka, Aka, Aka." And the good Mzimu stared at him with her beautiful, sea green eyes wide open, not understanding what had happened, nor what was the matter with Kali. End of Part 2, Chapter 6.
Part 2, Chapter 7 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 7. The new abode, which Stas named Cracow, was completed in the course of 3 days, but before that time the principal luggage was deposited in the men's quarters, and during great downpours the young quartette stayed in the gigantic trunk, perfectly sheltered. The rainy season began in earnest, but it was not one of our long autumn rains during which the heavens are heavy with dark clouds, and the tedious, vexatious bad weather lasts for weeks. There, about a dozen times during the day, the wind drives over the sky the swollen clouds which water the earth copiously, after which the sun shines brightly, as if freshly bathed, and floods with a golden lustre the rocks, the river, the trees, and the entire jungle. The grass grew almost before their eyes. The trees were clad with more abundant leaves, and before the old fruit fell, buds of the new germinated. The air, owing to the tiny drops of water suspended in it, grew so transparent that even distant objects became entirely distinct, and the view extended into the immeasurably far expanse. On the sky hung charming 7-colored rainbows, and the waterfall was almost continually attired with them. The brief dawn and twilight played with thousands of lights of such brilliance that the children had not seen anything like it, even on the Libyan desert. The lower clouds, those nearest the earth, were dyed cherry-colored, the upper, better illuminated, overflowed in the shape of a lake of purple and gold, and the tiny woolly cloudlets changed colors like rubies, amethysts, and opals. During the night time, between one downpour of rain and another, the moon transformed into diamonds the drops of dew which clung on the mimosa and acacia leaves, and the zodiacal light shone in the refreshed transparent air more brightly than at any other season of the year. From the overflow which the river formed below the waterfall came the uneasy croaking of frogs, and the doleful piping of toads, and fireflies, resembling shooting stars, flew from bank to bank amid the clumps of bamboo and arum. But when clouds covered the starry heaven, and the rain began to fall, it became very dusky, and the interior of the baobab tree was as dark as in a cellar. Desiring to avoid this, Stas ordered Mea to melt the fat of the killed game and make a lamp of a small plate, which he placed beneath the upper opening, which was called a window by the children. The light from this window, visible from a distance in the darkness, drove away the wild animals, but on the other hand attracted bats and even birds so much that Kali finally was compelled to construct in the opening something in the nature of a screen of thorns, similar to the one with which he closed the lower opening for the night. However, in daytime, during fair weather, the children left Cracow and strolled over the promontory. Stas started after antelope ariels and ostriches, of which numerous flocks appeared near the river below, while Nell went to her elephant, who in the beginning trumpeted only for food, and later trumpeted when he felt lonesome without his little friend. He always greeted her with sheer delight and pricked his enormous ears as soon as he heard from the distance her voice or her footsteps. Once when Stas went hunting and Kali angled for fish beyond the waterfall, Nell decided to go to the rock which closed the ravine, to see whether Stas had done anything about its removal. Mea, occupied with preparations for dinner, did not observe her departure. While on the way, the little maid, gathering flowers, particularly begonia, which grew abundantly in the rocky clefts, approached the declivity by which they at one time left the ravine, and descending found herself near the rock. The great stone, detached from its native walls, obstructed the ravine as it had previously done. Nell, however, noticed that between the rock and the wall there was a passage so wide that even a grown-up person could pass through it with ease. For a while she hesitated, then she went in and found herself on the other side, but there was a bend there which it was necessary to pass in order to reach the wide egress of the locked-in waterfall. Nell began to meditate. "I will go yet a little farther. I will peer from behind the rocks. I will take just one look at the elephant, who will not see me at all, and I will return." Thus meditating, she advanced step by step, farther and farther, until finally she reached a place where the ravine widened suddenly into a small dell, and she saw the elephant. He stood with his back turned towards her, with trunk immersed in the waterfall, and drank. This emboldened her, so pressing closely to the wall, she advanced a few steps, and a few more yet, and then the huge beast, desiring to splash his sides, turned his head, saw the little maid, and, beholding her, moved at once towards her. Nell became very much frightened, but as there was no time now for retreat, pressing knee to knee, she curtsied to the elephant as best she could, after which she stretched out her little hand with the begonias and spoke in a slightly quivering voice. "Good day, dear elephant. I know you won't harm me. I came to say good day, and I have only these flowers." And the colossus approached, stretched out his trunk, and picked the bunch of begonias out of Nell's little fingers, and putting them into his mouth, he dropped them at once, as evidently neither the rough leaves nor the flowers were to his taste. Nell now saw above her the trunk like a huge black snake which stretched and bent. It touched one of her little hands, and then the other, afterwards both shoulders, and finally descending, it began to swirl gently to and fro. "I knew that you would not harm me," the little girl repeated, though fear did not leave her. Meanwhile the elephant drew back his fabulous ears, winding and unwinding alternately his trunk, and gurgling joyfully as he always gurgled when the little girl approached the brink of the ravine. And as at one time Stas and the lion, so now these two stood opposite each other, he an enormity resembling a house or a rock, and she a mite whom he could crush with one motion, not indeed in rage but through inadvertence. But the good and prudent animal did not make angry or inadvertent motions, but evidently was pleased and happy at the arrival of the little guest. Nell gained courage gradually, and finally raised her eyes upwards, and looking as though onto a high roof, she asked timidly, raising her little hand, "May I stroke your trunk?" The elephant did not, indeed, understand English, but from the motion of her hand discerned at once what she wanted, and shoved under her palm the end of his trunk, which was over 2 yards in length. Nell began to stroke the trunk, at first carefully with one hand, and afterwards with both, and finally embraced it with both arms and hugged it with perfectly childish trust. The elephant stepped from one foot to the other and continually gurgled from joy. After a while he wound the diminutive body of the girl with his trunk, and lifting her up, began to swing her lightly right and left. "More! More!" cried Nell, intensely amused. And the play lasted quite a long time, and afterwards the little girl, now entirely bold, invented a new one. Finding herself on the ground, she tried to climb on the elephant's forelegs, as on a tree, or, hiding behind them, she asked whether he could find her. But at these frolics she observed one thing, namely, that the numerous thorns were stuck in his hind legs. From these the powerful beast could not free himself, first because he could not conveniently reach his hind legs with his trunk, and again because he evidently feared he would wound the finger with which the trunk ended, and without which he would lose his skill and cleverness. Nell was not at all aware that such thorns in the feet are a real plague to elephants in India, and still more in the African jungles composed mainly of thorny plants. As, however, she felt sorry for the honest giant, without any thought, having squatted near his foot, she began to extract delicately at first the bigger splinters, and afterwards the smaller, at which work she did not cease to babble and assure the elephant that she would not leave a single one. He understood excellently what she was concerned with, and bending his legs at the knee, showed in this manner that on the soles between the hoofs covering his toes there were also thorns which caused him still greater pain. In the meantime Stas came from the hunt and at once asked Mea where the little lady was. Receiving a reply that she undoubtedly was in the tree, he was about to enter the interior of the baobab tree when at that moment it seemed to him that he heard Nell's voice in the depth of the ravine. Not believing his own ears, he rushed at once to the edge and, glancing down, was astounded. The little girl sat near the foot of the colossus, which stood so quietly that if he did not move the trunk and ears, one would think that he was hewed out of stone. "Nell!" Stas shouted, and she, engaged with her work, answered merrily: "At once! At once!" To this the boy, who was not accustomed to hesitate in the presence of danger, lifted his rifle with one hand in the air and with the other grabbed a dry liana stalk, which was stripped of its bark, and winding his legs about it, slid to the bottom of the ravine. The elephant moved his ears uneasily, but at that moment Nell rose and hugging his trunk, cried hurriedly: "Don't be afraid, elephant, that is Stas." Stas perceived at once that she was in no danger, but his legs yet trembled under him. His heart palpitated violently, and before he recovered from the sensation, he began to speak in a choking voice, full of grief and anger: "Nell! Nell! How could you do this?" And she began to explain that she did not do anything wrong, for the elephant was good and was already entirely tamed; that she wanted to take only one look at him and return, but he stopped her and began to play with her, and he swung her very carefully, and if Stas wanted, he would swing him too. Saying this, she took hold of the end of the trunk with one hand and drew it to Stas, while she waved the other hand right and left, saying at the same time to the elephant: "Elephant, swing Stas also." The wise animal surmised from her gesture what she wanted of him, and Stas, caught by the belt of his trousers, in one moment found himself in mid-air. In this there was such a strange and amusing contrast between his still angry mien and his rocking above the earth, that the little Mzimu began to laugh until the tears came, clapping all the time her hands and shouting as before: "More! More!" And it is impossible to preserve an appropriate dignity and deliver a lecture on deportment at a time when one is suspended from the end of an elephant's trunk, and involuntarily goes through the motions of a pendulum. The boy in the end began to laugh also. But after a certain time, noticing that the motions of the trunk were slackening, and the elephant intended to deposit him on the ground, a new idea unexpectedly occurred to him, and, taking advantage of the moment at which he found himself close to the prodigious ear, he grabbed it with both hands, and in the twinkling of an eye climbed over it onto the head and sat on the elephant's neck. "Aha!" he exclaimed from above to Nell, "let him understand that he must obey me." And he began to stroke the elephant's head with his palm, and the mien of a ruler and master. "Good!" cried Nell from below. "But how will you get down now?" "That is small trouble," Stas answered, and slinging his legs over the elephant's forehead, he twined the trunk with them and slid over it as if down a tree. "That is how I come down." After which both began to pick out the rest of the thorns from the legs of the elephant, who submitted with the greatest patience. In the meantime the first drops of rain fell, so Stas decided to escort Nell to Cracow. But here an unexpected obstacle presented itself. The elephant did not want to part from her, and every time she attempted to go away, he turned her about with his trunk and drew her towards him. The situation became disagreeable, and the merry play, in view of the stubbornness of the elephant, might have ended unfortunately. The boy did not know what to do, as the rain became each moment heavier and a downpour threatened them. Both withdrew, indeed, somewhat towards the egress, but gradually the elephant followed them. Finally Stas stood between him and Nell. He fixed his gaze upon the elephant's eyes and at the same time said to Nell in an undertone: "Don't run, but continually draw back to the narrow passageway." "And you, Stas?" the little maid asked. "Draw back," repeated Stas with emphasis. "Otherwise I shall have to shoot the elephant." The little maid, under the influence of this threat, obeyed the command, the more so as, having already unbounded confidence in the elephant, she was sure that under no circumstances would he do any harm to Stas. But the boy stood about 4 paces from the giant, not removing his eyes from him for a moment. In this manner a few minutes passed. A moment full of danger followed. The ears of the elephant moved a score of times. His little eyes glittered strangely, and suddenly his trunk was raised. Stas felt that he was turning pale. "Death!" he thought. But the colossus turned his trunk unexpectedly toward the brink where he was accustomed to see Nell, and began to trumpet more mournfully than he had ever done before. Stas went peacefully to the passageway and behind the rock found Nell, who did not want to return to the tree without him. The boy had an uncontrollable desire to say to her: "See what you have done! On account of you I might have been killed." But there was no time for reproof, as the rain changed into a downpour and it was necessary to return as quickly as possible. Nell was drenched to the skin, though Stas wrapped her in his clothing. In the interior of the tree he ordered the negress to change Nell's dress, while he himself unleashed Saba, who previously he had tied from fear that in following his tracks he might scare away the game. Afterwards he began to ransack all the clothing and luggage in the hope that he might find some overlooked pinch of quinine. But he did not find anything. Only at the bottom of the small gallipot which the missionary had given him in Khartûm there lay a little white powder which would scarcely suffice for whitening the tip of a finger. He nevertheless determined to fill the gallipot with hot water and give this gargle to Nell to drink. Then, when the downpour had passed away and the sun began to shine again, he left the tree to look at the fish which Kali had brought. The negro had caught about 20 upon the line of thin wire. Most of them were small, but there were 3 about a foot long, silver speckled and surprisingly light. Mea, who was bred upon the banks of the Blue Nile, was conversant with these fishes. She said that they were good to eat, and towards evening they leap very high above the water. In fact, at the scaling and cleaning of the first, it appeared that they were so light because they had big air bladders. Stas took one of them, about the size of an apple, and brought it to show Nell. "Look," he said, "this was in the fish. We could make a pane for our window from about a dozen of these." And he pointed to the upper opening in the tree. But reflecting for a time, he added, "And even something more." "What is it?" asked Nell. "A kite." "Such as you used to send up in Port Said? Oh, good! Do." "I will. With thin, cut pieces of bamboo I will make a frame, and I will use these membranes instead of paper, for they are lighter, and the rain will not soak them. Such a kite will go away up in the air, and with a powerful wind will fly the Lord knows where." Here he suddenly struck his forehead. "I have an idea." "What is it?" "You shall see. As soon as I figure it out better, I will tell you. Now that elephant of yours is making such a racket that one cannot even talk." Indeed, the elephant, from longing for Nell, and perhaps for both children, trumpeted so that the whole ravine shook, together with the adjacent trees. "We must show ourselves to him," Nell said. "That will quiet him." And they strolled to the ravine. But Stas, entirely absorbed in his thoughts, began in an undertone to say: "Nelly Rawlinson and Stanislav Tarkowski of Port Said, having escaped from the dervishes in Fashoda, are at—" and stopping abruptly, he asked: "How to designate the place?" "What, Stas?" "Nothing, nothing." "I already know. Are about a month's journey west of the Blue Nile and beg for immediate aid. When the wind blows to the north or to the west I will send 20, 50, 100 of such kites, and you, Nell, shall help me to pace them." "Kites?" "Yes, and I tell you that they can be of greater service to us than 10 elephants." In the meantime they reached the brink, and now began the shuffling of the elephant's feet, the nodding, the movement of the ears, the gurgling, and again the mournful trumpeting when Nell attempted to retire even for a moment. In the end the little maid began to explain to the dear elephant that she could not be with him all the time, for of course she had to sleep, eat, work, and keep house in Cracow. But he became quiet only when she shoved down to him with a pitchfork provisions prepared by Kali. At night he again began to trumpet. The children that same evening named him the King, as Nell was sure that before he got caught in the ravine he undoubtedly was the king of all the elephants in Africa. End of chapter 7.
Part 2, Chapter 8 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 8. During the few days following, Nell passed all the moments during which the rain did not fall with the king, who did not oppose her departure, having understood that the little maiden would return a few times daily. Kali, who as a rule feared elephants, gazed at this one with amazement, but in the end came to the conclusion that the mighty, good Mzimu had bewitched the giant, so he began to visit him also. The king was well disposed in his behavior towards Kali as well as towards Mea, but Nell alone could do with him whatever she pleased, so that after a week she ventured even to bring Saba to him. For Stas this was a great relief, as he could with perfect peace leave Nell under the protection, or as he expressed it, under the trunk of the elephant, and without any fear he went hunting, and even at times took Kali with him. He was certain now that the noble animal would not desert them under any circumstances, and began to consider how to free him from his confinement. And to speak properly, he long ago had discovered a way, but it required such sacrifices that he wrestled with his thoughts as to whether he would use it, and afterwards postponed doing it from day to day. As he had no one to speak to about this, he finally decided to acquaint Nell with his intentions, though he regarded her as a mere child. The rock can be blasted with powder, but for that it is necessary to spoil a great number of cartridges, that is, to extract the bullets, pour out the powder, and make one big charge out of it all. Such a charge I will insert in the deepest fissure which I can find in the middle. Afterwards I will plug it and light a fire. Then the rock will burst into a few or even a score of pieces, and we can lead the king out." "But if there is a great explosion, will he not get scared?" "Let him get scared," answered Stas quickly. "That bothers me the least. Really, it's not worth while to talk to you seriously." Nevertheless, he continued, or rather thought out loud: "But if I do not use enough cartridges, the rock will not burst, and I shall waste them in vain. If I use a sufficient number, then not many will remain. And if I should be in want of them before the end of the journey, death clearly threatens us. For with what will I hunt? With what will I defend you in case of an attack? You well know, of course, that if it were not for this rifle and the cartridges, we should have perished long ago, either at Gebhr's hands or from starvation. And it is very fortunate, too, that we have horses, for without them we could not have carried all these things and the cartridges." At this, Nell raised her finger and declared with great positiveness, "When I tell the king, he will carry everything." "How will he carry the cartridges if very few of them remain?" "As to that, he will defend us." "He won't fire from his trunk as I do from the rifle." "Then we can eat figs and big gourds which grow on trees, and Kali will catch fish." "That is, as long as we stay near the river. We still have to pass the rainy season here, as these continual downpours would surely prostrate you with the fever. Remember, however, that later we shall start upon a further journey, and we might chance upon a desert." "Such as Sahara?" Nell asked in alarm. "No, one where there are neither rivers nor fruit trees, and only low acacias and mimosas grow. There one can live only upon what is secured by hunting. The king will find grass there, and I antelopes, but if I do not have anything to shoot them with, then the king will not catch them." And Stas in reality had something to worry about, as by that time, when the elephant was already tamed and had become friendly, it was impossible to abandon him and doom him to death by starvation, and to liberate him meant the loss of a greater portion of the ammunition and exposing themselves to unavoidable destruction. So Stas postponed the work from day to day, repeating to himself in his soul each evening, "Perhaps tomorrow I may devise some other scheme." In the meantime, to this trouble others were added. At first Kali was stung at the river below by wild bees, to which he was led by a small gray-greenish bird, well known in Africa and called bee guide. The black boy, through indolence, did not smoke out the bees sufficiently and returned with honey, but so badly stung and swollen that an hour later he lost all consciousness. The good Mzimu, with Mea's aid, extracted stings from him until night, and afterwards plastered him with earth upon which Stas poured water. Nevertheless, towards morning it seemed as if the poor negro were dying. Fortunately, the nursing and his strong constitution overcame the danger. He did not, however, recover his health until the lapse of 10 days. The second mishap was met by the horses. Stas, who during Kali's sickness had to fetter the horses and lead them to water, observed that they began to grow terribly lean. This could not be explained by a lack of fodder, as in consequence of the rains grass shot up high, and there was excellent pasturage near the ford, and yet the horses wasted away. After a few days their hair bristled, their eyes became languid, and from their nostrils a thick slime flowed. In the end they ceased to eat, and instead drank eagerly as if fever consumed them. When Kali regained his health they were merely 2 skeletons, but he only glanced at them and understood at once what had happened. "Tsetse," he said, addressing Stas, "they must die." Stas also understood, for while in Port Said he had often heard of the African fly called tsetse, which is such a terrible plague in some regions that wherever it has its permanent habitat the Negroes do not possess any cattle at all, and wherever, as a result of temporary favorable conditions, it multiplies unexpectedly, cattle perish. A horse, ox, or donkey bitten by a tsetse wastes and dies in the course of a fortnight or even in a few days. The local animals understand the danger which threatens them, for it happens that whole herds of oxen, when they hear its hum near a waterfall, are thrown into a wild stampede and scamper in all directions. Stas's horses were bitten. These horses and the donkey Kali now rubbed daily with some kind of plant, the odor of which resembled that of onions, and which he found in the jungles. He said that the odor would drive away the tsetse, but notwithstanding this preventative remedy, the horses grew thinner. Stas, with dread, thought of what might happen if all the animals should succumb. How then could he convey Nell, the saddle-cloth, the tent, the cartridges, and the utensils? There was so much of them that only the king could carry them all. But to liberate the king it was necessary to sacrifice at least 2/3 of the cartridges. Ever-increasing troubles gathered over Stas' head like the clouds, which did not cease to water the jungle with rain. Finally came the greatest calamity, in the presence of which all the others dwindled. Fever. End of Part 2, Chapter 8.
Part 2, Chapter 9 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 9. One night at supper, Nell, having raised a piece of smoked meat to her lips, suddenly pushed it away, as if with loathing, and said, "I cannot eat today." Stas, who had learned from Kali where the bees were and had smoked them out daily in order to get their honey, was certain that the little one had eaten during the day too much honey, and for that reason he did not pay any attention to her lack of appetite. But she, after a while, rose and began to walk hurriedly about the campfire, describing an ever larger circle. "Do not get away too far, for something might seize you," the boy shouted at her. He really, however, did not fear anything, for the elephant's presence, which the wild animals scented, and his trumpeting, which reached their vigilant ears, held them at a respectable distance. It assured safety alike to the people and to the horses, for the most ferocious beasts of prey in the jungle, the lion, the panther, and the leopard, prefer to have nothing to do with an elephant, and not to approach too near his tusks and trunk. Nevertheless, when the little maid continued to run around, more and more hurriedly, Stas followed her and asked, "Say, little moth, why are you flying like that about the fire?" He asked still jestingly, but really was uneasy, and his uneasiness increased when Nell answered, "I don't know. I can't sit down in any place." "What is the matter with you?" "I feel so strangely." And then suddenly she rested her head on his bosom, and, as though confessing a fault, exclaimed in a meek voice, broken by sobs, "Stas, perhaps I am sick." "Nell!" Then he placed his palm upon her forehead, which was dry and icy. So he took her in his arms and carried her to the campfire. "Are you cold?" he asked on the way. "Cold and hot, but more cold." In fact, her little teeth chattered, and chills continually shook her body. Stas now did not have the slightest doubt that she had a fever. He at once ordered Mea to conduct her to the tree, undress her, and place her on the ground, and afterwards to cover her with whatever she could find, for he had seen in Khartoum and Fashoda that fever-stricken people were covered with sheep's hide in order to perspire freely. He determined to sit at Nell's side the whole night and give her hot water with honey to drink. But she in the beginning did not want to drink. By the light of the little lamp hung in the interior of the tree, he observed her glittering eyes. After a while she began to complain of the heat, and at the same time shook under the saddle-cloth and plaids. Her hands and forehead continued cold, but had Stas known anything about febrile disorders, he would have seen by her extraordinary restlessness that she must have a terrible fever. With fear he observed that when Mea entered with hot water, the little girl gazed at her as though with a certain amazement and even fear, and did not seem to recognize her. With him she spoke consciously. He said to him that she could not lie down, and begged him to permit her to rise and run about. Then again she asked whether he was not angry at her because she was sick, and when he assured her that he was not, her eyelashes were suffused with the tears which surged to her eyes, and she assured him that on the morrow she would be entirely well. That evening, or that night, The elephant was somehow strangely disturbed, and continually trumpeted so as to awake Saba and cause him to bark. Stas observed that this irritated the patient, so he left the tree to quiet them. He silenced Saba easily, but it was a harder matter to bid the elephant to be silent. He took with him a few melons to throw to him and stuff his trunk at least for a time. Returning, he observed by the light of the campfire Kali, who, with a piece of smoked meat on his shoulders, was going in the direction of the river. "What are you doing there, and where are you going?" he asked the negro. And the black boy stopped, and when Stas drew near to him, said with a mysterious countenance, "Kali is going to another tree to place meat for the wicked Mzimu." "Why?" "That the wicked Mzimu should not kill the good Mzimu." Stas wanted to say something in reply, but suddenly grief seized his bosom, so he only set his teeth and walked away in silence. When he returned to the tree, Nell's eyes were closed. Her hands, lying on the saddle cloth, quivered indeed strongly, but it seemed that she was slumbering. Stas sat down near her, and from fear of waking her he sat motionless. Mea, sitting on the other side, readjusted every little while pieces of ivory protruding out of her ears, in order to defend herself in this manner from drowsiness. It became still. Only from the river below, from the direction of the overflow, came the croaking of frogs and the melancholy piping of toads. Suddenly Nell sat up on the bedding. "Stas!" "I am here, Nell." And she, shaking like a leaf in the breeze, began to seek his hands and repeat hurriedly, "I am afraid. I am afraid. Give me your hand." "Don't fear. I am with you." And he grasped her palm, which this time was heated as if on fire. Not knowing what to do, he began to cover that poor, emaciated hand with kisses. "Don't be afraid, Nell. Don't be afraid." After which he gave her water with honey to drink, which by that time had cooled. This time Nell drank eagerly and clung to the hand with the utensil when he tried to take it away from her lips. The cool drink seemed to soothe her. Silence ensued, but after the lapse of a half an hour Nell again sat up on the bedding, and in her wide open eyes could be seen terrible fright. "Stas!" "What is it, dear?" "Why," she asked in a broken voice, "do Gebhr and Chamis walk around the tree and peer at me?" To Stas, in an instant, it seemed as if thousands of ants were crawling over him. "What are you saying, Nell?" he said. "There is nobody here. That is Kali walking around the tree." But she, staring at the dark opening, cried with chattering teeth, "And the Bedouins too! Why did you kill them?" Stas clasped her with his arms and pressed her to his bosom. "You know why. Don't look there. Don't think of that. That happened long ago." "Today. Today." "No, Nell, long ago." In fact, it was long ago, but it had returned like a wave, beaten back from the shore, and again filled with terror the thoughts of the sick child. All words of reassurance appeared in vain. Nell's eyes widened more and more. Her heart palpitated so violently that it seemed that it would burst at any moment. She began to throw herself about like a fish taken out of the water, and this continued almost until morning. Only towards the morning was her strength exhausted, and her head dropped upon the bedding. "I am weak, weak," she repeated. "Stas, I am flying somewhere down below." After which she closed her eyes. Stas at first became terribly alarmed, for he thought that she had died. But this was only the end of the first paroxysm of the dreadful African fever, termed deadly, 2 attacks of which strong and healthy people can resist, but the third no one thus far had been able to withstand. Travelers had often related this in Port Said, in Mr. Rawlinson's home, and yet more frequently Catholic missionaries returning to Europe, whom Pan Tarkowski received hospitably. The second attack comes after a few days or a fortnight, while if the third does not come within 2 weeks, it is not fatal, as it is reckoned as the first in the recurrence of the sickness. Stas knew that the only medicine which could break or keep off the attack was quinine in big doses, but now he did not have an atom of it. For the time being, however, seeing that Nell was breathing, he became somewhat calm and began to pray for her. But in the meantime the sun leaped from beyond the rocks of the ravine, and it was day. The elephant already demanded his breakfast, and from the direction of the overflow which the river made resounded the cries of aquatic birds. Desiring to kill a brace of guinea fowl for broth for Nell, the boy took his gun and strolled along the river towards a clump of shrubs on which these birds usually perched for the night. But he felt the effect of lack of sleep so much, and his thoughts were so occupied with the little girl's illness, that a whole flock of guinea fowl passed close by him in a trot, one after another, bound for the watering place, and he did not observe them at all. This happened also because he was continually praying. He thought of the slaying of Gebhr, Shamus, and the Bedouins, and lifting his eyes upwards, he said with a voice choking with tears, "I did this for Nell, O Lord, for Nell, for I could not free her otherwise. But if it is a sin, punish me, but let her regain her health." On the way he met Kali, who had gone to see whether the wicked Mzimu ate the meat offered to him the previous night. The young negro, loving the little "bibi," prayed also for her, but he prayed in an entirely different fashion. He particularly told the wicked Mzimu that if the "bibi" recovered her health, he would bring him a piece of meat every day. But if she died, though he feared him, and though he might afterwards perish, he would first so flay his hide that the wicked Mzimu would remember it for ages. He felt greatly encouraged when the meat deposited the previous night disappeared. It might indeed have been carried away by some jackal, but the Mzimu might assume the shape of a jackal. Kali informed Stas of this propitious incident. The latter, however, stared at him as if he did not understand him at all, and went on further. Passing a clump of shrubs in which he did not find any guinea fowl, he drew near the river. Its banks were overgrown with tall trees, from which were suspended, like long stockings, the nests of titmice, beautiful little yellow birds with black wings, and also wasps' nests resembling big roses, but colored like gray blotting paper. In one place the river formed an expansion a few score paces wide, overgrown in part by papyrus. On this expansion aquatic birds always swarmed. There were storks, just like our European storks, and storks with thick bills ending with a hook, and birds black as velvet, with legs red as blood, and flamingos and ibises, and white spoonbills, with bills like spoons, and cranes with crowns on their heads, and a multitude of curlews, variegated and gray as mice, flying quickly back and forth, as if they were tiny sylvan sprites on long, thin, snipe-like legs. Stas killed 2 large ducks, beautiful, cinnamon-colored, and treading upon dead butterflies, of which thousands strewed the bank. He first looked around carefully to see whether there were any crocodiles in the shallows, after which he waded into the water and lifted his quarry. The shots had dispersed the birds. There remained only 2 marabous, standing between 10 and 20 paces away, and plunged in reverie. They were like 2 old men with bald heads pressed between the shoulders. They did not move at all. The boy gazed for a while at the loathsome fleshy pouches hanging from their breasts, and afterwards, observing that the wasps were beginning to circle around him more and more frequently, he returned to the camping place. Nell still slept, so handing the ducks to Mea, he flung himself upon a saddle-cloth and fell into a sound sleep. They did not wake until the afternoon, he first and Nell later. The little girl felt somewhat stronger, and the strong broth revived her strength still more. She rose and left the tree, desiring to look at the king and at the sun. But only now in the daylight could be seen what havoc that one night's fever had wrought in her. Her complexion was yellow and transparent. Her lips were black. There were circles furrowed under her eyes, and her face was as though it had aged. Even the pupils of her eyes appeared paler than usual. It appeared also, despite her assurances to Stas that she felt quite strong, and notwithstanding the large cup of broth, which she drank immediately after awakening, that she could barely reach the ravine unaided. Stas thought with despair of the second attack, and that he had neither medicine nor any remedy by which he could prevent it. In the meantime, the rain poured a dozen or more times a day, increasing the humidity of the air. End of Part 2, Chapter 9.
Part 2, Chapter 10 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathrine. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 10. Days of suspense, heavy and full of fear, began. The second attack did not come until a week after and was not so strong as the first, but after it Nell felt still weaker. She wasted and grew so thin that she no longer was a little girl, but the shadow of a little girl. The flame of her life flickered so faintly that it appeared sufficient to blow at it, to extinguish it. Stas understood that death did not have to wait for a third attack to take her, and he expected it any day or any hour. He himself became emaciated and black, for misfortune exceeded his strength and his reason. So, gazing on her waxen countenance, he said to himself each day, "For this I guarded her like the eye in the head, in order to bury her here in the jungle." And he did not understand why it should be so. At times he reproached himself that he had not guarded her enough, that he had not been sufficiently kind to her, and at such moments such sorrow seized his heart that he wanted to gnaw his own fingers. Clearly there was too much of woe. And Nell now slept almost continuously, and it may be that this kept her alive. Stas woke her a few times a day to give her nourishment. Then, as often as it did not rain, she begged him to carry her into the open air, for now she could not stand on her own feet. It happened, moreover, that she fell asleep in his arms. She knew now that she was very sick and might at any moment die. In moments of greater animation she spoke of this to Stas, and always with tears, for she feared death. Once she said, "I shall not now return to Papa, but tell him that I was very, very sorry, and beg him to come to me." "You will return," Stas answered, and he could not say anything more as he wanted to wail. And Nell continued in a scarcely audible, dreamy voice, "And Papa will come and you will come sometimes, will you not?" At this thought a smile brightened the little wan face, but after a while she said in a still lower tone, "But I am so sorry." Saying this, she rested her little head upon his shoulder and began to weep. He mastered his pain, pressed her to his bosom, and replied with animation, "Nell, I will not return without you, and I do not at all know what I would do in this world without you." Silence followed, during which Nell again fell asleep. Stas carried her to the tree, but he had barely gone outside when from the summit of the promontory Kali came running and waving his hands. He began to shout, and with an agitated and frightened face, "Great master! Great master!" "What do you want?" Stas asked. And the negro, stretching out his hand and pointing to the south, said, "Smoke!" Stas shaded his eyes with his palm and straining his sight in the direction indicated, really saw in the ruddy luster of the sun, which now stood low, a streak of smoke rising far in the jungle, amid the top of two still more distant hills, which were quite high. Kali trembled all over, for he well remembered his horrible slavery with the dervishes. He was certain that this was their camping place. To Stas also it seemed that this could not be anyone else than Smain, and at first he too became terribly frightened. Only this was wanting, besides Nell's fatal disease, the dervishes, and again slavery, and again a return to Fashoda or to Khartoum under the hand of the Mahdi or the lash of Abdullahi. If they caught them, Nell would die at once, while he would remain a slave the rest of the days of his life. And if he did escape, of what use was liberty to him without Nell? How could he look into the eyes of his father or Mr. Rawlinson if the dervishes after her death should fling her to the hyenas? He himself would not even be able to say where her grave was. Such thoughts flitted through his head like lightning. Suddenly he felt an insurmountable desire to look at Nell, and directed his steps towards the tree. On the way he instructed Kali to extinguish a fire, and not to dare to light it during the night, after which he entered the tree. Nell was not sleeping, and felt better. She at once communicated this news to Stas. Saba lay close to her and warmed her with his huge body, while she stroked his head lightly, smiling when he caught with his jaws the subtle dust of the decayed wood floating in the streak of light which the last rays of the setting sun formed in the tree. She apparently was in a better frame of mind, as after a while she addressed Stas with quite a lively mien. "And perhaps I may not die." "You surely will not die," Stas replied, "since after the second attack you feel stronger. The third will not come at all." But she began to blink with her eyelids as if she were meditating over something, and said, "If I had bitter powders like that which made me feel so well after the night with the lions, do you remember? Then I would not think the least bit of dying, not even so much." And she indicated upon her little finger just how little in that case she would be prepared to die. "Ah," Stas declared, "I do not know what I would not give for a pinch of quinine." And he thought that if he had enough of it, he would at once treat Nell with 2 powders even, and then he would wrap her in plates, seat her before him on a horse, and start immediately in the direction opposite to the one in which the camp of the dervishes was located. In the meantime the sun set and the jungle was suddenly plunged into darkness. The little girl chattered yet for half an hour, after which she fell asleep, and Stas meditated further about the dervishes and the quinine. His distressed but resourceful mind began to labor and form plans, each one bolder and more audacious than the other. First he began to ponder over whether that smoke in the southern direction necessarily came from Smain's camp. It might indeed be dervishes, but it also might be Arabs from the ocean coast, who made great expeditions into the interior for ivory and slaves. These had nothing in common with the dervishes who injured their trade. The smoke might also be from a camp of Abyssinians, or from some Negro village at the foothills, which the slave hunters had not yet reached. Would it not be proper for him to satisfy himself upon this point? The Arabs from Zanzibar, from the vicinity of Bagamoyo, from Witu, and from Mombasa, and in general from the territory bordering on the ocean, were people who continuously came in contact with white men. So who knows whether for a great reward they would not conduct them to the nearest port? Stas knew perfectly well that he could promise such a reward, and that they would believe his promise. There occurred to him another idea which touched him to the depth. In Khartoum he saw that many of the dervishes, particularly those from Nubia, suffered fever almost as badly as the white people, and that they cured themselves with quinine which they stole from the Europeans. And if it were hidden by renegade Greeks or Copts, they purchased it for its weight in gold. So it might be expected that the Arabs from the coast would be certain to have it. "I shall go," Stas said to himself. "I shall go for Nell." And pondering more and more strongly upon the situation, he in the end came to the conclusion that even if that was Smain's division, it was incumbent for him to go. He recollected that on account of the complete rupture of relations between Egypt and the Sudan, Smain in all probability knew nothing about their abduction from Fayoum. Fatma could not have had an understanding with him. Therefore that abduction was her individual scheme, executed with the aid of Chamis, son of Chadigi, together with Idris, Geber, and the 2 Bedouins. Now these men did not concern Smain for the simple reason that among them he knew only Chamis, and the others he never saw in his life. He was concerned only about his own children and Fatma. But he might long for them now, and might be glad to return to them, particularly if in the service of the Mahdi he apparently did not meet with great fortune, since instead of commanding powerful troops or governing some vast region, he was compelled to catch slaves, the Lord knew where, far beyond Fashoda. I will say to him, Stas thought, that if you will lead us to any seaport on the Indian Ocean and return with us to Egypt, the government will pardon all your offences. You will rejoin Fatma and the children, and besides, Mr. Rawlinson will make you rich. If not, you will never again see your children and Fatma in your life. And he was certain that Smain would consider well before he rejected such an arrangement. Of course, this was not altogether safe. It might even prove disastrous, but it might become a plank of rescue from that African whirlpool. Stas in the end began to wonder why the possibility of meeting with Smain should have frightened him at first, and, as he was anxious for quick relief for Nell, he determined to go, even that night. It was easier, however, to say than to do it. It is one thing to sit at night in the jungle near a good fire behind a thorny zareba, and another to set forth amid darkness in high grass, in which at such a time the lion, panther, and leopard, not to speak of hyenas and jackals, are seeking their prey. The boy, however, recollected the words of the young negro at the time when he went during the night to search for Saba, and, having returned, said to him, "Kali feared, but Kali went." And he repeated to himself, "I shall fear, but I will go." He waited, however, until the moon rose, as the night was extraordinarily dark, and only when the jungle was silvered by her luster did he call Kali and say, "Kali, take Saba into the tree, close the entrance with thorns, and guard the little lady with Mea as the eye in your head, while I go and see what kind of people are in that camp." "Great master, take Kali with you and the rifle which kills bad animals. Kali does not want to stay." "You shall stay," Stas said firmly, "and I forbid you to go with me." After which he became silent, but presently said in a somewhat hollow voice, "Kali, you are faithful and prudent, so I am confident that you will do what I tell you. If I should not return and the little lady should die, you will leave her in the tree, but around the tree you will build a high zareba, and on the bark you will carve a great sign like this." And taking 2 bamboos, he formed them into a cross, after which he continued thus, "If, however, I do not return and the bibi does not die, you shall honor her and serve her faithfully, and afterwards you shall conduct her to your people, and tell the Waima warriors that they should go continually to the east until they reach the Great Sea. There you will find white men who will give you many rifles, much powder, beads and wire, and as much cloth as you are able to carry. Do you understand?" And the young negro threw himself on his knees, embraced Stas' limbs, and began to repeat mournfully, "Bwana kubwa, you will return, you will return." Stas was deeply touched by the black boy's devotion, so he leaned over him, placed his hand on his head, and said, "Go into the tree, Kali, and may God bless you." Remaining alone, he deliberated for a while whether to take the donkey with him. This was a safer course, for lions in Africa as well as the tigers in India, in case they meet a man riding a horse or donkey, always charge at the animal and not at the man. But he propounded to himself the question, who in such case will carry Nell's tent, and on what will she herself ride? After this observation he rejected at once the idea of taking the donkey, and set off on foot in the jungle. The moon already rose higher in the heavens. It was therefore considerably lighter. Nevertheless, the difficulties began as soon as the boy plunged into the grass, which grew so high that a man on horseback could easily be concealed in it. Even in the daytime one could not see a step ahead in it, and what of the night, when the moon illuminated only the heights, and below everything was steeped in a deep shade? Under such conditions it was easy to stray and walk around in a circle, instead of moving forward. Stas nevertheless was cheered by the thought that in the first place the camp, towards which he went, was at most 3 or 4 English miles distant from the promontory, and again that it appeared between the tops of 2 lofty hills. Therefore, by keeping the hills in sight, one could not stray. but the grass, mimosa, and acacias veiled everything. Fortunately, every few score of paces there stood white ant hillocks, sometimes between 10 and 20 feet high. Stas carefully placed the rifle at the bottom of each hillock, afterwards climbed to the top, and descrying the hills blackly outlined on the background of the sky, descended and proceeded farther. Fear seized him only at the thought of what would happen if clouds should veil the moon in the sky, for then he would find himself as though in a subterranean cavern. But this was not the only danger. The jungle in the night time, when amidst the stillness can be heard every sound, every step, and almost the buzz which the insects creeping over the grass make, is downright terrifying. Fear and terror hover over it. Stas had to pay heed to everything, to listen, watch, look around in every direction, have his head on screws, as it were, and have the rifle ready to fire at any second. Every moment it seemed to him that something was approaching, skulking, hiding in ambush. From time to time he heard the grass stir, and the sudden clatter of animals running away. He then conjectured that he had scared some antelopes which, notwithstanding posted guards, sleep watchfully, knowing that many yellow, terrible hunters are seeking them at that hour in the darkness. But now something big is darkly outlined under the umbrella-like acacia. It may be a rock, and it may be a rhinoceros or a buffalo which, having scented a man, will wake from a nap and rush at once to attack him. Yonder again behind a black bush can be seen 2 glittering dots. Hey! Rifle to face, that's a lion! No. Vain alarm. Those are fireflies, for one dim light rises upwards and flies above the grass like a star shooting obliquely. Stas climbed onto ant hillocks, not always to ascertain whether he was going in the right direction, but to wipe the cold perspiration from his brow, to recover his breath, and to wait until his heart, palpitating too rapidly, calmed. In addition, he was already so fatigued that he was barely able to stand on his feet. But he proceeded because he felt that he must do so to save Nell. After 2 hours he got to a place, thickly strewn with stones, where the grass was lower and it was considerably lighter. The lofty hills appeared as distant as before, on the other hand nearer were the rocky ridges running transversely, beyond which the second higher hill arose, while both evidently enclosed some kind of valley or ravine similar to the one in which the king was confined. Suddenly, about 300 or 400 paces on the right, he perceived on the rocky wall the rosy reflection of a flame. He stood still. His heart again beat so strongly that he almost heard it amid the stillness of the night. Whom would he see below? Arabs from the eastern coast? Smain's dervishes, or savage Negroes who, escaping from their native villages, sought protection from the dervishes in the inaccessible thickets of the hills? Would he find death, or slavery, or salvation for Nell? It was imperative to ascertain this. He could not retreat now, nor did he desire to. After a while he stepped in the direction of the fire, moving as quietly as possible, and holding the breath in his bosom. Having proceeded thus about 100 paces, he unexpectedly heard from the direction of the jungle the snorting of horses, and again stopped. In the moonlight he counted 5 horses. For the dervishes this would not be enough, but he assumed that the rest were concealed in the high grass. He was only surprised that there were no guards near them, nor had these guards lighted any fires above to scare away the wild animals. But he thanked the Lord that it was so, as he could proceed farther without detection. The lustre on the rocks became more and more distinct. Before a quarter of an hour passed, Stas found himself at a place at which the opposite rock was most illuminated, which indicated that at its base a fire must be burning. Then, crawling slowly, he crept to the brink and glanced below. The first object which struck his eyes was a big white tent. Before the tent stood a canvas field bed, and on it lay a man attired in white European dress. A little Negro, perhaps 12 years old, was adding dry fuel to the fire, which illuminated the rocky wall and a row of Negroes sleeping under it on both sides of the tent. Stas in one moment slid down the declivity to the bottom of the ravine. End of Part 2, Chapter 10.
Part 2, Chapter 11 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. By Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 11. For some time, from exhaustion and emotion, he could not utter a word, and stood panting heavily before the man lying on the bed, who also was silent and stared at him with an amazement bordering almost upon unconsciousness. Finally the latter exclaimed, "Nasibu, are you there?" "Yes, master," answered the negro lad. "Do you see any one standing there before me?" But before the boy was able to reply, Stas recovered his speech. "Sir," he said, "my name is Stanislaus Tarkowski. With little Miss Rawlinson I have escaped from dervish captivity and we are hiding in the jungle. But Nell is terribly sick and for her sake I beg for help." The unknown continued to stare at him, blinking with his eyes, and then rubbed his brow with his hand. "I not only see but hear," he said to himself. "This is no illusion. What? Help? I myself am in need of help. I am wounded." Suddenly, however, he shook himself as though out of a wild dream or torpor, gazed more consciously, and with a gleam of joy in his eyes, said, "A white boy! I again see a white one. I welcome you, whoever you are. Did you speak of some sick girl? What do you want of me?" Stas repeated that the sick girl was Nell, the daughter of Mr. Rawlinson, one of the directors of the canal, that she already had suffered from 2 attacks of fever and must die if he did not obtain quinine to prevent the third. "2 attacks? That is bad," answered the unknown. "But I can give you as much quinine as you want. I have several jars of it, which are of no use to me now." Speaking thus, he ordered little Nasibu to hand him a big tin box, which apparently was a small traveling drug store. He took out of it 2 rather large jars, filled with a powder, and gave them to Stas. "This is half of what I have. It will last you for a year even." Stas had a desire to shout from sheer delight, so he began to thank him with as much rapture as if his own life were involved. The unknown nodded his head several times and said, "Good, good. My name is Lynne. I am a Swiss from Zurich. 2 days ago I met with an accident. A wart hog wounded me severely." Afterwards he addressed the lad. "Nasibu, fill my pipe." Then he said to Stas, "In the night time the fever is worse and my mind becomes confused, but a pipe clears my thoughts. Truly, did you say that you had escaped from dervish captivity and are hiding in the jungle? Is it so?" "Yes, sir, I said it." "And what do you intend to do?" "Fly to Abyssinia." "You will fall into the hands of the Mahdists, whose divisions are prowling all along the boundary." "We cannot, however, undertake anything else." "Ah, a month ago I could still have given you aid, but now I am alone, dependent only upon divine mercy and that black lad." Stas gazed at him with astonishment. "And this camp?" "It is the camp of death." "And those negroes?" "Those negroes are sleeping and will not awaken any more." "I do not understand." "They are suffering from the sleeping sickness. Recent investigations have demonstrated that this disease is inoculated in people by the bite of the same fly, tsetse, which kills oxen and horses. Nevertheless, its bite causes the sleeping sickness only in certain localities. During the time of the Mahdist rebellion, the cause of the disease was unknown." "Those are men from beyond the Great Lakes, where this terrible disease is continually raging, and all fell prey to it, excepting those who previously died of smallpox. Only that boy remains to me." Stas, just before, was struck by the fact that at the time when he slid into the ravine not a negro stirred or even quivered, and that during the whole conversation all slept, some with heads propped on the rock, others with heads drooping upon their breasts. "They are sleeping and will not awaken any more?" he asked, as though he had not yet realized the significance of what he had heard. And Lynne said, "Ah, this Africa is a charnel house." But further conversation was interrupted by the stamping of the horses, which, startled at something in the jungle, came jumping with fettered legs to the edge of the valley, desiring to be nearer to the men and the light. "That is nothing. Those are horses," the Swiss said. "I captured them from the Mahdists whom I routed a few weeks ago. There were 300 of them, perhaps more. But they had principally spears, and my men Remingtons, which now are stacked under that wall, absolutely useless. If you need arms or ammunition, take all that you want. Take a horse also. You will return sooner to your patient. How old is she?" 8, Stas replied. "Then she is still a child. Let Nasibu give you tea, rice, coffee, and wine for her. Take of the supplies whatever you want, and tomorrow come for more. I shall surely return to thank you once more from my whole heart and help you in whatever I can." And Lynne said, "It is good even to gaze at a European face. If you had come earlier, I would have been more conscious. Now the fever is taking hold of me, for I see double. Are there 2 of you above me? No, I know that you are alone, and that this is only the fever. Ah, this Africa!" And he closed his eyes. A quarter of an hour later Stas started to return from this strange camp of sleep and death, but this time on horseback. The night was still dark, but now he paid no heed to any dangers which he might encounter in the high grass. He kept, however, more closely to the river, assuming that both ravines must lead to it. After all, it was considerably easier to return, as in the stillness of the night came from a distance the roar of the waterfall. The clouds in the western sky were scattered and, besides the moon, the zodiacal light shone strongly. The boy pricked the horses on the flanks with the broad Arabian stirrups and rode at almost breakneck speed, saying in his soul, "What are lions and panthers to me? I have quinine for my little one." And from time to time he felt the jars with his hand, as if he wanted to assure himself that he actually possessed them and that it was not all a dream. Various thoughts and pictures flitted through his brain. He saw the wounded Swiss, to whom he felt immense gratitude, and whom he pitied so heartily that at first, during their conversation, he took him for a madman. He saw little Nasibu, with skull as round as a ball, and the row of sleeping pagahs, and the barrels of the Remingtons stacked against the rock and glistening in the fire. He was almost certain that the battle which Lynne mentioned was with Smain's division, and it seemed strange to him to think that Smain might have fallen. With these visions mingled the constant thought of Nell. He pictured to himself how surprised she would be to behold on the morrow a whole jar of quinine, and that she probably would take him for a performer of miracles. "Ah," he said to himself, "if I had acted like a coward, and had not gone to ascertain where that smoke came from, I would not have forgiven myself during the rest of my life." After the lapse of a little less than an hour, the roar of the waterfall became quite distinct, and, from the croaking of frogs, he conjectured that he already was near the expansion where he had previously shot aquatic birds. In the moon's lustre he even recognized in the distance the trees standing above it. Now it was necessary to exercise greater caution, as that overflow formed at the same time a watering place, to which all the animals of the locality came, for the banks of the river elsewhere were steep and inaccessible. But it was already late, and the beasts of prey evidently hid in rocky dens after their nocturnal quests. The horse snorted a little, scenting the recent tracks of lions or panthers. Nevertheless, Stas rode on happily, and a moment later saw on the high promontory the big black silhouette of Cracow. For the first time in Africa he had a sensation as if he had arrived at home. He reckoned that he would find all asleep, but he reckoned without Saba, who began to bark loud enough to awaken even the dead. Kali also appeared before the tree and exclaimed, "Bwana Kabwa, on horseback." In his voice there was, however, more joy than surprise, as he believed in Stas' powers so much that if the latter had even created a horse, a black boy would not have been very much surprised. But as joy in negroes manifests itself in laughter, he began to slap his thighs with his palms and laugh like a madman. "Tie this horse," Stas said. "Remove the supplies from him, build a fire, and boil water." After this he entered the tree. Nell awoke also and began to call him. Stas, drawing aside the canvas wall, saw by the light of the fire pot her pale face and thin, white hands lying on the plaids with which she was covered. "How do you feel, little one?" he asked merrily. "Good, and I slept well until Saba awoke me. But why do you not sleep?" "Because I rode away." "Where?" "To a drug store." "To a drug store?" "Yes, for quinine." The little girl did not indeed relish very much the taste of the quinine powders which she had taken before, but as she regarded them as an infallible remedy for all the diseases in the world, she sighed and said: "I know that you have not got any quinine." Stas raised one of the jars towards the fire pot and asked with pride and joy: "And what is this?" Nell could scarcely believe her eyes, while he said hurriedly, with beaming countenance: "Now you will be well. I shall wrap up at once a large dose in a fresh fig peel, and you must swallow it. And you shall see with what you will drink it down. Why are you staring at me like at a green cat? Yes, I have a second jar. I got both from a white man, whose camp is about 4 miles from here. I have just returned from him. His name is Lynne, and he is wounded. Nevertheless, he gave me a lot of good things. I went to him on foot, but I returned on horseback. You may think it is pleasant to go through the jungle at night. Brr! I would not go a second time for anything unless I again needed quinine." Saying this, he left the astonished little maid while he went to the men's quarters, selected from a supply of figs the smallest one, hollowed it out, and filled the center with quinine, taking care that the dose should not be greater than those powders which he had received in Khartoum. After which he left the tree, poured tea into a utensil with water, and returned to Nell with the remedy. And during that time she reflected upon everything which had happened. She was immensely curious as to who that white man was. From whence did Stas get the information about him? Would he come to them, and would he travel along with them? She did not doubt that since Stas had secured the quinine she would regain her health. But Stas during the night time went through the jungle as if it were nothing. Nell, notwithstanding her admiration for him, had considered, not reflecting much over it, that everything he did for her was to be taken as a matter of course, for it is a plain thing that an older boy ought to protect a little girl. But now it occurred to her that she would have perished long ago, that he cared for her immensely, that he gratified her and defended her as no other boy of his age would have done or knew how to do. So great gratitude overflowed in her little heart, and when Stas entered again and leaned over her with the remedy, she threw her thin arms round his neck and hugged him heartily. "Stas, you are very kind to me." While he replied: "And to whom am I to be kind? Why, I like that. Take this medicine." Nevertheless, he was happy, as his eyes glistened with satisfaction, and again with joy and pride. He called, turning to the opening: "Mea, serve the 'bibi with tea now." End of Part 2, Chapter 11.
Part 2, Chapter 12 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 12. Stas did not start for Linda's camp the following day until noon, for he had to rest after the previous night's adventure. On the way, anticipating that the sick man might need fresh meat, he killed 2 guinea fowl, which were really accepted with gratitude. Linda was very weak, but fully conscious. Immediately after the greeting he inquired about Nell, after which he warned Stas that he should not regard quinine as an entirely sure cure for the fever, and that he should guard the little one from the sun, from getting wet, from staying during the night in low and damp places, and finally from bad weather. Afterwards Stas related to him at his request his own and Nell's history from the beginning to the arrival in Khartoum and the visit to the Mahdi, and afterwards from Fashoda to their liberation from Gebhr's hands and their further wanderings. The Swiss gazed during the time of this narration with growing interest, often with evident admiration, and when the narrative reached an end he lit his pipe, surveyed Stas from head to foot, and said, as if in a reverie, "If in your country there be many boys like you, then they will not be able to manage you very easily." And after a moment of silence he continued, "The best proof of the truth of your words is this, that you are here, that you are standing before me. And believe what I tell you, your situation is terrible. The road in any direction is likewise terrible. Who knows, however, whether such a boy as you will not save yourself and that child from this gulf?" "If Nell only will be well, then I shall do whatever I can," exclaimed Stas. "But spare yourself, for the task which you have before you is beyond the strength of a mature person. Do you know where you are at present?" "No. I remember that after our departure from Fashoda we crossed, near a great settlement called Deng, some kind of a river." "Sobat," interrupted Linda. "In Deng there were quite a number of dervishes and Negroes, but beyond Sobat we entered into a region of jungles and proceeded whole weeks until we reached the ravine, in which you know what happened." "I know. Afterwards you went along the ravine until you reached this river. Now listen to me. It appears that after crossing the Sobat with the Sudanese you turned to the southeast, but more to the south. You are at present in a locality unknown to travelers and geographers. The river, near which we are at present, runs northwest, and in all probability falls into the Nile. I say in all probability, for I myself do not know, and now cannot satisfy myself upon that point, though I turned from the Karamojo Mountains to investigate its course. After the battle, I heard from the dervish prisoners that it is called Ogelogian, but even they were not certain, as they venture into this region only for slaves. The Shilluk tribe occupy this generally sparsely settled country, but at present the region is desolate, as the population partly died of smallpox, partly was swept away by the Mahdists, and partly sought refuge in the Karamojo Mountains. In Africa it often happens that a region thickly settled today becomes desolate tomorrow. According to my calculations, you are 186 miles more or less from Lado. You might escape to the south to Amin, but as Amin himself is in all probability besieged by the dervishes, that is not to be thought of." "And to Abyssinia?" Stas asked. "That is also about the same distance away. Yet you must bear in mind that the Mahdi is waging war against the whole world, and therefore against Abyssinia. I know also from the prisoners that along the western and southern frontiers, greater or smaller hordes of dervishes are prowling, and you might therefore easily fall into their hands. Abyssinia indeed is a Christian empire, but the savage southern tribes are either pagan or profess Islam, and for that reason secretly favor the Mahdi. No, you will not get through that way." "Well, what am I to do, and where shall I go with Nell?" Stas asked. "I told you that your situation is extremely difficult," Linda said. Saying this, he put both hands to his head and for a long time lay in silence. "The ocean," he finally said, "is over 560 miles from here. You would have to cross mountains, go among savage peoples, and even pass over deserts, for it is probable that there are waterless localities. But the country nominally belongs to England. You might chance upon transports of ivory to Kismayu, to Lamu and Mombasa, perhaps upon missionary expeditions. Realizing that on account of the dervishes I would not be able to explore the course of this river because it turns to the Nile, I too wanted to go eastward to the ocean." "Then we shall return together," Stas exclaimed. "I shall never return. The warthog has so badly torn my muscles and veins that an infection of the blood must set in. Only a surgeon could save me by amputating my leg. Now everything has coagulated and become numb, but during the first days I bit my hands from pain." "You surely will get well." "No, my brave lad, I surely will die, and you will cover me well with stones, so that the hyenas cannot dig me out. To the dead it may be all the same, but during life it is unpleasant to think of it. It is hard to die so far away from your own." Here his eyes were dimmed, as though with a mist, after which he continued thus. "But I already have become resigned to the idea, so let us speak about you, not about me. I will give you this advice. There remains for you only the road to the east, to the ocean. But take a good rest before starting and gain strength, otherwise your little companion will die in the course of a few weeks. Postpone the journey until the end of the rainy season, and even longer. The first summer months, when the rain ceases to fall and the water still covers the marshes, are the healthiest. Here where we are is a plateau lying about 2,289 feet above the sea. At the height of 4,250 feet, the fever does not exist, and when brought from the lower places its course is weaker. Take the little English girl up into the mountains." Talking apparently fatigued him very much, so again he broke off, and for some time impatiently brushed away the big blue flies, the same kind as those which Stas saw among the burnt debris of Fashoda. After this he continued thus: "Pay close attention to what I tell you. About a day's journey towards the south there is an isolated mountain, not higher than 2,620 feet. It looks like a pan turned upside down. Its sides are steep, and the only way of reaching it is by a rocky ridge so narrow that in some places 2 horses can barely proceed on it side by side. On its flat top, which is about 3,500 feet wide, there was a Negro village, but the Mahdists slaughtered and carried away the residents. It may be that this was done by the same swine whom I defeated, but those slaves I did not capture because he had previously dispatched them under an escort to the Nile. Settle on that mountain. There is a spring of excellent water, a few manioc fields, and a multitude of bananas. In the huts you will find a great many human bones, but do not fear infection from the corpses, as after the dervishes there were ants there, which drove us from the place. And now, not a living creature. Remain in that village a month or 2. At such a height there is no fever, nights are cool. There your little one will recover her health, and you will gain new strength." "And what am I to do afterwards, and where shall I go?" "After that it will be as God disposes. Try to get through to Abyssinia in places situated farther than where the dervishes have reached, or ride to the east. I heard that the coast Arabs are reaching some kind of lake in their search for ivory, which they purchase from the Samburu and Wahima tribes." "Wahima? Kali comes from the Wahima tribe." Here Stas began to narrate to Lynne the manner in which he inherited Kali after Gebhr's death, and that Kali had told him that he was the son of the ruler of all the Wahimas. But Lynne received this information more indifferently than Stas expected. "So much the better," he said, "as he may be helpful to you. Among the blacks there are honest souls, though as a rule you cannot depend upon their gratitude. They are children who forget what happened the day before." "Kali will not forget that I rescued him from Gebhr's hands, I'm sure of that." "Perhaps," Lynne said, and pointing to Nasibu added, "He also is a good child. Take him with you after my death." "Do not speak of death, sir." "My dear boy," answered the Swiss, "I desire it. If it would only come without great agony, consider that now I am completely unarmed, and if any one of the Mahdists whom I routed should accidentally stray to this hollow, alone he could stab me like a sheep." Here he pointed to the sleeping negroes. They will not wake any more, or rather, I speak incorrectly, all of them awake for a short time before their death, and in their mental aberration fly to the jungle, from which they never more return. Of 200 men, 60 remained to me. Many ran away, many died of smallpox, and some fell asleep in other ravines. Stas, with pity and awe, began to gaze at the sleepers. Their bodies were ashen-hued, which in negroes indicates paleness. Some had their eyes closed, others half open, but these latter slept deeply, for their eyeballs were not susceptible to the light. The knees of some were swollen. All were frightfully thin, so that their ribs could be counted through their skins. Their hands and feet quivered without cessation very rapidly. The big blue fly swarmed thickly on their eyes and lips. "Is there no help for them?" Stas asked. "There is none. On Victoria Nyanza this disease depopulates whole villages, sometimes more severely, sometimes less. It most frequently takes hold of the people of the villages situated in the underwood on the banks." The sun had passed to the western sky, but still before night Lynne had related to Stas his history. He was a son of a merchant of Zurich. His family came from Karlsruhe, but from the year 1848 had resided in Switzerland. His father amassed a great fortune in the silk trade. He educated his son for an engineer, but young Henry was attracted from early youth by travel. After completing his studies in a polytechnical school, having inherited his father's entire fortune, he undertook his first journey to Egypt. It was before the Mahdi's time, so he reached as far as Khartoum and hunted with Dongolese in the Sudan. After that he devoted himself to the geography of Africa and acquired such an expert knowledge of it that many geographical societies enrolled him among their members. This last journey, which was to end so disastrously for him, began in Zanzibar. He had reached as far as the Great Lakes and intended to penetrate into Abyssinia along the Karamojo Mountains, which up to that time were unknown, and from there to proceed to the ocean coast. But the natives of Zanzibar refused to go any farther. Fortunately, or unfortunately, there was a war between the kings of Uganda and Unyoro. Lynne rendered important services to the king of Uganda, who in exchange for them presented him with over 200 bodyguards. This greatly facilitated the journey and the visit to the Karamojo Mountains, but afterwards smallpox appeared in the ranks, after that the dreadful sleeping sickness, and finally the wreck of the caravan. Lynne possessed considerable supplies of various kinds of preserved food, but from fear of the scurvy he hunted every day for fresh meat. He was an excellent shot, but not a sufficiently careful sportsman, and it happened that when a few days before he thoughtlessly drew near a wild boar which had fallen from his shot, the beast started up and tore his legs frightfully, and afterwards trampled upon his loins. This happened near the camp and in the sight of Nasibu, who, tearing his shirt and making bandages of it, was able to check the flow of blood and lead the wounded man to the tent. In the foot, however, coagulum was formed from the internal flow of blood, and gangrene threatened the patient. Stas insisted upon dressing his wounds and announced that he would come daily, or, so as not to leave Nell only under the care of the two blacks, he proposed to convey him to Cracow on saddlecloth stretched between two horses. Lynne agreed to the dressing of the wounds, but would not agree to the removal. "I know," he said, pointing to the negroes, "that those men must die, but until they die I cannot doom them to be torn to pieces alive by hyenas, which during the night time are held back by the fire." And he began to repeat feverishly, "I cannot, I cannot, I cannot." But he became calm immediately, and continued in a strange voice, "Come here tomorrow morning. I have a request to make of you, and if you can perform it, God may lead you out of this African gulf and grant me an easy death. I wished to postpone this request until tomorrow, but as I may be unconscious tomorrow, I make it today. Take water in some utensil, stop before each one of those poor sleeping fellows, sprinkle water over him and say these words, 'I baptize thee in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Here emotion checked his speech, and he became silent. I reproach myself, he said after a while, that I did not take leave in that manner of those who died of smallpox and of those who fell into their final slumber. But now death is hovering over me, and I desire to go together with even that remnant of my caravan upon the last great journey. Saying this, he pointed with his hand at the ruddy sky, and 2 tears coursed slowly over his cheeks. Stas wept like a beaver. End of Part 2, Chapter 12.
Part 2, Chapter 13 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Johnson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 13. The next morning's sun illuminated a strange spectacle. Stas walked along the rocky walls, stopped before each Negro, moistened his forehead with water, and pronounced over him the sacramental words. And they slept with quivering hands and limbs, with heads drooping on their breasts or tilted upwards, still alive but already resembling corpses. And thus took place this baptism of the sleepers, in the morning stillness, in the luster of the sun, in the desert gloom. The sky that day was cloudless, a grayish blue, and as though sad. Lynne was still conscious, but grew weaker and weaker. After the wounds were dressed, he handed to Stas papers enclosed in a tin case, entrusted them to his care, and said nothing more. He could not eat, but thirst tormented him terribly. Before sunset he became delirious. He shouted at some imaginary children not to sail too far away on some unknown lake, and afterwards fell into chills and clasped his head with both hands. On the following day he did not recognize Stas at all, and at noon, 3 days later, he died without recovering consciousness. Stas mourned for him sincerely, and afterwards with Kali carried him to a neighboring narrow cave, the opening of which they closed with thorns and stones. Stas took little Nasibu to Krakow, while Kali was ordered to watch the supplies at the camp and keep a big fire burning near the sleepers. Stas bustled continually between the 2 ravines, conveying luggage, and particularly the rifle cartridges, from which he extracted powder and made a mine for the purpose of blasting the rock which imprisoned the king. Happily, Nell's health improved considerably after daily doses of quinine, and the greater variety of food increased her strength. Stas left her reluctantly and with fear, and on riding away would not permit her to leave the tree, and closed the opening with thorny acacia boughs. Owing to the pressure of work which devolved upon him, he had to leave her, however, to the care of Mea, Nasibu, and Saba, upon whom, after all, he depended the most. Rather than to leave her alone for any length of time, he preferred to ride a score of times each day to Linda's camp for the luggage. He also overworked himself terribly, but his iron constitution endured all toil. Nevertheless, not until the 10th day were all the packs distributed. Those of less value were hidden in caves, and those of more importance were brought to Krakow. The horses, too, were led onto the promontory, and a considerable number of Remington rifles were carried by them, which rifles were to be borne later by the king. During that time in Linda's camp, from time to time, some of the sleeping Negroes would start up in an ante-mortem paroxysm of the disease, fly into the jungle and return no more. There were some who died on the spot, and others, rushing blindly, crushed their heads on the rocks in the camp itself or in the neighborhood. These Kali had to bury. After 2 weeks, only one remained, but that one soon died in his sleep from exhaustion. Finally, the time arrived for blasting the rock and the liberation of the king. He was so tame now that at Stas's order He seized him with his trunk and placed him on his neck. He also had become accustomed to bearing things which Kali pulled on his back over a bamboo ladder. Nell insisted that he was too heavily burdened, but in truth, to him it was like a fly, and only the luggage inherited from Lynne could form a respectable load for him. With Saba, at the sight of whom in the beginning he displayed uneasiness, he became quite friendly and played with him in this manner. He would overturn him on the ground with his trunk, and Saba would pretend that he was biting. At times, however, he would unexpectedly souse the dog with water, which act was regarded by the latter as a joke of the poorest taste. The children were principally pleased because the beast, being quick of comprehension and seriously minded, understood everything that was wanted of him, and seemed to comprehend not only every order, but even every nod. In this respect, elephants surpass immeasurably all other domesticated animals, and the king, beyond comparison, surpassed Saba, who wagged his tail to all of Nell's admonitions, and afterwards did whatever he pleased. The king discerned perfectly, for instance, that the person whom it was most necessary to obey was Stas, and that the person about whom all cared the most was Nell. So he most carefully complied with Stas's orders, and loved Nell the most. To Kali he paid less heed, and Mea he slighted entirely. Stas, after making the mine, inserted it in the deepest fissure, after which he plastered it wholly with clay, leaving only a small opening through which hung a fuse twisted of dry palm fiber and rubbed with fine powder. The decisive moment finally arrived. Stas personally lit the powdered rope, after which he ran as far as his legs could carry him to the tree in which previously he had fastened all the others. Nell was afraid that the king might be frightened too much, but the boy calmed her first with the statement that he had selected a day on which the morning was accompanied by a thunderstorm, and then with the assurance that wild elephants often hear the peal of thunder when the heavenly elements are unfettered over the jungle. They sat, however, with palpitating hearts, counting minute after minute. A terrific roar so agitated the atmosphere that the sturdy baobab tree shook from top to bottom, and remnants of the unscraped, decayed wood poured upon their heads. Stas, at that moment, jumped out of the tree, and, avoiding the bends of the ravine, ran to the passageway. The results of the explosion appeared extraordinary. One half of the lime rock was reduced to minute fragments. The other half had burst into about a score of greater or smaller pieces, which the force of the explosion scattered to quite a distance. The elephant was free. The overjoyed boy now rushed to the edge of the ravine, where he found Nell with Mea and Kali. The king was startled a little, and retreating to the very brink of the ravine, stood with uplifted trunk, gazing in the direction from which came the sound of such unusual thunder. But when Nell began to call him, when she came to him through the passageway already opened, he became entirely quiet. More startled than the king were the horses, of which two dashed into the jungle, and it was not until sunset that Kali caught them. That very same day Nell led the king out into the world. The colossus followed her obediently, like a little puppy, and afterwards bathed in the river, and alone secured his supper in this singular manner. Bracing his head against a big sycamore tree, he broke it like a feeble reed, and afterwards carefully nibbled the fruit and leaves. Towards evening he returned, however, to the tree, and shoving, every little while, his enormous nose through an opening, sought for Nell so zealously and persistently that Stas finally was compelled to give his trunk a sound smack. Kali, however, was the most overjoyed with the result of that day, for upon his shoulders had fallen the work of gathering provisions for the giant, which was by no means an easy task. So then Stas and Nell heard him, while lighting the fire for supper, sing a new hymn of joy, composed of the following words: "The great master kills men and lions, Yah, Yah! The great master crushes rocks, Yah, Yah! The elephant himself breaks trees, and Kali can be idle and eat, Yah, Yah!" The rainy season, or the so-called Masika, was drawing to an end. There were yet cloudy and rainy days, but there were also days entirely clear. Stas decided to remove to the mountain indicated to him by Lynne, and this purpose he carried out soon after the king's liberation. Nell's health did not present any obstacles now, as she felt decidedly better. Selecting, therefore, a clear day, they started at noon. They were not afraid now that they would stray, as the boy had inherited from Lynne, among various articles, a compass and an excellent field glass, through which it was easy to descry distant localities. Besides Saba and the donkey, they were accompanied by 5 pack horses and the elephant. The latter, besides the luggage on his back, on his neck bore Nell, who between his 2 enormous ears looked as though she were sitting in a big armchair. Stas, without regret, abandoned the promontory and the baobab tree, for it was associated with the recollection of Nell's illness. On the other hand, the little girl gazed with sad eyes at the rocks and the trees, at the waterfall, and announced that she would return there when she should be big. Sadder still was little Nasibu, who had loved sincerely his former master, and, at present riding on the donkey in the rear, he turned around every little while and looked with tears in his eyes towards the place where poor Lynne would remain until the day of the great judgment. The wind blew from the north, and the day was unusually cool. Thanks to this, they did not have to stop and wait from 10 to 3 until the greatest heat was over, and they could travel a longer distance than is customary with caravans. The road was not long, and a few hours before sunset, Stas espied the mountain towards which they were bound. In the distance, on the background of the sky, was outlined a long chain of other peaks, and this mountain rose nearer and lonely like an island in a jungle sea. When they rode closer, it appeared that its steep sides were washed by a loop of the river, near which they previously had settled. The top was perfectly flat, and seen from below, appeared to be covered by one dense forest. Stas computed that since the promontory on which their baobab tree grew was about 2,300 feet high, and the mountain about 2,600 feet, they would dwell at an elevation of about 4,900 feet, and in a climate not much warmer, therefore, than that of Egypt. This thought encouraged him, and urged him to take possession of this natural fortress as quickly as possible. They easily found the only rocky ridge which led to it, and began the ascent. After the lapse of half an hour, they stood on the summit. That forest seen from below was really a forest, but of bananas. The sight of them delighted all exceedingly, not excepting the king, and Stas was particularly pleased, for he knew that there is not in Africa a more nourishing and healthy food, nor a better preventative of all ailments than the flour of dried banana fruit. There were so many of them that they would suffice even for a year. Amidst the immense leaves of these plants was hidden the Negro village. Most of the huts had been burned or ruined at the time of the attack, but some were still whole. In the center stood the largest, belonging at one time to the king of the village. It was prettily made of clay, with a wide roof, forming around the walls a sort of veranda. Before the huts lay here and there human bones and skeletons, white as chalk, for they had been cleaned by the ants of whose invasion Lynne spoke. From the time of the invasion, many weeks had already elapsed. Nevertheless, in the huts could be smelt the leaven of ants, and one could find in them neither the big black cockroaches, which usually swarm in all Negro hovels, nor spiders, nor scorpions, nor the smallest of insects. Everything had been cleaned out by the terrible siafu. It was also a certainty that there was not on the whole mountain-top a single snake, as even boas fall prey to these invincible little warriors. After conducting Nell and Mea into the chief's hut, Stas ordered Kali and Nasibu to remove the human bones. The black boys carried out this order by flinging them into the river, which carried them farther. While thus employed, however, they found that Lynne was mistaken in declaring that they would not find a living creature on the mountain. The silence which reigned after the seizure of the people by the dervishes and the sight of the bananas had allured a great number of chimpanzees, which built for themselves on the loftier trees something like umbrellas or roofs for protection against rain. Stas did not want to kill them, but decided to drive them away, and with this object in view he fired a shot into the air. This produced a general panic, which increased still more when after the shot Saba's furious bass barking resounded, and the king, incited by the noise, trumpeted threateningly. But the apes, to make a retreat, did not need to seek the rocky ridge. They dashed over the broken rocks toward the river, and the trees growing near it, with such rapidity that Saba's fangs could not reach any of them. The sun had set. Kali and Nasibu built a fire to prepare for supper. Stas, after unpacking the necessary articles for the night, repaired to the king's hut, which was occupied by Nell. It was light and cheerful in the hut, for Mea had lit, not the firepot which had illuminated the interior of the baobab tree, but a large traveling lamp inherited from Lynne. Nell did not at all feel fatigued from the journey in a day so cool, and fell into perfect good humor, especially when Stas announced that the human bones which she feared had been taken away. "How nice it is here!" she exclaimed. "Look, even the floor is covered with resin. It will be fine here." "Tomorrow I shall fully examine our possessions," he answered. "Judging, however, by what I have seen today, one could dwell here all his life." "If our papas were here, then we could. But how will you name this possession?" "The mountain ought to be called Mount Lynne in geographies, and let this village be named after you, Nell." "Then I shall be in the geographies?" asked she with great glee. You will, Stas replied in all seriousness. End of Part 2, Chapter 13.
Part 2, Chapter 14 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 14. The next day it rained a little, but there were hours when the weather was clear, so Stas early in the morning started to visit his possessions and at noon had viewed thoroughly all the nooks. The inspection on the whole created a favorable impression. First, in respect to safety, Mount Linde was as though the chosen spot of all Africa. Its sides were accessible only to chimpanzees. Neither lions nor panthers could climb over its precipitous sides. As to the rocky ridge, it was sufficient to place the king at its entrances to be able to sleep safely on both ears. Stas came to the conclusion that there he could repulse even a small division of dervishes, as the road leading to the mountain was so narrow that the king could barely pass on it, and a man armed with a good weapon need not permit a living soul to reach the top. In the middle of the island gushed a spring, cool and pure as crystal, which changed into a stream and, running sinuously amid the banana groves, finally fell over the steep hanging rocks to the river, forming a narrow waterfall resembling a white tape. On the southern side of the island lay a field covered abundantly with manioc, the roots of which supply the negroes with their favorite food, and beyond the fields towered immeasurably high cocoa palms with crowns in the shape of magnificent plumes of feathers. The island was surrounded by a sea of jungle, and the view from it extended over an immense expanse. From the east loomed lividly the Karamojo mountain chain. On the south could also be seen considerable elevations, which, to judge from their dark hue, were covered with forests. On the other hand, on the western side, the view ran as far as the horizon's boundary, at which the jungle met the sky. Stas descried, however, with the help of the field glass, numerous hollows and, scattered sparsely, mighty trees rising above the grass like churches. In places, where the grasses had not yet shot up too high, could be perceived even with the naked eye whole herds of antelopes and zebras or groups of elephants and buffaloes. Here and there giraffes cut through the dark green surface of the sea of grass. Close by the river a dozen or more waterbucks disported, and others every little while thrust their horny heads out of the depths. In one place, where the water was calm, fishes like those which Kali had caught leaped every little while out of the water, and, twinkling in the air like silvery stars, fell again into the river. Stas promised to himself to bring Nell there when the weather had settled and show her this whole menagerie. On the island, on the other hand, there were none of the larger animals. Instead, there were a great number of butterflies and birds. Big parrots, white as snow, with black beaks and yellow crests, flew above the bushes of the grove. Tiny, wonderfully plumaged widow birds swung on the thin manioc stalks, changing color and glistening like jewels. And from the high cocoa trees came the sounds of the African cuckoos and the gentle cooing of the turtle dove. Stas returned from his inspection trip with joy in his soul. "The climate," he said, "is healthy, the security is perfect, the provisions are abundant, and the place is as beautiful as paradise." Returning to Nell's hut, he learned to his surprise that there were larger animals on the island, two in fact, for little Nasibu had discovered in a banana thicket while Stas was absent a goat with a kid, which the dervishes had overlooked. The goat was a little wild, but the kid at once became friendly with Nasibu, who was immeasurably proud of his discovery, and of the fact that through his instrumentality "Bibi" would now have excellent fresh milk daily. "What shall we do now, Stas?" Nell asked one day when she had settled down for good to her housekeeping on the island. "There is plenty of work to do," the boy answered, after which, spreading out the fingers of one hand, he began to count on them all the work awaiting them. "In the first place, Kali and Mea are pagans, and Nasibu, as a native of Zanzibar, is a Mohammedan. It is necessary to enlighten them, teach them the faith, and baptize them. Then it is necessary to smoke meat for our future journey, and therefore I must go hunting. Thirdly, having a good supply of rifles and cartridges, I want to teach Kali to shoot in order that there shall be two of us to defend you. And fourthly, you probably forgot about the kites?" "About the kites?" "Yes, those which you will glue, or better still, you will sew. That shall be your work." "I don't want to play only." "That won't be all play, but work most useful for all. Don't think that it will end with one kite, for you must be ready for 50 or more." "But why so many?" asked the girl, whose curiosity was aroused. So Stas began to explain his plans and hopes. He would write on each kite their names, how they had escaped from the hands of the dervishes, where they were, and whither they were bound. He would also inscribe a request for help and that a message be dispatched to Port Said. After that he would fly these kites every time the wind was blowing from the west to the east. "Many of them," he said, "will fall not far off. Many will be stopped by the mountains. But let only one of them fly to the coast and fall into European hands. Then we are saved." Nell was enchanted with the idea and announced that in comparison with the wisdom of Stas, not even that of the king could be mentioned. She also was quite certain that a multitude of the kites would fly even to their papas, and she promised to glue them from morning until night. Her joy was so great that Stas, from fear that she might get a fever, was compelled to restrain her ardor. And from that time the work that Stas spoke of began in earnest. Kali, who was ordered to catch as many leaping fish as possible, ceased to catch them on a line and instead made a high fence of thin bamboo, or rather something in the nature of a trellis, and this sluice he pulled across the river. In the middle of the trellis was a big opening through which the fishes had to swim in order to get into the free water. In this opening Kali placed a strong net plaited of tough palm ropes, and in this manner was assured of a bountiful catch. He drove fish into the treacherous net with the help of the king, who, led into the water, muddied and stirred it so that not only those silvery leapers, but all other creatures vanished as far as they could to an unmuddied depth. On account of this, some damage also occurred, as several times escaping crocodiles overturned the trellis, or at times the king did this himself. Cherishing for crocodiles some sort of inbred hatred, he pursued them, and when they were in shallow waters, he seized them with his trunk, tossed them onto the bank, and trampled upon them furiously. They also found in the nets tortoises, from which the young exiles made an excellent broth. Kali dressed the fish and dried them in the sun, while the bladders were taken to Nell, who cut them open, stretched them upon a board, and changed them into sheets as large as the palm of 2 hands. She was assisted at this by Stas and Mea, as the work was not at all easy. The membranes were thicker, indeed, than that of the bladders of our river fish, but after drying up they became very frail. Stas after some time discovered that they ought to be dried in the shade. At times, however, he lost patience, and if he did not abandon the design of making kites from the membranes, it was because he regarded them as lighter than paper and of better proof against rain. The dry season of the year was already approaching, but he was uncertain whether rain did not fall during the summer, particularly in the mountains. However, he glued kites with paper, of which a large amount was found among Linde's effects. The first one, big and light, was to go in a western wind. It shot up at once very high, and when Stas cut the string, flew, carried by a powerful current of air, to the Karamojo mountain chain. Stas watched its flight with the aid of the field glass until it became as small as a butterfly, a little speck, and finally it dissolved in the pale azure of the sky. The following day he let go others made of fish bladder, which shot up still higher, but on account of the transparency of the membranes soon disappeared entirely from view. Nell worked, however, with extraordinary zeal, and in the end her little fingers acquired such skill that neither Stas nor Mea could keep up with her work. She did not lack strength now. The salubrious climate of Mount Linde simply regenerated her. The period during which that fatal third attack could come had definitely passed. That day Stas hid himself in a banana thicket and wept from joy. After a fortnight's stay on the mountain he observed that the good Mzimu looked entirely different from what she did below in the jungle. Her cheeks were plumper, her complexion from yellow and transparent became rosy again, and from under the abundant tufts of hair merry eyes full of luster gazed upon the world. The boy blessed the cool nights, the translucent spring water, the flower of dried bananas, and, above all, Linde. He himself became lean and swarthy, which was evidence that the fever could not take hold of him, as sufferers from that disease do not tan from the sun. And he was growing up and becoming manly. Activity and physical labor intensified his bravery and strength. The muscles of his hands and limbs became like steel. Indeed, he was already a hardened African traveler. Hunting daily and shooting only with bullets, he became also a matchless shot. He did not at all fear the wild animals, for he understood that it was more dangerous for the shaggy-haired and the spotted hunters of the jungle to meet him than for him to meet them. Once he killed with a single shot a big rhinoceros, which, aroused from a light nap under an acacia, charged at him unexpectedly. He treated with indifference the aggressive African buffaloes, which at times disperse whole caravans. Aside from the gluing of kites and other daily engagements, he and Nell also began the work of converting Kali, Mea, and Nasibu, but it was harder than they expected. The black trio listened most willingly to the instructions, but received them in their own Negro way. When Stas told them of the creation of the world, about paradise, and about the snake, the teaching proceeded fairly well, but when he related how Cain killed Abel, Kali involuntarily stroked his stomach and asked quite calmly, "Did he eat him afterwards?" The black boy always claimed, indeed, that the Wahimas never ate people, but evidently memory of that custom still lingered among them as a national tradition. He likewise could not understand why God did not kill the wicked Mzimu and many similar things. His conception of good and evil was too African, in consequence of which there once occurred between the teacher and pupil this colloquy. "Tell me," asked Stas, "what is a wicked deed?" "If any one takes away Kali's cow," he answered after a brief reflection, "that then is a wicked deed." "Excellent!" exclaimed Stas. "And what is a good one?" This time the answer came without any reflection. If Kali takes away the cow of somebody else, that is a good deed." Stas was too young to perceive that similar views of evil and good deeds were enunciated in Europe not only by politicians but by whole nations. Nevertheless, slowly, very slowly, the light dawned in their benighted minds, and that which they could not comprehend with their heads they understood with their warm hearts. After a time they were fitted for the baptismal rites, which were performed with great solemnity. The godparents gave to each child 16 yards of white percale and a string of blue beads. Mea, nevertheless, felt somewhat disappointed, for in the simplicity of her soul she thought that after the baptism her skin would at once turn white, and great was her astonishment when she observed that she remained as black as before. Nell comforted her, however, with the assurance that now she possessed a white soul. Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 15. Stas instructed Kali also how to shoot from a Remington rifle, and this instruction proceeded more easily than the teaching of the catechism. After 10 days shooting at a mark and at crocodiles which slept on the sandy river banks, the young negro killed a big antelope cob. After that a few ariels, and finally a warthog. The encounter with the latter, however, almost resulted in the same kind of accident which befell Lynne, for the warthog, which Kali approached carelessly after the shot, started up suddenly and charged at him with tail upraised. Kali, flinging away the rifle, sought refuge in a tree, where he sat until his cries brought Stas, who, however, found the wild boar already dead. Stas did not yet permit the boy to hunt for buffaloes, lions, and rhinoceroses. He himself did not shoot at the elephants which came to the watering place, because he had promised Nell that he would never kill one. When, however, in the morning or during the afternoon hours, from above he espied through the field glass herds of zebras, hartebeests, ariels, or springboks grazing in the jungle, he took Kali with him. During these excursions he often questioned the boy about the Wahima and Samburu nations, with which, desiring to go eastward to the ocean coast, they necessarily must come in contact. "Do you know, Kali," he asked a certain day, "that after 20 days on horseback we could reach your country?" "Kali does not know where the Wahimas live," the young negro answered, sadly shaking his head. "But I know that they live in the direction in which the sun rises in the morning, near some great water." "Yes, yes!" exclaimed the boy with amazement and joy. "Basso Narok! That in our language means great and black water. The great master knows everything." "No, for I do not know how the Wahimas would receive us if we came to them." "Kali would command them to fall on their faces before the great master and before the good Mzimu." "And would they obey?" "Kali's father wears a leopard hide, and Kali too." Stas understood this to mean that Kali's father was a king, and that Kali was his oldest son and the future ruler of the Wahimas. So he continued to ask further. "You told me that white travelers visited you and that the older people remember them." "Yes, and Kali has heard that they had a great deal of percale on their heads." "Ah," thought Stas, so those were not Europeans but Arabs, whom the negroes on account of their lighter complexion and white dress mistook for white men. Inasmuch, however, as Kali did not remember them and could not give any more specific details about them, Stas propounded to him other questions. "Have not the Wahimas killed any of these men dressed in white?" "No, neither the Wahimas nor the Samburus can do that." "Why?" "For they said that if their blood should soak into the ground the rain would cease to fall." "I am glad to hear that they believe so." Stas thought for a while, after which he asked, Would the Wahimas go with us to the sea if I promised them a big quantity of percale, beads, and rifles?" "Kali goes, and the Wahimas also, but the great master would first have to subdue the Samburus, who are settled on the other side of the water." "And who lives beyond the Samburus?" "Beyond the Samburus there are no mountains, and there is a jungle, and in it lions." With this the conversation ended. Stas more and more frequently thought of the great journey towards the east, remembering that Linde had said that they might meet coast Arabs trading in ivory, and perhaps a missionary expedition. He knew that such a journey would be a series of terrible hardships for Nell and full of new dangers, but he realized that they could not remain all their lives on Mount Linde, and it was necessary to start soon on the journey. The time after the rainy season, when water covers the pestilential swamps, and is to be found everywhere, was the most suitable for the purpose. The heat could not yet be felt on the high tableland. The nights were so cool still that it was necessary to be well covered, but in the jungle below it was considerably hotter, and he knew well that intense heat would soon come. The rain now seldom bedewed the earth, and the water level in the river lowered daily. Stas assumed that in summer the river would change into one of those khors of which he saw so many in the Libyan desert, and that only in the very middle of it would flow a narrow stream of water. Nevertheless he postponed the departure from day to day. On Mount Linde it was so well with all, themselves as well as the animals. Nell not only was rid of the fever, but of anemia also. Stas' head never ached. Kali's and Mea's skins began to shine like black satin. Nasibu looked like a melon walking on thin legs, and the king, no less than the horses and the donkey, grew fat. Stas well knew that they would not until the end of the journey find another island like this amidst the jungle sea, and he viewed the future with fear. Moreover, they had in the king great assistance and in case of necessity a defense. Thus a week more elapsed before they commenced preparations for the journey. In moments free from packing their effects they did not cease, however, to send out kites with the announcement that they were going eastwards towards some lake and towards the ocean. They continued to fly them because they were favored by a strong western wind, resembling at times a hurricane, which seized and carried them to the mountains and far beyond the mountains. In order to protect Nell from the scorching heat, Stas constructed from pieces of a tent a palanquin in which the little maid was to ride on the elephant. The king, after a few trials, became accustomed to this not great burden, as well as to the fastening of the palanquin on his back with strong palm ropes. This load, after all, was a feather in comparison to others, with which it was intended to burden him and upon the distribution and tying of which Kali and Mea were engaged. Little Nasibu was commissioned to dry bananas and grind them into flour between two flat stones. At the plucking of the heavy bunches of fruit he was assisted by the king, at which work they overfed themselves to such an extent that, in the neighborhood of the huts, bananas were soon entirely gone, and they had to go to another plantation lying on the opposite extremity of the tableland. Saba, who had nothing to do, most frequently accompanied them on these excursions. But Nasibu for his zeal almost paid with his life, or at least with captivity of a singular kind. For it happened that once when he was plucking bananas above the brink of a steep hanging rock, he suddenly beheld in the rocky gap a hideous face, covered with black hair, blinking at him with its eyes, and displaying white fangs as though smiling. The boy was stupefied from terror at first, and then began to scurry away as fast as his legs could carry him. He ran between 10 and 20 paces, when a hairy arm wound around him, he was lifted off his feet, and the monster, black as night, began to fly with him to the precipice. Fortunately the gigantic ape, having seized the boy, could run only on 2 feet, in consequence of which Saba, who was in the vicinity, easily overtook it, and buried his fangs in its back. A horrible fight began, in which the dog, notwithstanding his powerful stature and strength, would surely have had to succumb, for a gorilla vanquishes even a lion. Simians as a rule, however, do not relinquish their quarry even though their lives and liberty are in danger. The gorilla, being caught from behind, could not easily reach Saba. Nevertheless, having grabbed him by the neck with its left hand, it had already raised him, when the ground gave a dull sound under heavy steps, and the king appeared. One light thwack of the trunk sufficed to prostrate with a shattered skull and neck the terrible forest demon, as the negroes called the gorilla. The king, however, for greater certainty or through inborn fury, pinned the gorilla with his tusks to the ground, and afterwards did not cease to wreak his vengeance upon it until Stas, disquieted by the roar and howling, came running up with a rifle and ordered him to stop. The huge gorilla, with the whites of the eyes rolled up and fangs displayed, terrible still, though not alive, lay in a puddle of blood, which Saba lapped and which crimsoned the king's tusks. The elephant trumpeted triumphantly, and Nasibu, ashen from terror, related to Stas what had happened. The latter pondered for a while whether or not to bring Nell and show her this monstrous ape, but abandoned the intention, for suddenly he was seized by fear. Of course, Nell often strolled alone over the island, so something similar might befall her. It appeared, therefore, that Mount Linde was not so safe a shelter as it seemed in the first instance. Stas returned to the hut and related the incident to Nell, while she listened with curiosity and fear, opening wide her eyes and repeating every little while: "You see what would have happened without the king? True, with such a nurse one need not fear about a child. So then, until we leave, do not move a step without him." "When shall we leave?" "The supplies are ready, the packs distributed, so it is necessary only to load the animals and we can start even to morrow." "To our papas!" "If God permits," Stas answered gravely. End of chapter 15.
Part 2, Chapter 16 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 16. Nevertheless, they did not start until several days after this conversation. The departure, after a short prayer in which they warmly commended themselves to God, took place at daybreak, 6 o'clock in the morning. Stas rode at the head on horseback, preceded by Saba. After him the king ambled gravely, moving his ears and bearing on his powerful back a canvas palanquin, and in the palanquin Nell with Mea. They were followed by Lynne's horses, one after another, tied together with a long palm rope and carrying numerous packs, and the procession closed with little Nasibu on the donkey, as fat as himself. On account of the early hour, the heat was not at first oppressive, though the day was clear, and from beyond the Karamojo Mountains the sun rolled magnificently, not shaded by a cloudlet. But an eastern breeze mollified the intense heat of its rays. At moments there rose quite a strong wind, under whose breath the grass lay low and the whole jungle became wavy like the sea. After the copious rains, all vegetation grew so exuberantly that in lower places especially, not only the horses were hidden in the grass, but even the king, so that above the waving green surface could be seen only the white palanquin, which moved forward like a launch on a lake. After an hour's journey on a dry, not high elevation, they chanced upon gigantic thistles, having stems as thick as the trunk of a tree, and flowers the size of a man's head. On the sides of some mountains, which from a distance appeared barren, they saw furze bushes about 26 feet high. Other plants which in Europe belong to the smallest varieties assumed here proportions corresponding to the thistles and furze bushes, and gigantic isolated trees rose above the jungle, looking like churches. Particularly prominent were fig trees, called daro, whose weeping boughs, touching the ground and changing into new trunks, covered immense spaces, so that each tree formed, as it were, a separate grove. This region from a distance seemed like one forest. Nearer, however, it appeared that the great trees grew a dozen or even some score paces apart. In the northern direction very few of them could be seen, and the region assumed the character of a mountainous steppe. covered with an even jungle over which rose only umbrella-like acacias. The grass there was more greenish, shorter, and evidently better for pasturage, for Nell from the King's Back, and Stas from heights on which he rode, saw far greater herds of antelopes than up to that time they had met elsewhere. The animals sometimes grazed alone, and at times mingled together. Gnus, cobs, ariels, antelope cows, hartebeests, springboks, and great kudus. Zebras and giraffes also were not lacking. The herds, at the sight of the caravan, stopped feeding, raised their heads, and pricking their ears, gazed at the white palanquin with extraordinary amazement, after which in a moment they scampered away, and having run between 10 and 20 paces, they again stood still, staring at this object unknown to them, until, having gratified their curiosity, they began to graze calmly. From time to time a rhinoceros started up suddenly before the caravan with a crash and in a rage, but in spite of its impetuous nature and its readiness to attack everything which comes within range of its vision, it ran away shamefully at the sight of the king, whom only the commands of Stas restrained from pursuit. An African elephant detests a rhinoceros, and if he finds its fresh tracks, trusting to superior strength, he follows until he finds his adversary and commences a combat in which the rhinoceros is almost always the victim. It was not easy for the king, who undoubtedly was already responsible for the death of many, to renounce this habit, but now he was so tame and was so accustomed to regard Stas as his master, that hearing his voice and observing the threatening look in his eyes, he dropped his uplifted trunk and walked ahead quietly. Stas did not lack a desire to witness a fight between giants, but he feared for Nell. If the elephant started on a full run, the palanquin might be wrecked, and what is worse, the huge beast might bump it against a bough, and then Nell's life would be in terrible danger. Stas knew, from descriptions of hunts which he had read in Port Said, that the tiger hunters in India fear, more than the tigers, that the elephant in a panic or in pursuit may dash the howdah against a tree. Finally, the full run of the giant is so heavy that no one without impairment of his health could long endure such rides. On the other hand, the presence of the king removed a multitude of dangers. The malignant and bold buffaloes which they met that day, bound for the little lake at which all the animals of the vicinity gathered at evening, also scampered away at sight of him, and making a circuit of the whole lake, drank on the other side. At night the king, with one hind leg tied to a tree, guarded the tent in which Nell slept. This was a watch so secure that though Stas ordered a fire to be built, he regarded the erection of a zareba as a superfluous precaution, though he knew that the lions would not be missing in a region abounding with such numerous herds of antelopes. In fact, it happened that very night that some lions began to roar among the gigantic junipers. Junipers in the Karamojo Mountains in Abyssinia attain the height of 160 feet. See Élysée Reclus. Growing on the hillsides. Notwithstanding the blazing fire, the lions, allured by the odor of horses, drew nearer to the camp, but when the king became tired of hearing their voices, and suddenly amid the stillness his threatening, thunder-like clarion tones resounded, they hushed as though abashed, apparently understanding that with such an individual it was best not to have any direct dealings. The children slept excellently the balance of the night, and only at daybreak did they proceed upon their further journey. But for Stas, anxiety and worry again began. In the first place, he perceived that they were traveling slowly and that they could not make more than 6 miles a day. Proceeding in this manner, they would be able indeed to reach the Abyssinian frontier after a month, but as Stas was determined to follow Linda's advice in every respect, and Linda had positively claimed that they would not be able to go through to Abyssinia, there remained only the road to the ocean. But according to the calculation of the Swiss, they were over 620 miles from the ocean, and that in a direct line. Then, Mombasa being situated farther south, the goal was still further. Therefore, the entire journey would require over 3 months. With alarm, Stas thought that it would be 3 months of excessive heat, toil, and dangers from Negro tribes which they might encounter. They were still in a desolate country from which the population had been driven by the smallpox and news of the dervish raids, but Africa on the whole is quite populous, so sooner or later they must reach localities inhabited by unknown races, ruled usually by savage and cruel petty kings. It was an uncommon task to extricate oneself with life and liberty from such difficulties. Stas relied simply upon this. that if he chanced upon the Wahima people he would drill a few tens of warriors in shooting, and afterwards induce them by great promises to accompany him to the ocean. But Kali had no idea where the Wahimas lived, neither could Lynne, who had heard something of the tribe, indicate the way to them, nor could he designate specifically the locality occupied by them. Lynne had mentioned some great lake of which he knew only from narratives, and Kali contended with positiveness that at one side of the lake, which he called Baso Narak, was occupied by the Wahimas, and the other side by the Samburus. Now Stas was troubled by this, that in the geography of Africa, which in the school in Port Said was taught very thoroughly, there was no mention made of such a lake. If Kali only had spoken of it, he would have assumed that it was Victoria Nyanza, but Lynne could not err, for he had just come from Victoria, northward, along the Karamojo Mountains, and from reports of natives of those mountains, he had come to the conclusion that this mysterious lake was situated further east and further north. Stas did not know what to think of it all. He feared, however, that he might not chance upon the Wahimas at the lake. He feared also the savage tribes, the waterless jungle, the insurmountable mountains, the tsetse flies which destroy animals. He feared the sleeping sickness, the fever for Nell, the heat, and that immeasurable expanse which still separated them from the ocean. But after leaving Mount Linde, naught else remained to do than to go ahead continually eastward. Lynne, indeed, had said that this journey was beyond the strength of an experienced and energetic traveler, but Stas had already acquired a great deal of experience, and as to energy, why, as Nell was concerned, he determined to use as much of it as might be necessary. In the meantime, it was essential to spare the strength of the little girl, so he decided to travel only from 6 until 10 o'clock in the forenoon, and to make the second march from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, only in case that at the first stopping place there was no water. But in the meantime, as the rain fell during the Massacre quite copiously, they found water everywhere. The little lakes formed by the downpours in the valleys were still well filled, and from the mountains flowed here and there streams, pouring crystalline, cool water in which bathing was excellent and at the same time absolutely safe, for crocodiles live only in the greater waters in which fish, which form their usual food, are to be found. Stas, however, did not permit the little girl to drink crude water, as he had inherited from Lynne a filter whose action always filled Kali and Mea with amazement. Both, seeing how the filter, immerged in a turbid whitish liquid, admitted to the reservoir only pure and translucent water, lay down with laughter and slapped their knees with the palms of their hands in sign of surprise and joy. On the whole, the journey at the beginning progressed easily. They had from Lynne considerable supplies of coffee, tea, sugar, bouillon, various preserves, and all kinds of medicines. Stas did not have to save his packs, for there were more of them than they could take along. They did not lack also various implements, weapons of all calibers, and sky rockets, which on encountering negroes might prove very useful. The country was fertile. Game, therefore fresh meat, was everywhere in abundance, likewise fruit. Here and there in the lowlands they chanced upon marshes, but still covered with water, therefore not infecting the air with their noxious exhalations. On the tableland there was none of the mosquitoes which inoculate the blood with fever. The heat from 10 o'clock in the morning became unbearable, but the little travelers stopped during the so-called white hours in the deep shade of great trees, through the dense foliage of which not a ray of sun could penetrate. Perfect health also favored Nell, Stas, and the negroes. End of Part 2, Chapter 16.
Part 2, Chapter 17 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 17. On the 5th day Stas rode with Nell on the King, for they had chanced upon a wide belt of acacias, growing so densely that the horses could move only on a path beaten down by the elephant. The hour was early, the morning radiant and dewy. The children conversed about the journey and the fact that each day brought them nearer to the ocean and to their fathers, for whom both continually longed. This, from the moment of their abduction from Fayûm, was the inexhaustible subject of all their conversations, which always moved them to tears. And they incessantly repeated in a circle that their papas thought that they already were dead, and both were grieving, and in spite of hope were dispatching Arabs to Khartûm for news, while they were now far away, not only from Khartûm, but from Fashoda, and after 5 days would still be farther, until finally they would reach the ocean, or perhaps before that time some kind of place from which they could send dispatches. The only person in the whole caravan who knew what still awaited them was Stas. Nell, on the other hand, was most profoundly convinced that there was nothing in the world which Stas could not accomplish, and she was quite certain that he would conduct her to the coast. So many times, anticipating events, she pictured to herself in her little head what would happen when the first news of them arrived, and, chirping like a little bird, related it to Stas. "Our papas are sitting," she said, "in Port Said, and weeping, when in comes a boy with a dispatch. What is it? My papa or your papa opens it and looks at the signatures and reads 'Stas and Nell.' Then they will rejoice. Then they will start up to prepare to meet us. Then there will be joy in the whole house, and our papas will rejoice, and everybody will rejoice, and they will praise you, and they will come, and I shall hug tightly papa's neck, and after that we shall always be together, and it ended in this, that her chin commenced to quiver, the beautiful eyes changed into 2 fountains, and in the end she leaned her head on Stas's arm and wept from sorrow, longing, and joy at the thought of the future meeting. And Stas, allowing his imagination to roam into the future, divined that his father would be proud of him, that he would say to him, "You behaved as became a Pole," and intense emotion possessed him, and in his heart was bred a longing, ardor, and courage as inflexible as steel. "I must," he said to himself, "rescue Nell. I must live to see that moment." And at such moments it seemed to him that there were no dangers which he was not able to overcome, nor obstacles which he could not surmount. But it was yet far to the final victory. In the meantime they were making their way through the acacia grove. The long thorns of these trees even made white marks upon the King's hide. Finally the grove became thinner, and across the branches of the scattered trees could be seen in the distance a green jungle. Stas, notwithstanding that the heat was very oppressive, slipped out of the palanquin and sat on the elephant's neck to see whether there were any herds of antelopes or zebras within view, for he wished to replenish his supply of meat. In fact, on the right side he espied a herd of ariels, composed of a few head, and among them 2 ostriches. But when they passed the last clump of trees and the elephant turned to the left, a different sight struck the eyes of the boy. At a distance of about 1/3 of a mile he observed a large manioc field, and at the border of the field between 10 and 20 black forms apparently engaged at work in the field. "Negroes!" he exclaimed, turning to Nell. And his heart began to beat violently. For a while he hesitated as to whether he should turn back and hide again in the acacias, but it occurred to him that, sooner or later, he would have to meet the natives in populated districts and enter into relations with them, and that the fate of the whole travelling party might depend upon how those relations were formed. So, after brief reflection, he guided the elephant towards the field. At the same moment Kali approached and, pointing his hand at the clump of trees, said, "Great master, that is a Negro village, and there are women working at the manioc. Shall I ride to them?" "We will ride together," Stas answered, "and then you shall tell them that we come as friends." "I know what to tell them, master," exclaimed the young negro with great self-assurance. And turning the horses towards the workers, he placed the palms of his hands around his lips and began to shout, "Yambo! He yambo sana!" At this sound the women engaged in hoeing the manioc field started up suddenly and stood as if thunderstruck. But this lasted only the twinkling of an eye, for afterwards, flinging away in alarm the hoes and baskets, they began to run away, screaming, to the trees amidst which the village was concealed. The little travellers approached slowly and calmly. In the thicket resounded the yelling of some 100 voices, after which silence fell. It was interrupted finally by the hollow but loud rumble of a drum, which did not cease even for a moment. It was evidently a signal of the warriors for battle, for 300 of them suddenly emerged from the thicket. All stood in a long row before the village. Stas stopped the king at the distance of 100 paces and began to gaze at them. The sun illuminated their well-shaped forms, wide breasts, and powerful arms. They were armed with bows and spears. Around their thighs some had short skirts of heath and some of monkey skin. Their heads were adorned with ostrich and parrot feathers, or great scalps torn off baboon skulls. They appeared warlike and threatening, but they stood motionless and in silence, for their amazement was simply unbounded and subdued the desire for fighting. All eyes were fastened upon the king, on the white palanquin, and the white man sitting on his neck. Nevertheless, an elephant was not an unknown animal to them. On the contrary, they continually live in dread of elephants, whole herds of which destroy at night their manioc fields as well as banana and doom palm plantations. As the spear and arrows do not pierce the elephant's hide, the poor negroes fight the depredators with the help of fire, with the aid of cries imitating a cockerel's crow, by digging pits and constructing traps made of the trunks of trees. But that an elephant should become slave of man and permit one to sit on his neck was something which none of them ever saw before, and it never entered into the mind of any of them that anything like that was possible. So the spectacle which was presented to them passed so far beyond their understanding and imagination that they did not know what to do, whether to fight or to run, where their eyes should lead them, though it would result in leaving them to the caprice of fate. So in uncertainty, alarm, and amazement they only whispered to each other, "O mother, what creatures are these which have come to us, and what awaits us at their hands?" But at this Kali, having ridden within a spear's throw of them, stood up in the stirrups and began to shout: "People, people, listen to the voice of Kali, the son of Fumba, the mighty king of the Wahimas on the shores of Bassa Narok. Oh, listen, listen, and if you understand his speech, pay heed to each word that he utters." "We understand," rang the answer of 300 mouths. "Let your king stand forth. Let him tell his name, and let him open his ears and lips that he may hear better." "M'ra! M'ra!" numerous voices began to cry. M'ra stepped in front of the ranks, but not more than 3 paces. He was a negro, already old, tall, and powerfully built, but evidently did not suffer from too much courage, as the calves of his legs quivered, so that he had to implant the edge of a spear in the ground and support himself on the shaft in order to stand on his legs. After his example, the other warriors also drove the spears into the ground in sign that they wanted to hear peaceably the words of the arrival. And Kali again raised his voice: "M'ra, and you, M'ra's men, you heard that to you speaks the son of the king of the Wahimas, whose cows cover as thickly the mountains around the Bassa Narok as the ants cover the body of a slain giraffe. And what says Kali, the son of the king of Wahima? Lo, he announces to you the great and happy tidings that there comes to your village the good Mzimu." After which he yelled still louder: "That is so, the good Mzimu! Oo!" In the stillness which ensued could be perceived the great sensation which Kali's words created. The wave of warriors surged back and forth, for some, impelled by curiosity, advanced a few paces, while others retreated in fear. M'ra supported himself with both hands on the spear, and for some time the hollow silence continued. Only after a while a murmur passed through the ranks, and individual voices began to repeat "Mzimu, Mzimu," and here and there resounded shouts of "Yancig, Yancig," expressive at the same time of homage and welcome. But Kali's voice again predominated over the murmurs and shouts. "Look and rejoice! Lo, the good Mzimu sits there in that white hut on the back of the great elephant, and the great elephant obeys her as a slave obeys a master, and like a child its mother. Oh, neither your fathers nor you have seen anything like that." "We have not seen! Yancig, Yancig!" And the eyes of all warriors were directed at the hut, or rather at the palanquin. And Kali, who during the religious instructions on Mount Linde had learned that faith moves mountains, was deeply convinced that the prayer of the little white "bibi" could procure everything from God. So he spoke thus further, and in perfect sincerity: "Listen, listen! The good Mzimu is riding on an elephant in the direction in which the sun rises, beyond the mountains, out of the waters. There the good Mzimu will tell the Great Spirit to send you clouds, and those clouds during a drought will water with rain your millet, your manioc, your bananas, and the grass in the jungle, in order that you may have plenty to eat, and that your cows shall have good fodder, and shall give thick and fat milk. Do you want to have plenty of food and milk, O men?" "He, we do, we do!" "And the good Mzimu will tell the Great Spirit to send you the wind which will blow away from your village that sickness which changes the body into a honeycomb. Do you want him to blow it away, O men?" "He, let him blow it away!" "And the Great Spirit at the prayer of the good Mzimu will protect you from attacks and slavery, and from depredations in your fields, and from the lion, and from the panther, and from the snake, and from the locust." "Let her do that!" So listen yet, and look who sits before the hut between the ears of the terrible elephant. Lo, there sits Bwana kubwa, the great and mighty white master whom the elephant fears. He! Who has thunderbolt in his hand and kills with it bad men. He! Who kills lions. He! Who lets loose fiery snakes. He! Who crushes rocks. He! Who however will do you no harm if you will honor the great Mzimu. Yancig, Yancig! And if you will bring to him an abundance of dry flour from bananas, eggs of chickens, fresh milk, and honey. Yancig, Yancig! So approach and fall on your faces before the good Mzimu." M'Rua and his warriors started, and, not ceasing to yancig for a moment, advanced between 10 and 20 paces, but they approached cautiously, for a superstitious fear of the Mzimu and downright terror before the elephant impeded their steps. The sight of Saba startled them anew as they mistook him for a wobo, that is, a big yellowish-brown leopard, which lives in that region as well as in southern Abyssinia, and whom the natives fear more than a lion, for it prefers human flesh above all other, and with unheard-of daring attacks even armed men. They quieted, however, seeing that the little obese negro held the terrible wobo on a rope. But they were acquiring a still greater idea of the power of the good Mzimu, as well as of the white master, and staring now at the elephant, then at Saba, they whispered to each other, "If they bewitched even the wobo, who in the world can oppose them?" But the most solemn moment did not come until Stas, turning to Nell, first bowed profoundly and afterwards drew aside the curtain-like walls of the palanquin and exhibited to the eyes of the crowd the good Mzimu. M'Rua and all the warriors fell on their faces so that their bodies formed a long, living deck. Not one of them dared to move, and fear prevailed in all hearts, all the more when the king, either at Stas' order or of his own volition, raised his trunk and began to trumpet strongly, and after his example Saba emitted the deepest bass of which he was capable. Then from all breasts issued, resembling entreating groans, "Aka! Aka! Aka!" and this continued until Kali again addressed them. "O M'Rua, and you, children of M'Rua, you have paid homage to the good Mzimu. Therefore rise, gaze, and fill your eyes, for whoever does that gains the blessing of the Great Spirit. Drive away also fear from your breasts and bellies, and know that wherever the good Mzimu sojourns, human blood cannot be shed." At these words, and particularly as a result of the announcement that in the presence of the good Mzimu no one can meet death, M'Rua rose, and after him the other warriors, and began to gaze, bashfully but eagerly, at the kind divinity. Indeed, they would have to acknowledge, if Kali again should ask them about it, that neither their fathers nor they had ever beheld anything like it, for their eyes were accustomed to monstrous figures of idols, made of wood and shaggy cocoanuts, and now there appeared before them on an elephant's back a bright divinity, gentle, sweet, and smiling, resembling a white bird, and at the same time a white flower. So too their fears passed away, their breasts breathed freely, their thick lips began to grin, and their hands were involuntarily stretched out towards the charming phenomenon. "Oh, Yansig! Yansig! Yansig!" Nevertheless, Stas, who was watching everything with the closest possible attention, observed that one of the negroes, wearing a pointed cap of rat skin, slunk away from the ranks immediately after Kali's last words, and crawling like a snake in the grass, turned to an isolated hut standing apart, beyond the enclosure, but surrounded likewise by a high stockade bound by climbing plants. In the meantime the good Mzimu, though greatly embarrassed by the role of a divinity, at Stas' request stretched out her little hand and began to greet the negroes. The black warriors watched with joy in their eyes each movement of that little hand, firmly believing it possessed powerful charms, which would protect them and secure them against a multitude of disasters. Some, striking their breasts and hips, said, "O mother, now it will be well for us and our cows." M'Rua, now entirely emboldened, drew near the elephant and prostrated himself once more before the good Mzimu, and after that, bowing to Stas, spoke in the following manner: "Would the great master, who leads the white divinity on the elephant, be pleased to eat a small piece of M'Rua, and would he consent that M'Rua should eat a small piece of him, in order that they should become brothers, among whom there is no falsehood and treachery?" Kali at once translated these words, but perceiving from Stas' countenance that he did not have the slightest desire to eat a small piece of M'Rua, turned to the old negro and said: "O M'Rua, do you really think that the white master whom the elephant fears, who holds thunderbolts in his hands, who kills lions, to whom the wobo wags its tail, who lets loose fiery snakes and crushes rocks, could form a blood brotherhood with a mere king? Reflect, O M'Rua, whether the Great Spirit would not punish you for your audacity, and whether it is not enough of glory for you if you eat a small piece of Kali, the son of Fumba, the ruler of the Wahimas, and if Kali, the son of Fumba, eats a small piece of you?" "Are you not a slave?" M'Rua asked. "The great master did not seize Kali, neither did he buy him. He only saved his life. Therefore Kali is conducting the good Mzimu and the master to the country of the Wahimas in order that the Wahimas and Fumba should pay honors to them and give them great gifts." "Let it be as you say, and let M'Rua eat a small piece of Kali and Kali a small piece of M'Rua." "Let it be so," repeated the warriors. "Where is the fetish man?" the king asked. "Where is the fetish man? Where is the fetish man? Where is Kamba?" numerous voices began to call. Then something occurred which might change entirely the state of affairs, embroil the friendly relations, and make the negroes enemies of the newly arrived guests. From the hut standing apart and surrounded by a separate stockade, there suddenly resounded an infernal din. It was like the roar of a lion, like thunder, like the rumbling of a drum, like the laughter of a hyena, the howling of a wolf, and like the shrill creaking of rusty iron hinges. The king, hearing these dreadful sounds, began to trumpet. Saba barked, the donkey on which Nasibu sat brayed. The warriors leaped as if scalded, and pulled the spears out of the ground. Confusion ensued. Stas' ears were assailed by the uneasy shouts of "Our Mzimu! Our Mzimu!" The esteem and favor with which they looked at the arrivals vanished in one moment. The eyes of the savages began to cast suspicious and hostile glances. Threatening murmurs began to rise among the crowd, and the horrible noise in the isolated hut increased more and more. Kali was terrified, and, approaching Stas quickly, said in a voice broken with emotion: "Master, the fetish man has awakened the wicked Mzimu, who fears that he will lose gifts and is roaring in a rage. Master, quiet the fetish man and the wicked Mzimu with great gifts, for otherwise these men will turn against us." "Quiet them?" Stas asked, and suddenly he was possessed by anger at the perversity and greed of the fetish man, and the unexpected danger roused him to the bottom of his soul. His swarthy face assumed the same expression which it had when he shot Gebhr, Chamis, and the Bedouins. His eyes glittered ominously, his lips were compressed and his cheeks paled. "Ah, I'll quiet them," he said. And without any reflection he drove the elephant towards the hut. Kali, not desiring to remain alone among the negroes, ran after him. From the breasts of the savage warriors there came a shout. It was not known whether of alarm or of rage, but before they recovered their wits the stockade under the pressure of the elephant's head crashed and tumbled. After that the clay walls of the hut crumbled, and amid dust the roof flew up in the air. And after a while M'Rua and his men saw the black trunk raised high, and at the end of the trunk the fetish man, Kamba. And Stas, observing on the floor a big drum made of the hollow trunk of a tree, with monkey skin stretched over it, ordered Kali to hand it to him, and returning, stopped directly among the amazed warriors. "Men," he said in a loud voice, "it is not your Mzimu who roars. It is this rogue who makes a noise on the drum to wheedle gifts out of you, and whom you fear like children." Saying this, he seized the rope drawn through the dried up skin of the drum and began to twirl it around with all his strength. The same sounds which had previously so startled the negroes resounded now, and even more shrilly, as they were not muffled by the walls of the hut. "Oh, how stupid are M'Rua and his children!" shouted Kali. Stas gave the drum back to Kali while the latter began to make a noise with it with such zeal that for a while a word could not be heard. When finally he had had enough, he flung the drum at M'Rua's feet. "This is your Mzimu," he exclaimed with great laughter. After which he began with the usual negro exuberance of words to address the warriors, at which he was not at all sparing of jeers at them and at M'Rua. He declared to them, pointing at Kamba, that thief in the cap, made of rat skin, cheated them through many rainy and dry seasons, and they fed him on beans, flesh of kids, and honey. Is there another king and nation as stupid in the world? They believed in the power of the old deceiver and in his charms, and look now, how that great fetish man hangs from the elephant's trunk and is crying Aka to arouse the pity of the white master. Where is his power? Where are his charms? Why does not any wicked Mzimu roar in his defense? Ah, what is this, their Mzimu? A clout of monkey skin and piece of wood hollowed through decay, which the elephant will tread to pieces. Among the Wahimas neither the women nor the children would be afraid of such a Mzimu, and M'Rua and his men fear him. There is only one genuine Mzimu and one really great and powerful master. Let them pay honors to them, let them bring as many gifts as they possibly can, as otherwise calamities, of which they hitherto have not heard, will befall them. For the negroes even these words were unnecessary, as the fetish man, together with his wicked Mzimu, appeared so vastly weaker than the new divinity and the white master, that it sufficed most fully to make them desert him and load him with contempt. So they commenced anew to Yancig with even greater humility and haste. but as they were angry at themselves because they had allowed Kamba to cheat them for so many years, they wanted by all means to kill him. M'Rua himself begged Stas to allow him to bind and keep him until he could devise a sufficiently cruel death. Nell, however, was determined to spare his life, and as Kali had announced that wherever the good Mzimu sojourns, human blood cannot be shed, Stas consented only to the expulsion of the hapless fetish man from the village. Kamba, who expected that he would die in the most ingeniously devised tortures, fell on his face before the good Mzimu, and, blubbering, thanked her for saving his life. From beyond the stockade, women and children poured, for the news of the arrival of the extraordinary guests had already spread over the whole village, and the desire to see the white Mzimu overcame their terror. Stas and Nell for the first time saw a settlement of real savages, which even the Arabs had not succeeded in reaching. The dress of these negroes consisted only of heath or skins tied around their hips. All were tattooed. Men as well as women had perforated ears, and in the opening, chunks of wood or bone, so big that the expanded lobes reached the shoulders. In the lower lips they carried peleles, that is, wooden or bony rings as large as saucers. The more distinguished warriors and their wives had around their throats collars of iron or brass wire so high and stiff that they could barely move their heads. They apparently belonged to the Shilluk tribe, which extends far into the east, for Kali and Mea understood their speech excellently, and Stas partly. They did not have, however, limbs as long as their kindred living on the overflowing banks of the Nile. They were broader in the shoulders, not so tall, and generally less like wading birds. The children looked like fleas, and, not being yet disfigured by peleles, were, without comparison, better looking than the older people. The women, having first from a distance sated their eyes with looking at the good Mzimu, began to vie with the warriors in bringing gifts to her, consisting of kids, chickens, eggs, black beans, and beer brewed of millet. This continued until Stas stopped the afflux of supplies, as he paid for them liberally with beads and colored percale, and Nell distributed between 10 and 20 looking-glasses inherited from Lynne. Immense joy reigned in the whole village, and around the tent in which the little travelers sought shelter, shouts, happy and full of enthusiasm, continually resounded. After that the warriors performed a war dance in honor of the guests and fought a sham battle, and finally they proceeded to form a blood brotherhood between Kali and M'Rua. Owing to the absence of Kamba, who for this ceremony was usually indispensable, his place was taken by an old negro sufficiently conversant with the adjuration. The latter, having killed a kid and extracted its liver, divided it into fair-sized morsels, after which he began to turn a kind of spinning wheel with his hand and foot, and, gazing now at Kali and then at M'Rua, addressed them in a solemn voice: "Kali, son of Fumba, do you desire to eat a piece of M'Rua, the son of M'Kuli? And you, M'Rua, son of M'Kuli, do you desire to eat a piece of Kali, the son of Fumba?" "We do," announced the future brethren. "Do you desire that the heart of Kali should be the heart of M'Rua, and the heart of M'Rua the heart of Kali?" "We do." "And the hands, and the spears, and the cows?" "And the cows." "And everything which each one possesses, and will possess?" "And what he possesses, and will possess." "And that there should not be between you falsehood, nor treachery, nor hatred?" "Nor hatred." "And that one shall not pilfer from the other?" "Never." "And that you shall be brethren?" "Yes." The wheel turned more and more rapidly. The warriors, gathered around, watched its revolutions with ever-increasing interest. "Ow!" exclaimed the aged negro, "if one of you deceives the other by lies, if he betrays him, if he steals from him, if he poisons him, may he be accursed." "May he be accursed," repeated all the warriors. "And if he is a liar and is plotting treason, let him not swallow the blood of his brother, and let him spit it out before our eyes. Oh, before our eyes! And let him die. Let him die. Let him be torn to pieces by a wobo." Wobo! Or a lion! Or a lion! May he be trampled upon by an elephant and a rhinoceros and a buffalo! Oh, and a buffalo!" repeated the chorus. "May he be bit by a snake! Snake! And may his tongue become black! Black! And his eyes sink to the back of his head! To the back of his head! And may he walk on his heels upward! Ha! On his heels upward!" Not only Stas, but Kali bit his lips in order not to burst out laughing. In the meantime adjurations were repeated, more and more horrible, and the wheel kept spinning so quickly that the eyes could not keep pace with its whirl. This continued until the old negro entirely lost his strength and breath. Then he squatted on the ground and for some time nodded his head in both directions in silence. After a while, however, he rose and taking a knife, cut with it the skin at Kali's shoulder, and smearing a piece of kid's liver with his blood, shoved it into M'Rua's mouth. The other piece, smeared in the king's blood, he shoved into Kali's mouth. Both swallowed so quickly that their windpipes began to play and their eyes bulged out, after which they grabbed hold of hands in sign of loyal and everlasting friendship. The warriors, on the other hand, began to shout with glee: "Both swallowed! Neither spat it out! Therefore they are sincere, and there is no treachery between them." And Stas in his soul thanked Kali that he had acted as his proxy at this ceremony, for he felt that at the swallowing of a piece of M'Rua he undoubtedly would have given proof of insincerity and treachery. From that moment, however, the little travelers were not threatened on the part of the savages with deceit or any unexpected attacks. On the contrary, they were treated with a hospitality and an esteem almost godlike. This esteem increased when Stas, after making an observation on a barometer, a great heritage from Lynne, predicted rain, and when rain fell that very same day quite copiously, as though the massacre desired to shake off the rest of its supplies upon the earth, the negroes were convinced that this downpour was the gift of the good Mzimu, and their gratitude to Nell was unbounded. Stas joked with her about this, saying that since she had become a negro divinity he would proceed alone on his further journey and leave her in M'Rua's village, where the negroes would erect for her a chapel of ivory and would bring beans and bananas to her. But Nell had no uncertainty, and standing on her little toes, whispered in his ear, according to her custom, only 4 words: "You won't leave me." After which she began to leap from joy, saying that since the negroes were so kind, the whole journey to the ocean would be easy and quick. This happened in front of the tent and in the presence of the crowd, so old M'Rua, seeing a jumping Mzimu, began at once to leap as high as he could with his crooked shanks in the conviction that through that act he gave proof of his piety. In emulation of their superior, the ministers started to leap, and after them the warriors, and later the women and children. In a word, the whole village for some time was jumping as if all had lost their wits. This example given by the divinity amused Stas so much that he lay down and roared with laughter. Nevertheless, during the night time he rendered to the pious king and his subjects a real and enduring service, for when the elephants made depredations upon their banana field he drove towards them on the king and shot a few rockets among the herd. The panic caused by the fiery snake surpassed even his expectation. The huge beasts, seized by a frenzy of terror, filled the jungle with a roar and the noise of hoofs, and escaping blindly, tumbled down and trampled upon one another. The mighty king chased after his flying companions with extraordinary alacrity, not sparing blows of his trunk and tusks. After such a night one could be certain that not an elephant would appear in the banana and doom palm plantations belonging to the village of old M'Rua. In the village great joy also reigned, and the negroes passed the whole night in dancing and drinking beer of millet and palm wine. Kali learned from them, however, many important things. It appeared that some of them had heard of some great water lying east and surrounded by mountains. For Stas this was proof that the lake, of which no mention was made in the geography which he had studied, actually existed. Also that going in the direction which they had selected, they would finally encounter the Wahima people. Inferring from the fact that Meare's and Kali's speech differed very little from M'Rua's speech, he came to the conclusion that the name of Wahima was in all probability the designation of a locality, and that the peoples living on the shores of Bassa Narok belonged to the great Shilluk tribe, which begins on the Nile and extends, it is not known how far, to the east. End of chapter 17.
Part 2, Chapter 18 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Johnson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 18. The population of the whole village escorted afar the good Mzimu, and took leave of her with tears, begging vehemently that she would deign to come sometime to M'Rua, and to remember his people. Stas for some time hesitated whether he should point out to the negroes the ravine in which he had hidden the wares and supplies left by Lynne, which, owing to want of porters, he could not take with him. But reflecting that the possession of such treasures might evoke envy and discord among them, awaken covetousness, and embroil the peace of their lives, he abandoned this design, and instead shot a big buffalo and left its meat for a farewell feast. The sight of such a large amount of mama also really delighted them. For the following 3 days the caravan again proceeded through a desolate country. The days were scorching, but owing to the high altitude of the region, the nights were so cold that Stas ordered Mea to cover Nell with 2 shaggy coverlets. They now often crossed mountainous ravines, sometimes barren and rocky, sometimes covered with vegetation so compact that they could force their way through it only with the greatest difficulty. At the brinks of these ravines they saw big apes and sometimes lions and panthers. Stas killed one of them at the entreaty of Kali, who afterwards dressed himself in its hide in order that the negroes might at once know that they had to do with a person of royal blood. Beyond the ravines, on high tablelands, Negro villages again began to appear. Some lay near together, some at the distance of a day or two. All were surrounded by high stockades for protection against lions, and these were so entwined with creepers that even close at hand they looked like clumps of a virgin forest. Only from the smoke rising from the middle of the village could one perceive that people dwelt there. The caravan was everywhere received more or less as at M'Rua's village, that is, at first with alarm and distrust, and afterwards with admiration, amazement, and esteem. Once only did it happen that the whole village, at the sight of the elephant, Saba, the horses, and the white people ran away to an adjacent forest, so that there was no one to converse with. Nevertheless, not a spear was aimed against the travelers, for Negroes, until Mohammedanism fills their soul with cruelties and hatred against infidels, are rather timid and gentle. So it most frequently happened that Kali ate a piece of the local king, and the local king a piece of Kali, after which the relations were of the most friendly character. To the good Mzimu, the Negroes furnished evidence of homage and piety in the shape of chickens, eggs, and honey extracted from wooden logs suspended from the boughs of great trees with the aid of palm ropes. The great master, the ruler of the elephant, thunder, and fiery snakes aroused mainly fear, which soon, however, changed into gratitude when they became convinced that his generosity equaled his might. Where the villages were closer to one another, the arrival of the extraordinary travelers was announced from one village to the other by the beating of drums, for the Negroes give notice of everything with the aid of drumming. It happened also that the entire populace would come out to meet them, being well disposed in advance. In one village, numbering 1,000 heads, the local ruler, who was fetish man and king in the same person, consented to show them the great fetish, which was surrounded by such extraordinary veneration and fear that the people did not dare to approach the ebony chapel, covered with a rhinoceros hide, and make offerings any nearer than 50 paces. The king stated that this fetish not long before fell from the moon, that it was white and had a tail. Stas declared that he himself, at the command of the good Mzimu, sent it, and in saying that he did not deviate from the truth, for it appeared that the great fetish was plainly one of the kites, dispatched from Mount Lynne. Both children were pleased with the thought that other kites in a suitable wind might fly still further. They determined to fly others from heights in the farther course of time. Stas made and sent out one that very same night, which convinced the negroes that the good Mzimu and the white master also came to earth from the moon, and that they were divinities who could not be served with sufficient humility. But more delightful to Stas than these marks of humility and homage was the news that Bassa Narok lay only about 13 days' distance, and that the denizens of the village in which they stopped at times received from that direction salt in exchange for doom palm wine. The local king had even heard of Fumba, as the ruler of the people called Doko. Kali confirmed this by saying that more distant neighbors so called the Wahimas and Samburus. Less consoling was the news that on the shores of the great water a war was raging, and to go to Bassa Narok it was necessary to cross immense wild mountains and steep ravines full of rapacious beasts. But Stas now did not much heed rapacious beasts, and he preferred mountains, though the wildest, to the low plain country where fever lay in wait for the travelers. In high spirits they started. Beyond that populous village they came to only one settlement, very wretched and hanging like a nest on the edge of a chasm. After that the foothills began, cut rarely by deep fissures. On the east rose a hazy chain of peaks, which from a distance appeared entirely black. This was an unknown region to which they were bound, not knowing what might befall them before they reached Fumba's domains. In the highlands which they passed, the trees were not lacking, but with the exception of dragon trees and acacias standing alone, they stood in clusters, forming small groves. The travelers stopped amid these clumps for refreshment and rest, as well as for the abundant shade. Amid the trees birds swarmed, various kinds of pigeons, big birds with beaks, which Stas called toucans, starlings, turtle doves, and countless beautiful Bengalis flitted in the foliage or flew from one clump to another, singly and in flocks, changing color like the rainbow. Some trees appeared from a distance to be covered with many-colored flowers. Nell was particularly charmed by the sight of the paradisaical flycatchers and rather large black birds with a crimson lining to the wings, which emitted sounds like a pastoral fife. Charming woodpeckers, rosy on top and bright blue beneath, sped in the sun's luster, catching in their flight bees and grasshoppers. On the treetops resounded the screams of the green parrot, and at times there reached them sounds as though of silvery bells with which the small green-gray birds hidden under Adansonia leaves greeted one another. Before sunrise and after sunset, flocks of native sparrows flew by, so countless that were it not for their twitter and the rustle of their little wings, they would be mistaken for clouds. Stas assumed that it was their pretty little bills which rang so, while in daytime they were scattered on single clumps. But other birds, flying in little flocks, which gave real concerts, filled both children with the greatest surprise and ecstasy. Every little flock consisted of 5 or 6 females and 1 male with glittering metallic feathers. They sat on a single acacia in this particular manner. The male was perched on the top of the tree and the others lower, and after the first notes, which seemed like the tuning of their little throats, the male began a song, and the others listened in silence. Only when he had finished did they repeat together in a chorus the last refrain of his song. After a brief pause, he resumed and finished, and they again repeated. After this, the whole flock flew in a light, wavy flight to the nearest acacia, and the concert, composed of the soloist and chorus, again resounded in the southern stillness. The children could not listen enough to this. Nell, catching the leading tune of the concert, joined with the chorus and warbled in her thin little voice the notes resembling the quickly repeated sounds of tweet, 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 tweeling, ting, ting. Once the children, following the winged musicians from tree to tree, went away over half a mile from the camp, leaving in it the 3 negroes, the king, and Saba. Stas was about to start on a hunting trip and did not want to take Saba with him, for fear that his barking might scare away the game. When the little flock finally flew to the last acacia on the other side of a wide ravine, the boy stopped Nell and said, "Now I will escort you to the king, and after that I shall see whether there are any antelopes or zebras in the high jungle, for Kali says that the smoked meats will not last longer than 2 days." "Why, I am big now," answered Nell, who was always anxious to make it appear that she was not a little child. "So I will return alone. We can see the camp perfectly from here, and the smoke also. I am afraid that you may stray." "I won't stray. In a high jungle we might stray, but here, see how low the grass is." "Still, something may happen to you." "You yourself said that lions and panthers do not hunt in the daytime. Besides, you hear how the king is trumpeting from longing after us. What lion would dare to hunt there where the sound of the king reaches?" And she began to importune. "Stas, dear, I will go alone, like a grown-up." Stas hesitated for a while, but finally assented. The camp and smoke really could be seen. The king, who longed for Nell, trumpeted every little while. In the low grass there was no danger of going astray, and as to lions, panthers, and hyenas, there plainly could be no talk of them, as these animals seek prey during the night. The boy, after all, knew that nothing would afford the little maid greater pleasure than if he acted as though he did not regard her as a little child. "Very well," he said, "go alone, but go directly and do not tarry on the way." "And may I pluck just those flowers?" she asked, pointing at a cusso bush covered with an immense number of rosy flowers. "You may." Saying this, he turned her about, pointed out to her once more for greater certainty the clump of trees from which the smoke of the camp issued and from which resounded the king's trumpeting, after which he plunged into the high jungle growing on the brink of the ravine. But he had not gone 100 paces when he was seized by uneasiness. "Why, it was stupid on my part," he thought, "to permit Nell to walk alone in Africa. Stupid, stupid! She is such a child. I ought not to leave her for a step unless the king is with her. Who knows what may happen? Who knows whether under that rosy bush some kind of snake is not lying? Big apes can leap out of the ravine and carry her away from me, or bite her. God forbid! I committed a terrible folly." And his uneasiness changed into anger at himself, and at the same time into a terrible fear. Not reflecting any longer, he turned round as if stung by a sudden evil presentiment. Walking hurriedly, he held the rifle ready to fire, with that great dexterity which he had acquired through daily hunting, and advanced amid the thorny mimosas without any rustle, exactly like a panther when stealing to a herd of antelopes at night. After a while he shoved his head out of the high underwood, glanced about, and was stupefied. Nell stood under a cusso bush with her little hand outstretched. The rosy flowers which she had dropped in terror lay at her feet, and from the distance of about 20 paces a big tawny gray beast was creeping towards her amid the low grass. Stas distinctly saw his green eyes fastened upon the little maid's face, which was as white as chalk, his narrow head with flattened ears, his shoulder blades raised upward on account of his lurking and creeping posture, his long body and yet longer tail, the end of which he moved with a light cat-like motion. One moment more, one spring, and it would be all over with Nell. At this sight the boy, hardened and inured to danger, in the twinkling of an eye understood that if he did not regain self-command, if he did not muster courage, if he shot badly and only wounded the assailant, even though heavily, The little maid must perish. But he could master himself to that degree that under the influence of these thoughts his hands and limbs suddenly became calm like steel springs. With one glance of the eye he detected a dark spot in the neighborhood of the beast's ear. With one light motion he directed the barrel of the rifle at it and fired. The report of the shot, Nell's scream, and a short, shrill bleat resounded at the same moment. Stas jumped towards Nell, and covering her with his own body, he aimed again at the assailant. But the second shot was entirely unnecessary, for the dreadful cat lay like a rag, flattened out, with nose close to the ground and claws wedged in the grass, almost without a quiver. The bursting bullet had torn out the back of its head and the nape of its neck. Above its eyes, gory, torn, white convolutions of its brain oozed out. And the little hunter and Nell stood for some time, gazing now at the slain beast, then at each other, not being able to utter a word. But after that something strange happened. Now, this same Stas, who a moment before would have astonished the most experienced hunter in the whole world by his calmness and coolness, suddenly became pale. His limbs began to tremble, tears flowed from his eyes, and afterwards he seized his head with the palms of his hands and began to repeat, "Oh, Nell, Nell, if I had not returned!" And he was swayed by such consternation, such belated despair, that every fiber within him quivered as if he had a fever. After an unheard-of exertion of his will and all the powers of his soul and body, a moment of weakness and relaxation had come. Before his eyes was the picture of the dreadful beast, resting with blood-stained muzzle in some dark cave and tearing Nell's body to pieces. And of course this could have happened, and would have happened if he had not returned. 1 minute, 1 second more, and it would have been too late. This thought he plainly could not banish. Finally it ended in this, that Nell, recovering from her fear and alarm, had to comfort him. The little upright soul threw both her little arms around his neck, and, weeping also, began to call to him loudly as if she wanted to arouse him from slumber. "Stas! Stas! Nothing is the matter with me. See? Nothing is the matter with me. Stas! Stas!" But he came to himself and grew calm only after a long time. Immediately after that, Kali, who heard the shot not far from the camp and knew that the Bwana Kubwa never fired in vain, came leading a horse to carry away the game. The young Negro, glancing at the slain beast, suddenly retreated, and his face at once became ashen. "Wobo!" he shouted. The children now approached the carcass, already growing rigid. Up to that time, Stas did not have an accurate idea as to what kind of beast of prey had fallen from his shot. At the first glance of the eye, it seemed to the boy that it was an exceptionally large serval. Nevertheless, after closer examination, he saw that it was not, for the slain beast exceeded the dimensions of even a leopard. His tawny skin was strewn with chestnut-hued spots, but his head was narrower than that of a leopard, which made him resemble somewhat a wolf. His legs were higher, paws wider, and his eyes were enormous. One of them was driven to the surface by a bullet. The other still stared at the children, fathomless, motionless, and awful. Stas came to the conclusion that this was a species of panther unknown to zoology, just as Lake Bassa Narok was unknown to geography. Kali gazed continually with great terror at the beast stretched upon the ground, repeating in a low voice, as if he feared to awaken it, "Wobo! The great master killed a wobo." But Stas turned to the little maid, placed his hand on her head, as though he desired definitely to assure himself that the wobo had not carried her away, and then said, "You see, Nell, you see that even if you are full grown, you cannot walk alone through the jungle." "True, Stas," answered Nell with a penitent mien, "but I can go with you or the king." "Tell me how it was. Did you hear him draw near?" "No, only a golden fly flew out of those flowers, so I turned around after it and saw how he crept out of the ravine. And what then? He stood still and began to look at me. Did he look long? Long, Stas. Only when I dropped the flowers and guarded myself from him with my hands did he creep towards me. It occurred to Stas that if Nell were a negress, she would have been pounced upon at once, and that in part she owed her preservation to the astonishment of the beast, which, seeing before it for the first time a being unknown to it, for a while was uncertain what to do. A chill passed through the boy's bones. Thank God that I returned. After which he asked further, "What were you thinking of at that moment?" "I wanted to call you, and I could not, but—" "But what?" But I thought that you would protect me. I myself do not know." Saying this, she again threw her little arms around his neck, and he began to stroke her tufts of hair. "You are not afraid now?" "No, my little Mzimu. My Mzimu, you see what Africa is." "Yes, but you will kill every ugly beast." "I will." Both again began to examine closely their rapacious beast. Stas, desiring to preserve its skin as a trophy, ordered Kali to strip it off, but the latter, from fear that another wobo might creep out of the ravine, begged him not to leave him alone, and to the question whether he feared a wobo more than a lion, said, "A lion roars at night and does not leap over stockades, but a wobo, in the white day, can leap over a stockade and kill a great many Negroes in the middle of the village, and after that he seizes one of them and eats him. Against a wobo, a spear is no protection, nor a bow, only charms, for a wobo cannot be killed." "Nonsense," said Stas. "Look at this one. Is he not well slain?" "The white master kills wobo. The black man cannot kill him," Kali replied. It ended in this, that the gigantic cat was tied by a rope to the horse, and the horse dragged him to the camp. Stas, however, did not succeed in preserving his hide, for the king, who'd evidently surmised that the wobo wanted to carry off his little lady, fell into such a frenzy of rage that even Stas's orders were unable to restrain him. Seizing the slain beast with his trunk, he tossed it twice into the air, after which he began to strike it against a tree, and in the end trampled upon it with his legs and changed it into a shapeless, jelly-like mass. Stas succeeded in saving the jaws, which with the remnants of the head he placed on an ant column on the road, and the ants cleaned the bones in the course of an hour so thoroughly that not an atom of flesh or blood remained. End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Johnson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 19. 4 days later, Stas stopped for a longer rest on a hill somewhat similar to Mount Lynne, but smaller and narrower. That same night, Saba, after a hard battle, killed a big male baboon, whom he attacked at a time when the baboon was playing with the remnants of a kite, the second in order of those which they had sent before starting for the ocean. Stas and Nell, taking advantage of the stay, determined to glue new ones continually, but to fly them only when the monsoon blew from the west to the east. Stas placed great reliance upon this, that even if but one of them should fall into European or Arabian hands, it would undoubtedly attract extraordinary attention and would cause an expedition to be despatched expressly for their rescue. For greater certainty, Besides English and French inscriptions, he added Arabian, which was not difficult for him, as he knew the Arabian language perfectly. Soon after starting from the resting place, Kali announced that in the mountain chain which he saw in the east, he recognized some of the peaks which surrounded Bassa Narok. Nevertheless, he was not always certain, as the mountains assumed different shapes according to the place from which they were viewed. After crossing a small valley overgrown with cusso bushes and looking like a lake of roses, they chanced upon a hut of lone hunters. There were 2 Negroes in it, and one of them was sick, having been bitten by a thread-like worm. Philandria medineusis, a worm as thin as thread and a yard long. Its bite sometimes causes gangrene. But both were so savage and stupid, and in addition so terrified by the arrival of the unexpected guests, so certain that they would be murdered, that at first it was impossible to ascertain anything from them. But a few slices of smoked meat unloosened the tongue of the one who was not only sick but famished, as his companion doled out food to him very stingily. From him, therefore, they learned that about a day's journey away there lay straggling villages governed by petty kings, who were independent of one another, and afterwards, beyond a steep mountain, the domain of Fumba began, extending on the west and south of the great water. When Stas heard this, a great load fell off his heart, and new courage entered his soul. At any rate, they now were almost on the threshold of the land of the Wahimas. It was difficult to foresee how their further journey would progress. Nevertheless, the boy in any event could expect that it would not be harder or even longer than that terrible journey from the banks of the Nile which they had undergone, thanks to his exceptional resourcefulness and during which he had saved Nell from destruction. He did not doubt that, thanks to Kali, the Wahimas would receive them with the greatest hospitality and would give every assistance to them. After all, he already well understood the Negroes, knew how to act towards them, and was almost certain that even without Kali he would have been able somehow to take care of himself among them. "Do you know," he said to Nell, "that we have passed more than 1/2 of the way from Fashoda, and that during the journey which is still before us we may meet very savage Negroes, but now will not encounter any dervishes?" "I prefer Negroes," the little maid replied. "Yes, while you pass as a goddess. I was kidnapped from Fayum with a little lady whose name was Nell, and now am conducting some kind of mzimu. I shall tell my father and Mr. Rawlinson that they never should call you anything else." Her eyes began to sparkle and smile. "Perhaps we may see our papas in Mombasa." "Perhaps. If it were not for that war on the shores of Bassa Narok, we would be there sooner. Too bad that Fumba should be engaged in one at this time." Saying this, he nodded at Kali. "Kali, did the sick Negro hear of the war?" "He heard. It is a big war, very big. Fumba with Samburus." "Well, what will happen? How shall we get through the Samburu country?" "The Samburus will run away before the great master, before the king, and before Kali." "And before you?" "And before Kali, because Kali has a rifle which thunders and kills." Stas began to meditate upon the part which would devolve upon him in the conflict between the Wahima and Samburu tribes, and determined to conduct his affairs in such a manner as not to retard his journey. He understood that their arrival would be an entirely unexpected event, which would at once assure Fumba of a superiority. Accordingly, it was necessary only to make the most of a victory. In the villages of which the sick hunter spoke, they derived new information about the war. The reports were more and more accurate, but unfavorable for Fumba. The little travelers learned that he was conducting a defensive campaign, and that the Samburus, under the command of their king, named Mamba, occupied a considerable expanse of the Wahima country, and had captured a multitude of cows. The villagers said that the war was raging principally on the southern border of the great water, where on a wide and high rock King Fumba's great boma, the same as a zareba in the Sudan, a great boma may also be a sort of fortress or fortified camp, was situated. This intelligence greatly grieved Kali, who begged Stas to cross the mountain separating them from the seat of the war as quickly as possible, assuring him at the same time that he would be able to find the road on which he could lead not only the horses but the king. He was already in a region which he knew well, and now distinguished with great certainty peaks which were familiar to him from childhood. Nevertheless, the passage was not easy, and if it were not for the aid of the inhabitants of the last village, won by gifts, it would have been necessary to seek another road for the king. These Negroes knew better than Kali the passes leading from that side of the mountain, and after 2 days' arduous travel, during which great cold incommoded them during the night, they successfully led the caravan to a depression in a crest of the mountain, and from the mountain to a valley lying in the Wahima country. Stas halted in the morning for a rest in this desolate valley, surrounded by underwood, while Kali, who begged to be allowed to scout on horseback in the direction of his father's boma, which was about a day's distance, started that very night. Stas and Nell waited for him the whole day with the greatest uneasiness, and feared that he had perished or fallen into the hands of the enemy, and when finally he appeared on a lean and panting horse, he himself was equally fatigued and so dejected that the sight of him excited pity. He fell at once at Stas's feet and began to implore for help. "Oh, great master," he said, "the Samburus have defeated Fumba's warriors. They killed a multitude of them and dispersed those they did not kill. They besiege Fumba in a boma on Boko Mountain. Fumba and his warriors have nothing to eat in the boma and will perish if the great master does not kill Mamba and all the Samburus with Mamba." Begging thus, he embraced Stas's knees, while the latter knitted his brow and meditated deeply as to what was to be done, for in everything he was particularly concerned about Nell. "Where," he finally asked, "are Fumba's warriors whom the Samburus dispersed?" "Kali found them, and they will be here at once." "How many are there?" The young Negro moved the fingers of both hands and the toes of both his feet about a score of times, but it was evident that he could not indicate the exact number, for the simple reason that he could not count above 10, and every greater amount appeared to him as wengi, that is, a multitude. "Well, if they come here, place yourself at their head and go to your father's relief." "They fear the Samburus and will not go with Kali, but with the great master they will go and kill Wengi of Samburu." Stas pondered again. "No," he finally said, "I can neither take the bibi to a battle nor leave her alone, and I will not do it for anything in the world." At this Kali rose, and folding his hands began to repeat incessantly, "Luela! Luela! Luela!" "What is Luela?" Stas asked. "A great boma for Wahima and Samburu women," the young Negro replied, and he began to relate extraordinary things. Now, Fumba and Mamba had been engaged in continual warfare with each other for a great many years. They laid waste to the plantations of each other and carried away cattle. But there was a locality on the southern shore of the lake called Luela, at which even during the fiercest war the women of both nations assembled in the marketplace with perfect safety. It was a sacred place. The war raged only between men. No defeats or victories affected the fate of the women, who in Luela, behind a clay enclosure surrounding a spacious marketplace, found an absolutely safe asylum. Many of them sought shelter there during the time of hostilities, with their children and goods. Others came from even distant villages with smoked meat, beans, millet, manioc, and various other supplies. The warriors were not allowed to fight a battle within a distance of Luela, which could be reached by the crowing of a rooster. They were likewise not permitted to cross the clay rampart with which the marketplace was surrounded. They could only stand before the rampart, and then the women would give them supplies of food attached to long bamboo poles. This was a very ancient custom, and it never happened that either side violated it. The victors also were always concerned that the way of the defeated to Luela should be cut off, and they did not permit them to approach the sacred place within a distance which could be reached by a rooster's crow. "Oh, great master," Kali begged, again embracing Stas's knees. "Great master, lead the BB to Luela, and you yourself take the king, take Kali, take the rifle, take fiery snakes, and rout the wicked Samburus." Stas believed the young Negro's narrative, for he had heard that in many localities in Africa war does not include women. He remembered how at one time in Port Said a certain young German missionary related that in the vicinity of the gigantic mountain Kilimanjaro, the immensely warlike Maasai tribe sacredly observed this custom, by virtue of which the women of the contending parties walked with perfect freedom in certain marketplaces and were never subject to attack. The existence of this custom on the shores of Bassa Narok greatly delighted Stas, for he could be certain that no danger threatened Nell on account of the war. He determined also to start with the little maid without delay for Luela, all the more because the termination of the war they could not think of a further journey for which not only the aid of the Wahimas but that of the Samburus was necessary. Accustomed to quick decisions, he already knew how he should act: to free Fumba, to rout the Samburus, but not to permit a too bloody revenge, and afterwards to command peace and reconcile the belligerents, appeared to him an imperative matter not only for himself, but also most beneficial for the Negroes. Thus it should be, and thus it shall be, he said to himself in his soul, and in the meantime, desiring to comfort the young Negro for whom he felt sorry, he announced that he did not refuse aid. "How far is Luela from here?" he asked. "A half-day's journey." "Listen, then. We will convey the bibi there at once, after which I shall ride on the king and drive away the Samburus from your father's boma. You shall ride with me and shall fight with them." "Kali will kill them with the rifle." And passing at once from despair to joy, he began to leap, laugh, and thank Stas with as much ardor as though the victory was already achieved. But further outbursts of gratitude and mirth were interrupted by the arrival of the warriors, whom he had gathered together during his scouting expedition, and whom he commanded to appear before the white master. They numbered about 300. They were armed with shields of hippopotamus leather, with javelins and knives. Their heads were dressed with feathers, baboon manes and ferns. At the sight of an elephant in the service of a man, at the sight of the white faces, Saba, and the horses, they were seized by the same fear and the same amazement which had possessed the Negroes in those villages through which the children previously passed. But Kali warned them in advance that they would behold the good Mzimu and the mighty master who kills lions, who killed a wobo, whom the elephant fears, who crushes rocks, lets loose fiery snakes, etc. So instead of running away, they stood in a long row in silence, full of admiration, with the whites of their eyes glistening, uncertain whether they should kneel or fall on their faces. But at the same time they were full of faith that if these extraordinary beings would help them, then the victories of the Samburus would soon end. Stas rode along the file on the elephant, just like a commander who is reviewing his army, after which he ordered Kali to repeat his promise that he would liberate Fumba, and issued an order that they should start for Luela. Kali rode with a few warriors in advance to announce to the women of both tribes that they would have the inexpressible and unheard of pleasure of seeing the good Mzimu, who would arrive on an elephant. The matter was so extraordinary that even those women who, being members of the Wahima tribe, recognized Kali as the lost heir to the throne, thought that he was jesting with them, and were surprised that he wanted to jest at a time that was so heavy for the whole tribe and Fumba. When, however, after the lapse of a few hours, they saw a gigantic elephant approaching the ramparts, and on it a white palanquin, they fell into a frenzy of joy, and received the good Mzimu with such shouts and such yells that Stas at first mistook their voices for an outburst of hatred, and the more so as the unheard-of ugliness of the negresses made them look like witches. But these were manifestations of extraordinary honor. When Nell's tent was set in a corner of the marketplace, under the shade of 2 thick trees, the Wahima and Samburu women decorated it with garlands and wreaths of flowers, after which they brought supplies of food that would have sufficed a month, not only for the divinity herself, but for her retinue. The enraptured women even prostrated themselves before Mea, who, attired in rosy percale and a few strings of blue beads, as a humble servant of the Mzimu, appeared to them as a being far superior to the common negresses. Nasibu, out of regard for his childish age, was admitted behind the rampart, and at once took advantage of the gifts brought for Nell so conscientiously that after an hour his little abdomen resembled an African war drum. End of Part 2, Chapter 19.
Part 2, Chapter 20 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 20. Stas, after a brief rest under the ramparts of Luela, started with Kali before sunset at the head of 300 warriors for Fumba's boma, for he wanted to attack the Samburas during the night, relying upon the fact that in the darkness the fiery snakes would create a greater sensation. The march from Luela to Mount Boko, on which Fumba was defending himself, counting the rests, required 9 hours, so that they appeared before the fortress at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Stas halted the warriors, and having ordered them to preserve the deepest silence, began to survey the situation. The summit of the mountain on which the defenders had sought refuge was dark. On the other hand, the Samburas burnt a multitude of campfires. Their glare illuminated the steep walls of the rock and the gigantic trees growing at its foot. From a distance came the hollow sounds of drums and the shouts and songs of warriors who evidently were not sparing in their indulgence of pombe, a beer of millet with which the Negroes intoxicate themselves. Desiring already to celebrate a near and decisive victory, Stas advanced at the head of his division still farther, so that finally not more than 100 paces separated him from the last campfires. There were no signs of camp sentinels, and the moonless night did not permit the savages to catch sight of the king, who, besides, was screened by the underwood. Stas, sitting on his neck, quietly issued the final orders, after which he gave Kali the signal to light one of the skyrockets. A red ribbon flew up, hissing high in the dark sky, after which, with an explosive sound, it scattered into a bouquet of red, blue, and golden stars. All voices became hushed, and a moment of gloomy silence ensued. A few seconds later, 2 more fiery snakes flew out, as though with an infernal hiss, but this time they were aimed horizontally, directly at the Samburu camp. Simultaneously resounded the king's roar and the loud cries of 300 Wahimas, who, armed with assegais, Negro spears, maces, and knives, rushed ahead with irrepressible speed. A battle began, which was the more terrible because it took place in the darkness, as all the campfires in the confusion were at once trampled out. But at the very beginning, blind terror at the sight of the fiery snakes seized the Samburus. What was happening passed entirely beyond their understanding. They only knew that they were attacked by some terrible beings and that horrible and unavoidable destruction threatened them. A greater part of them ran away before they could be reached by the spears and maces of the Wahimas. 100 and a few tens of warriors, whom Mamba succeeded in rallying about him, offered stubborn resistance. When, however, in the flashes of the shots they saw a gigantic beast and on him a person dressed in white, and when their ears were dinned with the reports of the weapon which Kali from time to time discharged, their hearts sank. Fumba on the mountain, seeing the first skyrocket, which burst in the heights, fell on the ground from fright and lay as though dead for a few minutes. But regaining consciousness, he imagined from the desperate yells of the warriors one thing, namely that some kind of spirits were exterminating the Samburus below. Then the thought flashed through his mind that if he did not come to the aid of those spirits, he might incur their wrath. And as the extermination of the Samburus was his salvation, he mustered all his warriors about him and sallied forth from a secret side exit of the boma and cut off the road of a greater part of the fugitives. The battle now changed into a massacre. The Samburu drums ceased to beat. In the darkness, which was rent only by the red flashes cast by Kali's rifle, resounded the howls of the men being killed, the hollow blows of the maces against shields, and the groans of the wounded. Nobody begged for mercy is unknown to Negroes. Kali, from a fear that in the darkness and confusion he might wound his own people, finally ceased to fire, and seizing on Gebhr's sword, rushed with it into the midst of the enemies. The Samburus could now flee from the mountains toward their frontiers only by way of one wide pass. But as Fumba blocked this pass with his warriors, out of the whole host only those were safe who, throwing themselves upon the ground, permitted themselves to be taken alive, though they knew that a cruel slavery awaited them, and even immediate death at the hands of the victors. Mamba defended himself heroically until a blow of a mace crushed his skull. His son, young Faru, fell into Fumba's hand, who ordered him bound as a future sacrifice of gratitude to the spirits which had come to his assistance. Stas did not drive the terrible king into the battle. He permitted him only to trumpet to increase the terror of the enemies. He himself did not fire a single shot from his rifle at the Samburus. For in the first place he had promised little Nell on leaving Luela that he would not kill anyone, and again he actually had no desire to kill people who had done no harm to him or Nell. It was enough that he assured the Wahimas of victory and freed Fumba, who was besieged in a great boma. Soon also, when Kali came running with news of a definite victory, he issued an order for the cessation of the battle, which raged yet in the underwood and rocky recesses, and which was prolonged by the implacable hatred of old Fumba. However, before Kali succeeded in quelling it, it was daylight. The sun, as usual under the equator, rolled quickly from beyond the mountains and flooded with a bright light the battlefield on which lay over 200 Samburu corpses pierced by spears or crushed by maces. After a certain time, when the battle finally ceased, and only the joyful yells of the Wahimas disturbed the morning's quiet, Kali again appeared, but with a face so dejected and sad that it could be perceived even from a distance that some kind of misfortune had overtaken him. In fact, when he stood before Stas, he began to strike his head with his fists and exclaimed sorrowfully, "Oh, great master, Fumba Kufa is slain." "Slain?" Stas repeated. Kali related what had happened, and from his words it appeared that the cause of the occurrence was only the inveterate hatred of Fumba, for after the battle had ceased, he still wanted to give the last blow to 2 Samburus, and from one of them he received the stroke of a spear. The news spread among all the Wahimas. In the twinkling of an eye, and around Kali a mob gathered. A few moments later 6 warriors bore on spears the old king, who was not killed but fatally wounded. Before his death he desired to see the mighty master, the real conqueror of the Samburus, sitting on an elephant. Accordingly, uncommon admiration struggled in his eyes with the dusk with which death was dimming them, and his pale lips, stretched by Pelele, whispered lowly, "Yansig, Yansig." But immediately after that his head reclined backward, his mouth opened wide, and he died. Kali, who loved him with tears, threw himself upon his breast. Among the warriors some began to strike their heads, others to proclaim Kali king, and to Yansig in his honor. Some fell before the young ruler on their faces. No one raised a voice in opposition, as the right to rule belonged to Kali, not only by law as the oldest son of Fumba, but also as a conqueror. In the meantime, in the huts of the fetish men, in the boma on the mountain top, resounded the savage din of the wicked Mzimu, the same as Stas had heard in the first Negro village. But this time it was not directed against him, but was demanding the death of the prisoners for killing Fumba. The drums began to rumble. The warriors formed in a long host of 3 men in a row and commenced a war dance around Stas, Kali, and Fumba's corpse. "Wa, wa, yak, yak!" All voices repeated. All heads nodded right and left in unison. The whites of their eyes glistened, and the sharp points of their spears twinkled in the morning sun. Kali rose, and turning to Stas said, "Great master, bring the bibi, the boma, and let her dwell in Fumba's hut. Kali is king of the Wahimas, and the great master is Kali's king." Stas nodded his head in sign of assent, but remained a few hours, for he and the king were entitled to a rest. He did not leave until towards the evening. During his absence, the bodies of the slain Samburus were removed and thrown into a neighboring deep abyss, over which at once a swarm of vultures flocked. The fetish men made preparations for Fumba's funeral, and Kali assumed authority as the only master of the life and death of all his subjects. "Do you know what Kali is?" Stas asked the little maid on the return journey from Luela. Nell gazed at him with surprise. "He is your boy." "Aha! The boy Kali is now king of all the Wahimas." The news delighted Nell immensely. This sudden change, thanks to which the former slave of the cruel Geber and the late humble servant of Stas became a king, seemed to her something extraordinary and at the same time exceedingly amusing. Nevertheless, Lindy's remark that Negroes were like children who were incapable of remembering what transpired the day before did not appear just in its application to Kali, for as soon as Stas and Nell stopped at the front of Mount Boko, the young monarch hurried to meet them. He greeted them with the usual marks of humility and joy, and repeated the words which he had previously uttered. "Kali is the king of the Wahimas, and the great master is Kali's king." And he surrounded both with an adoration almost divine, and prostrated himself, particularly before Nell, in the presence of all the people, for he knew from experience acquired during the journey that the great master cared more for the little bibi than for himself. Leading them solemnly to the capital boma on the summit, he surrendered to them Fuma's hut, which resembled a great shed divided into several rooms. He ordered the Wahima women who came with them from Luela, and who could not look enough at the good Mzimu, to place a utensil with honey and sour milk in the first room. And when he learned that the bibi, tired by the journey, had fallen asleep, he commanded all the inhabitants to observe the deepest silence under the penalty of cutting out their tongues. But he decided to honor them still more solemnly with this in view. When Stas, after a brief rest, came out of the shed, he approached him and, prostrating himself, said, "Tomorrow Kali shall order Fumba to be buried, and shall cause as many slaves to be cut down for Fumba and for Kali as both have fingers on their hands. But for the bibi and for the great master, Kali shall order Faru, the son of Mamba, to be cut to pieces, and Wingi of other Samburus who were captured by the Wahimas." And Stas knitted his brows and began to gaze with his steely eyes into Kali's eyes, after which he answered, "I forbid you to do that." "Master," the young Negro said in an uncertain voice, "the Wahimas always cut down slaves. The old king dies, cut them down. The young succeeds, cut them down. If Kali did not command them to be cut down, the Wahimas would think that Kali is not king." Stas looked more and more sternly. "What of it?" he asked. "Did you not learn anything on Mount Linde? And are you not a Christian?" "Oh, I am, O great master." "Listen then. The Wahimas have black brains, and your brains ought to be white. You, as soon as you became their king, should enlighten them and teach them what you learned from me and from the bibi. They are like jackals and like hyenas. Make men of them. Tell them it is not allowable to cut down captives, for the Great Spirit to whom I and the bibi pray avenges the blood of the defenseless. The white people do not murder slaves, and you want to be worse to them than Geber was to you. You, a Christian. Shame on you, Kali. Change the ancient and abominable customs of the Wahimas for good ones, and God will bless you for this, and the bibi will not say that Kali is a savage, stupid, bad Negro." A horrible din in the huts of the fetish men deafened his words. Stas waved his hand and continued, "I hear. That is your wicked Mzimu, which wants the blood and heads of the captives. But you, of course, know what that means, and it will not frighten you. Well, I say this to you. Take a bamboo stick, go to each hut and thrash the hides of the fetish men until they begin to roar louder than their drums. Cast out the drums into the middle of the boma, in order that all the Wahimas may see and understand how these knaves have deceived them. Tell your foolish Wahimas at the same time that which you yourself announced to Mrua's people, that wherever the good Mzimu sojourns, no blood can be shed." Stas' words evidently persuaded the young king, as he glanced at him boldly and said, "Kali will beat the fetish men. Throw out the drums and tell the Wahimas where the good Mzimu is. It is not allowable to kill anyone. But what shall Kali do with Faru and with the Samburus who killed Fumba?" Stas, who already had formed his plans for everything, and who only waited for this question, answered at once. "Your father perished, and his father perished. Therefore it is a head for a head. You shall conclude all blood alliance with Faru, after which the Wahimas and the Samburus shall dwell in harmony. They shall peacefully cultivate manioc and hunt. You shall tell Faru of the Great Spirit, who is the father of all white and black people, and Faru shall love you like a brother." "Kali now has a white brain," answered the young Negro. And with this the conversation ended. A while later again resounded wild roars. This time they were not the roars of the wicked Mzimu, but only of both fetish men, whom Kali cudgeled with all his might and main. The warriors, who below continually surrounded the king in a compact circle, came running up as fast as their legs could carry them to see what was happening. and soon became convinced with their own eyes and from the confessions of the fetish men that the bad Mzimu, before which hitherto they trembled, was only a hollowed-out trunk with monkey skin stretched over it. And young Faru, who was informed that in honor of the good Mzimu and the great master his head would not be dashed to pieces, but that Kali was to eat a piece of him and he a piece of Kali, could hardly believe his ears, and on learning to whom he was indebted for his life, lay on his face on the ground before the entrance to Fumba's hut, and remained there until Nell came out and ordered him to rise. Then he embraced with his black hands her little foot and placed it on his head, in sign that through his entire life he desired to remain her slave. The Wahimas were greatly astonished at the commands of the young king, but the presence of the unknown guests, whom they regarded as the most powerful sorcerers in the world, had the effect of disarming all opposition. The older people, however, were displeased with the new customs, and both fetish men, understanding that their prosperous days were forever over, swore in their souls a terrible revenge against the king and the new arrivals. In the meantime they buried Fumba with great solemnity at the foot of the rock below the boma. Kali placed above his grave a cross made of bamboo, while the negroes left a few utensils with pombe and smoked meat, in order that he should not annoy and haunt them during the night time. Mamba's body, after the conclusion of the blood brotherhood between Kali and Faru, was surrendered to the Samburus. End of Part 2, Chapter 20.
Part 2, Chapter 21 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 21. Nell, can you enumerate our journeys from Fayum? Stas asked. I can. Saying this, the little maid raised her eyebrows and began to count on her little fingers. At once. From Fayum to Khartoum, that is one. From Khartoum to Fashoda, that is the second. From Fashoda to that ravine in which we found the king, that is the third. And from Mount Lynne to the lake, that is the fourth. Yes, there probably is not another fly in the world which has flown over such a piece of Africa. That fly would look queer without you. Stas began to laugh. A fly on an elephant! A fly on an elephant! But not a tsetse, honestly, Stas, not a tsetse. No, he answered, a very agreeable fly. Nell, pleased with the praise, propped her little nose on his arm, after which she asked, When shall we start on our fifth journey? As soon as you have rested thoroughly, and I can instruct those men whom Kali has promised to me how to shoot a little. And shall we ride long? Long, Nell, long. Who knows whether it will not be the longest journey? And you, as usual, will be equal to it. I must be. Somehow Stas had managed to shift for himself as best he could, but this fifth journey required great preparations. They were to venture into unknown regions, in which they were threatened with manifold dangers, so the boy desired to be protected against them better than he previously had been. With this in view, he gave instructions in shooting from Remington rifles to 40 young Wahimas, who were to form the principal armed force and, in a measure, Nell's bodyguard. More riflemen he could not have, as the king carried only 25 rifles and the horses bore only 15. The rest of the army was to consist of 100 Wahimas and 100 Samburus armed with spears and bows, whom Pharaoh promised to furnish, and whose presence removed many difficulties of travel through the wide and wild country inhabited by the Samburu tribe. Stas not without a certain pride, thought that having escaped during his journey from Fashoda with only Nell and the two negroes, without any means, he might come to the ocean coast at the head of 200 armed men with an elephant and horses. He pictured to himself what would be said by the English people who prized resourcefulness highly, but above all he thought of what his father and Mr. Rawlinson would say. The thought of this sweetened all his toils. Nevertheless, he was not at all at ease as to his own and Nell's fate, for he surely would pass through the possessions of the Wahimas and the Samburus without any difficulties, but after that what? Upon what tribes would he yet chance? Into what regions would he enter? And how much travel still remained? Linda's directions were too vague. Stas was greatly worried because he actually did not know where he was, as that part of Africa appeared on the maps from which he studied geography entirely like a blank page. He also had no idea what this Lake Bassanarok was and how great it was. He was on its southern border, at which the width of the overflow might amount to 10 miles. But neither the Wahimas nor the Samburus could tell him how far the lake extended to the north. Kali, who knew the Kiswahili language passably well, answered all questions with "Bali, Bali," which meant "far, far." But this was all that Stas could elicit from him. As the mountains on the north, shutting off the view, appeared quite near, he assumed that it was a small, brackish lake like many others in Africa. A few years later it appeared how great an error he committed. Footnote: it was the Great Lake, which was discovered in 1888 by the celebrated traveler Teleki, and which he named Lake Rudolph. End footnote. For the time being, however, he was not concerned so much about ascertaining the exact dimensions of Bassanarok as whether some river did not flow out of it, which afterwards coursed to the ocean. The Samburus, subjects of Faru, claimed that east of their country lay a waterless desert, which no one had yet traversed. Stas, who knew Negroes from the narratives of travelers, from Linda's adventures, and partly from his own experience, was aware that when the dangers and the hardships began, many of his men would desert to return home, and perhaps not one would remain. In such case he would find himself in the wilds and desert with only Nell, Mare, and little Nasibu. Above all, he understood that a lack of water would disperse the caravan at once, and for that reason he inquired so eagerly about the river. Going along its course, they really might avoid those horrors to which travelers in waterless regions are exposed. But the Samburus could not tell him anything definite. He himself could not make any longer explorations of the eastern shore of the lake, for other employment kept him at Boko. He reckoned that in all probability none of the kites that he flew from Mount Linde and from the Negro villages had crossed the chain of mountains surrounding Bassanarok. For this reason it was necessary to make and fly new ones, for these the wind could now carry across the flat desert far away, perhaps as far as the ocean. Now this work he had to supervise personally, for though Nell could glue them perfectly and Kali had learned how to fly them, neither of them were able to inscribe on them all that it was necessary to write. Stas regarded this as a matter of great importance, which it was not allowable to neglect. So this labor occupied so much of his time that the caravan was not ready for the journey until 3 weeks had elapsed. But on the eve of the day on which they were to start, at daybreak, the young king of the Wahimas appeared before Stas and, bowing profoundly, said, "Kali goes with the master and the bibi as far as the water on which great pirogues of the white people float." Stas was touched by this proof of attachment. Nevertheless, he thought that he had no right to take the boy with him upon such an immense journey, a return from which might be uncertain. "Why do you want to go with us?" he asked. "Kali loves the great master and the bibi." Stas placed the palm of his hand on Kali's woolly head. "I know, Kali, that you are an honest and good boy, but what will become of your kingdom and who will govern the Wahimas in your place?" "Mtana, brother of Kali's mother." Stas knew that strife for rulership raged among the Negroes and power lured them the same as the white people. So he pondered for a while and said, "No, Kali, I cannot take you with me. You must remain with the Wahimas in order to make good people of them. Kali will return to them. Mtana has many sons. Well, what will happen if he himself should desire to become king and leave the kingdom to his sons, and should induce the Wahimas to expel you? Mtana is good. He would not do that. But if he should do it, then Kali will again go to the great water, to the great master and the bibi. We shall not be there then. Then Kali will sit beside the water and weep from grief." Speaking thus, he crossed his hands above his head. After a while he whispered, "Kali loves the great master and the bibi very much, very much." And two big tears glistened in his eyes. Stas hesitated how to act. He was sorry for Kali, nevertheless he did not assent to his entreaty. He understood, not to speak of the dangers of return, that if Mtana or the fetish men stirred up the Negroes, then the boy was threatened not only with expulsion from the country, but with death. "It is better for you to remain," he said, "better without question." But while he was saying this, Nell entered. Through the thin mat which separated the rooms she had heard perfectly the whole conversation, and now, seeing tears in Kali's eyes, she began to wipe his eyelids with her little fingers, and afterward turned to Stas. "Kali is going with us," she said with great firmness. "Oh, oh," answered Stas, somewhat ruffled, "that does not depend upon you." "Kali is going with us," she repeated. "No, he will not go." Suddenly she stamped her little foot. "I wanted," and she burst into a genuine flood of tears. Stas stared at her with the greatest amazement, as though he did not understand what had happened to the little maid who was always so good and gentle, but seeing that she stuck both of her little fists in her eyes and like a little bird caught the air with her opened mouth, he began to exclaim with great haste, "Kali is going with us. He is going. He is going. Why are you crying? How unbearable you are. He is going. My, how pale you are. He is going. Do you hear?" And thus it happened. Stas was ashamed until the evening of his weakness for the good Mzimu, and the good Mzimu, having carried her point, was as quiet, gentle, and obedient as ever. End of Part 2, Chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Part 2, Chapter 22. The caravan started at daybreak on the following day. The young Negro was happy, the little female despot was now gentle and obedient, and Stas was full of energy and hope. They were accompanied by 100 Samburus and 100 Wahimas. 40 of the latter were armed with Remingtons, from which they could shoot passably well. The white commander who drilled them during 3 weeks knew indeed that in a given case They would create more noise than harm, but thought that in meeting savages noise plays no less a part than bullets, and he was pleased with his guards. They took with them a great supply of manioc, cakes baked of big fat white ants and ground into flour, as well as a great quantity of smoked meats. Between 10 and 20 women went with the caravan. They carried various good things for Nell and water bags made of antelope skin. Stas, from the king's back, kept order, issued commands, perhaps not so much because they were necessary, but because he was intoxicated by the role of a commander, and with pride viewed his little army. "If I wanted to," he said to himself, "I could remain the king of all the people of Doko, like Binyovsky in Madagascar." And a thought flitted through his head whether it would not be well to return here some time, conquer a great tract of country, civilize the Negroes, found in that locality a new Poland, or even start at the head of a drilled black host for the old. As he felt, however, that there was something ludicrous in the idea, and as he doubted whether his father would permit him to play the role of the Macedonian Alexander in Africa, he did not confide his plans to Nell, who certainly would be the only person in the world ready to applaud them. And besides, before subjugating that region of Africa it was necessary above all things to get out of it, so he occupied himself with nearer matters. The caravan stretched out in a long string. Stas, sitting on the king's neck, decided to ride at the end in order to have everything and everybody in sight. Now, when the people passed by him one after another, he observed, not without surprise, that the two fetish men, Mkunje and Mpua, the same who had received a drubbing at Kali's hands, belonged to the caravan, and that they set out with packs on their heads together with the others on the road. So he stopped them and asked, "Who ordered you to go?" "The king," they answered, bowing humbly. But under the mask of humility their eyes glittered savagely, and their faces reflected such malice that Stas at once wanted to drive them away, and if he did not do it, it was only because he did not want to undermine Kali's authority. Nevertheless, he summoned him at once. "Did you order the fetish men to go with us?" he asked. "Kali ordered it, for Kali is wise." "Then I shall ask you why your wisdom did not leave them at home." "Because if Mkunje and Mpua remain, they would instigate the Wahimas to kill Kali upon his return, but if we take them with us, Kali will be able to watch them." Stas meditated for a while and said, "Perhaps you are right. Nevertheless, do not lose sight of them, day or night, for they have a wicked look." "Kali will have bamboo sticks," the young Negro replied. The caravan proceeded. Stas at the last moment ordered the guard armed with Remingtons to close the procession, as they were men chosen by him and most reliable. During the drills, which lasted quite long, they had become attached in a certain degree to this young commander, and at the same time as the nearest to his august person, they regarded themselves as something better than the others. At present they were to watch over the whole caravan and seize those who should take a fancy to desert. It was to be foreseen that when the hardships and dangers began, deserters would not be lacking. But the first day everything proceeded in the best possible manner. The Negroes with the burdens on their heads, each one armed with a bow and a few smaller javelins or so-called assegais, extended in a long serpentine column amidst the jungle. For some time they skirted along the southern shore of the lake over the level ground, but as the lake was surrounded on all sides by high peaks, they had to climb mountains when they turned to the east. The old Samburus who knew that locality claimed that the caravan would have to cross high passes between the mountains which they called Kulal and Inro, after which they would enter into the Ebene country, lying south of Borani. Stas understood that they could not go directly east, for he remembered that Mombasa was situated a few degrees beyond the equator and therefore considerably south of that unknown lake. Possessing a few compasses which Lynne left, he did not fear that he would stray from the proper road. The first night they lodged upon a wooded hill. With the coming of darkness a few scores of campfires blazed, at which the negroes roasted dried meat and ate a dough of manioc roots, picking it out of the utensils with their fingers. After appeasing their hunger and thirst, they were gossiping among themselves as to where the Bwana Kubwa would lead them and what they would receive from him for it. Some sang, squatting and stirring up the fire, while all talked so long and so loudly that Stas finally had to command silence in order that Nell should sleep. The night was very cold, but the next day, when the first rays of the sun illuminated the locality, it became warm at once. About sunrise the little travelers saw a strange sight. They were just approaching a little lake over a mile wide, or rather a great slough formed by the rains in the mountain valley, when suddenly Stas, sitting with Nell on the king and looking about the region through a field glass, exclaimed, "Look, Nell, elephants are going to the water." In fact, at a distance of about 500 yards could be seen a small herd composed of 5 heads approaching the little lake slowly one after the other. "These are some kind of strange elephants," Stas said, gazing at them with keen attention. "They are smaller than the king, their ears are far smaller, and I do not see any tusks at all." In the meantime the elephants entered the water, but did not stop at the shore as the king usually did, and did not begin to splash with their trunks, but going continually ahead they plunged deeper and deeper until finally only their backs protruded above the water like boulders of stone. "What is this? They are diving!" Stas exclaimed. The caravan approached considerably towards the shore and finally was close by it. Stas halted it and began to stare with extraordinary astonishment, now at Nell, then at the lake. The elephants could not be seen at all. In the smooth, watery pane, even with the naked eye, could be distinguished 5 spots like round red flowers, jutting above the surface and rocking with a light motion. "They are standing on the bottom, and those are the tips of their trunks," Stas said, not believing his own eyes. Then he shouted to Kali, "Kali, did you see them?" "Yes, master, Kali sees. Those are water elephants," answered the young Negro quietly. Footnote: Africa contains many uninvestigated secrets. Rumors of water elephants reached the ears of travelers but were given no credence. Recently, Monsieur Le Petit, sent to Africa by the Museum of Natural History, Paris, saw water elephants on the shores of Lake Leopold in Congo. An account of this can be found in the German periodical Cosmos, number 6. End footnote. Water elephants? Kali has seen them often. And do they live in water? During the night they go to the jungle and feed, and during the day they live in the lake the same as kiboko (hippopotamus). They do not come out until after sunset. Stas for a long time could not recover from his surprise, and were it not that it was urgent for him to proceed on his way, he would have halted the caravan until night in order to view better these singular animals. But it occurred to him that the elephants might emerge from the water on the opposite side, and even if they came out nearer, it would be difficult to observe them closely in the dusk. He gave the signal for the departure, but on the road said to Nell, "Well, we have seen something which the eyes of no European have ever seen. And do you know what I think? That if we reach the ocean safely, nobody will believe us when I tell them that there are water elephants in Africa." "But if you caught one and took him along with us to the ocean?" Nell said, in the conviction that Stas, as usual, would be able to accomplish everything. End of Part 2, Chapter 22.
Part 2, Chapter 23 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elias Ward. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 23. After 10 days' journey, the caravan finally crossed the depressions and the crests of mountains and entered into a different country. It was an immense plain, broken here and there by small hills, but was mainly level. The vegetation changed entirely. There were no big trees rising singly or in clumps over the wavy surface of the grass. Here and there, projected at a considerable distance from each other, acacias yielding gum, with coral-hued trunks, umbrella-like, but with scant foliage and affording but little shade. Among the white ant hillocks shot upwards here and there euphorbias, with boughs like the arms of a candlestick. In the sky vultures soared, with lower and lower there flew from acacia to acacia birds of the raven species, with black and white plumage. The grass was yellow, and in spike looked like a ripe rye, but nevertheless that dry jungle obviously supplied food for a great number of animals, for several times each day the travellers met considerable herds of antelopes, hartebeests, and particularly zebras. The heat on the open and treeless plain became unbearable. The sky was cloudless, the days were excessively hot, and the night did not bring any rest. The journey became each day more and more burdensome. In the villages which the caravan encountered, the extremely savage populace received it with fear, but principally with reluctance. And if it were not for the large number of armed guards, as well as the sight of the white faces, the king and Saba, great danger would have threatened the travellers. With Kali's assistance, Stas was able to ascertain that farther on there were no villages, and that the country was waterless. This was hard to believe, for the numerous herds which they encountered must have drunk somewhere. Nevertheless, the account of the desert, in which there were no rivers, no sloughs, frightened the negroes, and desolations began. The first example was set by Mkunje and Mpao. Fortunately, their escape was detected early, and the pursuers on horseback caught them not far from the camp. When they were brought back, Kali, with the aid of the bamboo sticks, impressed upon them the impropriety of their conduct. Stas, assembling all the guards, delivered a speech to them, which the young negro interpreted into the native language. Taking advantage of the fact that at the last stopping place lions roared all night about the camp, Stas endeavored to convince his men that whoever ran away would unavoidably become their prey, and even if he passed the night on acacia boughs, the still more terrible Wabu would find him there. He said afterwards that wherever the antelopes live there must be water, and if in the further course of their journey they should chance upon a region entirely destitute of water, they could take enough of it with them in bags of antelope skin for 2 or 3 days' journey. The negroes, hearing these words, repeated every little while, one after another, "Oh, mother, how true this is, how true!" But the following night 5 Samburus and 2 Wahimas ran away, and after that every night somebody was missing. Mkunje and Mpao did not, however, try their fortune a second time, for the simple reason that Kali at sunset ordered them to be bound. Nevertheless, the country became drier and drier, and the sun scorched the jungle unmercifully. Even acacias could not be seen. Herds of antelopes appeared continually, but in smaller numbers. The donkey and the horses yet found sufficient food, as under the high dry grass was hidden in many places lower grass, greener and less dry. But the king, though he was not fastidious, grew lean. When they chanced upon an acacia he broke it with his head, and nibbled diligently its leaves and even the pods of the previous year. The caravan indeed came upon water every day, but frequently it was so bad that it had to be filtered, or else it was unfit even for the elephant to drink. Afterwards it happened several times that the men sent in advance returned under Kali's command, not finding a slough nor a stream hidden in the earth's fissures. Kali with troubled face would announce, "Madia Pana," no water. Stas understood that this last journey would not be any easier than the previous ones, and began to worry about Nell, as changes were taking place in her. Her little face, instead of tanning from the sun and wind, became each day paler, and her eyes lost their usual luster. On the dry plain, free from mosquitoes, she was not threatened with fever, but but it was apparent that the terrible heat was wasting the little maid's strength. The boy, with compassion and with fear, now gazed at her little hands, which became as white as paper, and bitterly reproached himself because, having lost so much time in the preparation and in drilling the negroes to shoot, he had exposed her to a journey in a season of the year so parching. Amid these fears, day after day passed. The sun drank up the moisture and the life out of the soil more and more greedily and unmercifully. The grass shriveled and dried up to such a degree that it crumbled under the hoofs of the antelopes and herds rushing by, though not numerous, raised clouds of dust. Nevertheless, the travelers chanced once more upon a little river, which they recognized by a long row of trees growing on its banks. The negroes ran in a race towards the trees, and reaching the bank lay flat on it, dipping their heads and drinking so greedily that they stopped only when a crocodile seized the hand of one of their number. Others rushed to their companions' rescue, and in one moment they pulled out the water the loathsome lizard, which, however, did not let go of the man's hand, though his jaws were opened with spears and knives. The matter was only terminated by the king, who, placing his foot on him, crushed him as easily as if he were a mouldy mushroom. When the men finally quenched their thirst, Stas ordered the erection in the shallow water of a round enclosure of high bamboos with only one entrance from the bank, in order that Nell might bathe with perfect safety, and at the entrance he stationed the king. The bath greatly refreshed the little maid, and a rest restored her strength somewhat. To the great joy of the whole caravan and Nell, Bwana Kubwa decided to stop 2 days near this water. At this news the men fell into excellent humor and at once forgot the toils they had endured. After taking a nap and refreshments, the negroes began to wander among the trees above the river, looking for palms bearing wild dates and so-called Job's tears, from which necklaces are made. A few of them returned to the camp before sunset, carrying some square objects which Stas recognized as his own kites. One of these kites bore the number 7, which was evidence that it was sent out from Mount Linda, as the children flew from that place a few score. Stas was hugely overjoyed at this sight, and it gave him renewed courage. "I did not expect," he said to Nell, "that kites could fly such a distance. I was certain that they would remain on the summits of Karamojo, and I only let them fly prepared for any accident. But now I see that the wind can carry them where it wants, and I have a hope that those which we sent from the mountains surrounding Bassa Narok and now on the road will fly as far as the ocean." "They surely will," Nell answered. "God grant," the boy acquiesced, thinking of the dangers and hardships of the further journey. The caravan started from the river on the 3rd day, taking with them a great supply of water in leather bags. Before nightfall they again entered upon a region grilled by the sun, in which not even acacias grew, and the ground in some places was as bare as a threshing floor. Sometimes they met passion flowers with trunks embedded in the ground and resembling monstrous pumpkins 2 yards in diameter. In these huge globes there shot out lianas, as thin as string, which, creeping over the ground, covered immense distances, forming a thicket so impenetrable that it would be difficult even for mice to penetrate it. But notwithstanding the beautiful color of these plants, resembling the European acanthus, there were so many thorns in them that neither the king nor the horses could find any nourishment in them. Only the donkeys nibbled them cautiously. Sometimes, in the course of several English miles, they did not see anything except coarse, short grass and low plants like immortelles, which crumbled upon being touched. After a night's bivouac, during the whole of the following day, a living fire descended from heaven. The air quivered as on the Libyan desert. In the sky there was not even a cloudlet. The earth was so flooded with light that everything appeared white, and not a sound, not even the buzz of insects, interrupted this deadly stillness, surfeited with an ill-omened luster. The men were dripping with sweat. At one time they deposited their packs of dried meats and shields in one pile to find a little shade under them. Stas issued orders to save the water, but the negroes are like children who have no thought of the morrow. Finally it was necessary to surround with a guard those who carried the supplies of water, and to apportion the water to each one separately. Kali attended to this very conscientiously, but this consumed a great deal of time and delayed the march, and therefore the finding of some kind of watering place. The Samburas complained in addition that the Wahimas got more than their share to drink, and the Wahimas that the Samburus were favored. These latter began to threaten to return, but Stas declared to them that Faru would cut off their heads. He himself ordered the men armed with Remingtons to go on guard and not to let anyone leave. The next night was passed upon a level plain. They did not build a boma, or as the Sudanese say, a zariba, for there was nothing to build one with. The duties of sentinel were performed by the king and Seba. This was sufficient, but the king, who received only a tenth of the water he needed, trumpeted for it until sunrise, and Saba, with hanging tongue, turned his eyes towards Stas and Nell in mute appeal for even one drop. The little maid wanted Stas to give him a mouthful from a rubber flask left by Linda, which Stas carried with a string across his shoulder, but he was saving this remnant for the little one in the dark hour, therefore he declined. On the fourth day, towards evening, only 5 bags with water remained, or not quite half a cupful for each member of the party. As the nights, however, at any rate were cooler than the days, and the thirst at such times vexed them less than under the more burning rays of the sun, and as the people had received in the morning a small quantity of water, Stas ordered those bags saved for the following day. The negroes grumbled at this order, but fear of Stas was still great, so they did not dare to rush at this last supply, especially as near it stood a guard of 2 men armed with Remingtons, the guard being changed every hour. The Wahimas and Samburus cheated their thirst by pulling out blades of poor grass and chewing its roots. Nevertheless, there was almost no moisture in it, as the inexorable sun burnt it, even below the earth's surface. Asterisk. About the waterless plains in this region, see the excellent book entitled Kilimanjaro by the Reverend Mr. Lee Roy, at present Bishop of Gabon. Sleep, though it did not quench their thirst, at least permitted them to forget it. So when night followed, the men, weary and exhausted with the whole day's march, dropped as though lifeless, wherever they stopped, and fell into deep slumber. Stas also fell asleep, but in his soul he had too many worries and was disturbed too much to sleep peacefully and long. After a few hours he awoke and began to meditate on what was to come, and where he could secure water for Nell and for the whole caravan, together with the people and the animals. His situation was hard and perhaps horrible, but the resourceful boy did not yet yield to despair. He began to recall all the incidents from the time of their abduction from Fayum until that moment: the great journey across the Sahara, the hurricane in the desert, the attempts to escape Khartoum, Mahdi, Fashoda, their liberation from Geber's hands, afterwards their further journey after Linda's death until reaching Lake Bassa Narok and that place at which they were passing the night. So much did we undergo, so much have we suffered, he soliloquized. So often did it seem that all was lost, and there was no help. Nevertheless, God aided me, and I always found help. Why, it is impossible that, after having passed over such roads and gone through so many terrible dangers, we should perish upon this the last journey. Now we have yet a little water, and this region, why, it is not a Sahara, for if it were, the people would know about it. But hope was mainly sustained in him by this, that on the southeast he espied through the field glass some kind of misty outlines as though mountains. Perhaps they were hundreds of English miles away, perhaps more, but if they succeeded in reaching them they would be saved, as mountains are seldom waterless. How much time that would consume was something he could not compute, for it all depended upon the height of the mountains. Lofty peaks in such transparent atmosphere as that of Africa can be seen at an immeasurable distance. So it was necessary to find water before that time, otherwise destruction threatened them. It is necessary, Stas repeated to himself. The harsh breathing of the elephant, who exhaled from his lungs as best he could the burning heat, interrupted every little while the boy's meditations, but after a certain time it seemed to him that he heard some kind of sound resembling groans coming from the direction in which the water bags lay covered in the grass for the night. As the groans were repeated several times, he rose to see what was happening, and walking towards the grass plot a few scores paces distant from the tent, he perceived 2 dark bodies lying near each other, and 2 Remington barrels glistening in the moonlight. The negroes are always the same, he thought. They were to watch over the water, more precious now to us than anything in the world, and both went to sleep as though in their own huts. Ah, Kali's bamboo will have some work to do tomorrow. Under this impression he approached and shook the foot of one of the sentinels, but at once drew back in horror. The apparently sleeping negro lay on his back with a knife sticking in his throat up to the handle, and beside him was the other, likewise cut, so terribly that his head was almost severed from the trunk. 2 bags with water had disappeared. The other 3 lay in the littered grass, slashed and sunken. Stas felt that his hair stood on end. End of Part 2, Chapter 23. Recording by Elias Ward.
Part 2, Chapter 24 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 24. In response to his shout, Kali was the first to come rushing. After him came the 2 guardsmen, who were to relieve the previous watch, and a few moments later all the Wahimas and Samburus assembled at the scene of the crime, shouting and yelling. A commotion, full of cries and terror, ensued. The people were concerned not so much about the slain and the murderers, as about the water which soaked into the parched jungle soil. Some negroes threw themselves upon the ground and, clawing out with their fingers lumps of earth, sucked out the remnants of moisture. Others shouted that evil spirits had murdered the guards and slashed the bags. But Stas and Kali knew what it all meant. Mukungji and Mpua were missing from those men howling above that grass patch. In that which had happened there was something more than the murder of 2 guards and the theft of water. The remaining slashed bags were evidence that it was an act of revenge, and at the same time a sentence of death for the whole caravan. The priests of the wicked Mzimu revenged themselves upon the good one. The fetish men revenged themselves upon the young king, who exposed their frauds and did not permit them to deceive the ignorant Wahimas. Now the wings of death stretched over the entire caravan, like a hawk over a flock of doves. Kali recollected too late that, having his mind troubled and engrossed with something else, he forgot to have the fetish men bound, as from the time of their flight he had ordered them to be each evening. It was apparent that both sentinels, watching the water, through inbred negro carelessness, lay down and fell asleep. This facilitated the work of the rogues and permitted them to escape unpunished. Before the confusion subsided somewhat and the people recovered from their consternation, considerable time elapsed. Nevertheless, the assassins could not be far away, as the ground under the cut bags was moist and the blood which flowed from both of the slain did not yet coagulate. Stas issued an order to pursue the runaways, not only for the purpose of punishing them, but also to recover the last 2 bags of water. Kali, mounting a horse and taking with him about 13 guardsmen, started in pursuit. Stas at first wanted to take part in it, but it occurred to him that he could not leave Nell alone among the excited and enraged negroes. So he remained. He only directed Kali to take Saba along with him. He himself remained, for he feared a downright mutiny, particularly among the Samburus. But in this he was mistaken. The negroes as a rule break out easily, and sometimes for trivial causes, but when crushed by a great calamity, and particularly when the inexorable hand of death weighs upon them, they submit passively. Not only those whom Islam teaches that a struggle with destiny is vain, but all others. Then neither terror nor the moments of torture can arouse them from their torpor. It happened thus at this time. The Wahimas, as well as the Samburus, when the first excitement passed away and the idea that they must die definitely found lodgment in their minds, lay down quietly on the ground waiting for death. In view of which not a mutiny was to be feared, but rather that on the morrow they would not want to rise and start upon their further journey. Stas, when he observed this, was seized by a great pity for them. Kali returned before daybreak and at once placed before Stas 2 bags torn to pieces, in which there was not a drop of water. "Great master," he said, "Madiyapana." Stas rubbed his perspiring forehead with his hand, after which he said: "And Mukungji and Mpua?" "Mukungji and Mpua are dead," Kali replied. "Did you order them to be killed?" "A lion or wobo killed them." And he began to relate what happened. The bodies of the 2 murderers were found quite far from the camp at the place where they met death. Both lay close to each other, both had skulls crushed from behind, lacerated shoulders, and gnawed spines. Kali assumed that when the wobo, or lion, appeared before them in the moonlight, they fell on their faces before it, and began to entreat it that it should spare their lives. But the terrible beast killed both, and afterwards, having appeased its hunger, scented water and tore the bags to pieces. God punished them, Stas said, and the Wahimas should be convinced that the wicked Mzimu is incapable of rescuing anyone. And Kali added, God punished them, but we have no water. Far ahead of us in the east I saw mountains. There must be water there. Kali sees them also, but it is many, many days to them. A moment of silence followed. Master, spoke out Kali, let the good Mzimu, let the bibi beg the Great Spirit for rain or for a river. Stas left him, making no reply, but before the tent he saw Nell's little figure. The shouts and yells had awakened her some time before. "What has happened, Stas?" she asked, running up to him. And he placed his hand on her little head and solemnly said, "Nell, pray to God for water, otherwise we all shall perish." So the little maiden upraised her pale little face and, fastening her eyes on the moon's silvery shield, began to implore for succor from him who in heaven causes the stars to revolve, and on earth tempers the wind for the shorn lamb. After a sleepless, noisy, and anxious night, the sun rolled upon the horizon suddenly, as it always does under the equator, and a bright day followed. On the grass there was not a drop of dew, on the sky not a cloudlet. Stas ordered the guards to assemble the men and delivered a short speech to them. He declared to them that it was impossible to return to the river now, for they of course well knew that they were separated from it by 5 days and nights' journey. But on the other hand no one knew whether there was not water in the opposite direction. Perhaps even not far away they would find some stream, some rivulet or slough. Trees, indeed, could not be seen, but it often happens upon open plains where the strong gale carries away the seeds, trees do not grow even at the waterside. Yesterday they saw some big antelopes and a few ostriches running towards the east, which was a sign that yonder there must be some watering place. And in view of this, whoever is not a fool, and whoever has in his bosom a heart, not of a hare, but of a lion or buffalo, will prefer to move forward, though in thirst and pain, rather than to lie down and wait there for vultures or hyenas. And saying this, he pointed with his hand at the vultures, a few of which coursed already in an ill-omened circle above the caravan. After these words the Wahimas, whom Stas commanded to rise, stood up almost as one man, for, accustomed to the dreadful power of kings, they did not dare to resist. But many of the Samburus, in view of the fact that their king Faru remained at the lake, did not want to rise, and these said among themselves, "Why should we go to meet death when she herself will come to us?" In this manner the caravan proceeded, reduced almost 1/2, and it started from the outset in torture. For 24 hours the people had not a drop of water or any other fluid in their mouths. Even in a cooler climate this, at labor, would have been an unendurable suffering, and how much more so in this blazing African furnace, in which even those who drink copiously perspire the water so quickly that almost at the same moment they can wipe it off their skin with their hands. It was also to be foreseen that many of the men would drop on the way from exhaustion and sunstroke. Stas protected Nell as best he could from the sun and did not permit her to lean for even a moment out of the palanquin, whose little roof he covered with a piece of white percale in order to make it double. With the rest of the water, which he still had in the rubber bottle, he prepared a strong tea for her and handed it to her when cooled off, without any sugar, for sweets increase thirst. The little girl urged him with tears to drink also, so he placed to his lips the bottle in which there remained scarcely a few thimblefuls of water, and, moving his throat, pretended that he drank it. At the moment when he felt the moisture on his lips, it seemed to him that his breast and stomach were aflame, and that if he did not quench that flame he would drop dead. Before his eyes red spots began to flit, and in his jaws he felt a terrible pain, as if someone struck 1,000 pins in them. His hands shook so that he almost spilt the last drops. Nevertheless he caught only 2 or 3 in his mouth with his tongue. The rest he saved for Nell. A day of torture and toil again passed, after which, fortunately, a cooler night came. But the following morning the intense heat became terrible. There was not a breath of air. The sun, like an evil spirit, ravaged with living flame the parched earth. The borders of the horizon whitened. As far as the eyes reached, not even euphorbias could be seen. Nothing, only a burnt, desolate plain, covered with tufts of blackened grass and heather. From time to time there resounded in the immeasurable distance light thunder, but this in fair skies proclaims not storms, but a drought. About noon, when the heat became the greatest, it was necessary to halt. The caravan broke ranks in gloomy silence. It appeared that 1 horse fell, and about 13 of the guards remained on the road. During the rest nobody thought of eating. The people had sunken eyes and cracked lips, and on them dried clots of blood. Nell panted like a bird, so Stas surrendered to her the rubber bottle, and exclaiming, "I drank, I drank," he ran to the other side of the camp, for he feared that if he remained he would snatch that water from her, or would demand that she should share it with him. This perhaps was his most heroic act during the course of the journey. He himself began to suffer horribly. Before his eyes there flew continually the red patches. He felt a tightening of his jaws so strongly that he opened and closed them with difficulty. His throat was dry, burning. There was no saliva in his mouth. The tongue was as though wooden, and of course this was but the beginning of the torture for him and for the caravan. The thunder announcing the drought resounded incessantly on the horizon's border. About 3 o'clock, when the sun passed to the western side of the heavens, Stas ordered the caravan to rise and started at its head towards the east. But now hardly 70 men followed him, and every little while some one of them lay down beside his pack to rise never more. The heat decreased a few degrees, but was still terrible. The still air was permeated as though with the gas of burning charcoal. The people had nothing to breathe, and the animals began to suffer no less. In an hour after the start again, one of the horses fell. Saba panted and his flanks heaved. From his blackened tongue not a drop of froth fell. The king, accustomed to the dry African jungle, apparently suffered the least, but he began to be vicious. His little eyes glittered with a kind of strange light. To Stas, and particularly to Nell, who from time to time talked to him, he answered still with a gurgle, but when Kali carelessly came near him, he grunted menacingly and waved his trunk so that he would have killed the boy if he had not jumped aside in time. Kali's eyes were bloodshot, the veins in his neck were inflated, and his lips cracked the same as the other negroes. About 5 o'clock he approached Stas and, in a hollow voice which with difficulty issued out of his throat, said: "Great master, Kali can go no further. Let the night come here." Stas overcame the pain in his jaws and answered with an effort: "Very well, we will stop. The night will bring relief." "It will bring death," the young negro whispered. The men threw the loads off their heads, but as the fever in their thickened blood already reached the highest degree, on this occasion they did not immediately lie down on the ground. Their hearts and the arteries in their temples, hands, and limbs pulsated as if in a moment they would burst. The skin of their bodies, drying up and shrinking, began to itch. In their bones they were sensible of an excessive disquiet, and in their entrails and throats a fire. Some walked uneasily among the packets, others could be seen farther away in ruddy rays of the setting sun as they strolled one after another among the dried tufts as though seeking something, and this continued until their strength was entirely exhausted. Then they fell in turn on the ground and lay in convulsions. Kali sat, squatting near Stas and Nell, catching the air with open mouth, and began to repeat entreatingly between one breath and the other, "Bwana kubwa," water. Stas gazed at him with a glassy stare and remained silent. "Bwana kubwa," water. And after a while, "Kali is dying." At this, Mea, who for an unknown reason endured thirst the easiest and suffered the least of all, approached, sat close to him, and embracing his neck with her arms, said in her quiet, melodious voice, "Mea wants to die together with Kali." A long silence followed. In the meantime the sun set and night covered the region. The sky became dark blue. On its southern side the cross glistened. Above the plain a myriad of stars twinkled. The moon came out from under the earth and began to satiate the darkness with light, and on the west, with the waning and pale twilight, extended the zodiacal luminosity. The air was transformed into a great luminous gulf. The ever-increasing lustre submerged the region. The palanquin, which remained forgotten on the king's back, and the tents glistened, just as whitewashed houses glistened in a bright night. The world sank into silence, and sleep encompassed the earth. And in the presence of this stillness and this quiet of nature the people howled from pain and waited for death. On the silvery background of the darkness the gigantic black form of the elephant was strongly outlined. The moon's beams illuminated, besides the tents, Stas's and Nell's dresses, and, amid tufts of heather, the dark, shriveled bodies of the negroes, and scattered here and there piles of packages. Before the children sat, propped on his forelegs, Saba, and, raising his head towards the moon shield, he howled mournfully. In Stas's soul oscillated only the remnants of thought, changed into a gloomy and despairing feeling that this time there was no help, and that all those prodigious toils and efforts, those sufferings, those acts of will and courage, which he had performed during the terrible journey from Medinet to Khartûm, from Khartûm to Fashoda, and from Fashoda to the unknown lake, would avail naught, and that an inexorable end of the struggle and of life was approaching. And this appeared to him all the more horrible because this end came during the time of the final journey, at the termination of which lay the ocean. Ah, he would not now conduct little Nell to the coast. He would not convey her by a steamer to Port Said, would not surrender her to Mr. Rawlinson. He himself would not fall into his father's arms, and would not hear from his lips that he had acted like a brave boy and like a true Pole. The end, the end. In a few days the sun would shine only upon the lifeless bodies, and afterwards would dry them up into a semblance of those mummies which slumber in an eternal sleep in the museums in Egypt. From torture and fever his mind began to get confused. Ante-mortem visions and delusions of hearing crowded upon him. He heard distinctly the voices of the Sudânese and Bedouins yelling "Yalla, Yalla" at the speeding camels. He saw Idris and Gebhr. The Mahdi smiled at him with his thick lips, asking, "Do you want to drink at the spring of truth?" Afterwards the lion gazed at him from the rock. Later Linda gave him a gallipot of quinine and said, "Hurry, hurry, for the little one will die." And in the end he beheld only the pale, very dear little face, and two little hands stretched out towards him. Suddenly he trembled, and consciousness returned to him for a moment, for hard by murmured the quiet whisper of Nell, resembling a moan, "Stas, water!" And she, like Kali previously, looked to him only for help. But as 12 hours before he had given her the last drop, He now started up suddenly, and exclaimed in a voice in which vibrated an outburst of pain, despair, and affliction: "Oh, Nell, I only pretended that I was drinking. For 3 days I have had nothing in my mouth." And clasping his head with both hands, he ran away in order not to look at her sufferings. He rushed blindly among tufts of grass and heather until he fell upon one of the tufts. He was unarmed. A leopard, lion, or even a big hyena would find in him an easy prey. But only Saba came running to him. Having smelt at him on all sides, he again began to howl, as if summoning aid for him. Nobody, however, hurried with aid. Only from above the moon, quiet and indifferent, looked on him. For a long time the boy lay like dead. He was revived only by a cooler breath of wind, which unexpectedly blew from the east. Stas sat up and after a while attempted to rise and return to Nell. The cooler wind blew a second time. Saba ceased howling and, turning towards the east, began to dilate his nostrils. Suddenly he barked once or twice a short, broken bass and dashed ahead. For some time he could not be heard, but soon his barking again resounded. Stas rose and, staggering on his numb legs, began to look after him. Long journeys, long stays in the jungle, the necessity of holding all his senses in continual restraint, and continual dangers had taught the boy to pay careful heed to everything which was taking place about him. So, notwithstanding the tortures he felt at that moment, notwithstanding his half-conscious mind, through instinct and habit he watched the behavior of the dog. And Saba, after the lapse of a certain time, again appeared near him, but was somewhat strangely agitated and uneasy. A few times he raised his eyes at Stas, ran around, again rushed ahead, scenting and barking in the heather. Again he came back, and finally, seizing the boy's clothes, began to pull him in a direction opposite to the camp. Stas completely recovered his senses. "What is this?" he thought. "Either the dog's mind from thirst is disordered, or he has scented water. But no, if water was near, he would have run to it to drink and would have wet jaws. If it was far away, he would not have scented it. Water has no smell. He is not pulling me to antelopes, for he did not want to eat during the evening, nor to beasts of prey. Well, what is it?" And suddenly his heart began to beat in his bosom yet more strongly. Perhaps the wind brought him the odor of men. Perhaps in the distance there is some Negro village. Perhaps one of the kites has flown as far. Oh, merciful Christ! Oh, Christ! And under the influence of a gleam of hope he regained his strength and began to run towards the camp, notwithstanding the obstinacy of the dog, who incessantly barred his way. In the camp Nell's form loomed white before him and her weak voice reached him. After a while he stumbled over Kali lying on the ground, but he paid no heed to anything. Reaching the pack in which the sky rockets were, he tore it open and drew out one of them. With trembling hands he tied it to a bamboo stick, planted it in a crack in the ground, struck a match and lit the string of the tube hanging at the bottom. After a while a red snake flew upwards with a sputter and a sizzle. Stas seized the bamboo pole with both hands in order not to fall and fixed his eyes on the distance. His pulse and his temples beat like sledge-hammers, his lips moved in fervent prayer. His last breath, and in it his whole soul, he sent to God. 1 minute passed, another, a third, and a fourth. Nothing. Nothing. The boy's hand dropped, his head bowed to the ground, and immense grief flooded his tortured breast. "In vain, in vain," he whispered. "I will go and sit beside Nell and we will die together." At this moment, far, far away on the silvery background of the moonlit night, a fiery ribbon suddenly soared upward and scattered into golden stars, which fell slowly, like great tears, upon the earth. "Sacre!" Stas shouted, and immediately these people, who were half dead a short time before, dashed pell-mell in a race across tufts of shrubs and grass. After the first sky rocket, a second and a third appeared. After that the breeze brought a report as though of tapping, in which it was easy to divine distant shots. Stas ordered all the Remingtons to be fired, and from that time the colloquy of rifles was not interrupted at all and became more and more distinct. The boy, sitting on a horse, which also as though by a miracle recovered its strength, and keeping Nell before him, dashed across the plain towards the saving sounds. Beside him rushed Saba, and after him trumpeted the gigantic King. The two camps were separated by a space of a few miles, but as from both sides they drew to each other simultaneously, the whole trip did not last long. Soon after the rifle shots could not only be heard, but seen. Yet one last sky rocket flew out in the air, not farther than a few hundred paces. After that numerous lights glistened. The slight elevation of the ground hid them for a while, but when Stas passed it, he found himself almost in front of a row of negroes holding in their hands burning torches. At the head of the row were two Europeans, in English helmets and with rifles in their hands. With one glance of the eye, Stas recognized them as being Captain Glenn and Dr. Clary. End of chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 25 of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Chapter 25. The object of the Captain Glenn and Dr. Clary expedition was not at all to find Stas and Nell. It was a large and abundantly equipped government expedition dispatched to explore the eastern and northern slopes of the gigantic mountain Kilimanjaro, as well as the little known vast regions lying north of that mountain. The captain as well as the doctor knew indeed about the abduction of the children from Medinet el Fayûm, as intelligence of it was published in the English and Arabian papers, but they thought that both were dead, or were groaning in slavery under the Mahdi, from whom thus far not a European had been rescued. Clary, whose sister married Rawlinson in Bombay, and who was very much charmed by little Nell during the trip to Cairo, felt keenly for her loss, but with Glenn he mourned also for the brave boy. Several times they sent dispatches from Mombasa to Mr. Rawlinson asking whether the children were found, and not until the last unfavorable reply, which came a considerable time before the starting of the caravan, did they finally lose all hope. And it never even occurred to them that the children imprisoned in distant Khartûm could appear in that locality. Often, however, they conversed about them in the evening after finishing their daily labors, for the doctor could by no means forget the beautiful little girl. In the meantime the expedition advanced farther and farther. After a long stay on the eastern slope of Kilimanjaro, after exploring the upper courses of the Sabak and Tani rivers, as well as Kenia mountain, the captain and doctor turned in a northerly direction, and after crossing the marshy Guaso Nigiro, they entered upon a vast plain, uninhabited and frequented by countless herds of antelopes. After 3 months of travel the men were entitled to a long rest, so Captain Glenn, discovering a small lake of wholesome brown water, ordered tents to be pitched near it and announced a 10 days' stop. During the stop the white men were occupied with hunting and arranging their geographical and scientific notes, and the negroes devoted themselves to idleness, which is always so sweet to them. Now it happened one day that Dr. Clary, shortly after he arose, when approaching the shore, observed between 10 and 20 natives of Zanzibar, belonging to the caravan, gazing with upturned faces at the top of a high tree and repeating in a circle, Ndigi? Akuna Ndigi? Ndigi? A bird? Not a bird. A bird. The doctor was short-sighted, so he sent to his tent for a field-glass. Afterwards he looked through it at the object pointed out by the negroes, and great astonishment was reflected upon his countenance. "Ask the captain to come here," he said. Before the negroes reached him, the captain appeared in front of the tent, for he was starting on an antelope hunt. "Look, Glenn," the doctor said, pointing with his hand upwards. The captain, in turn, turned his face upwards, shaded his eyes with his hand, and was astonished no less than the doctor. "A kite!" he exclaimed. "Yes, but the negroes do not fly kites, so where did it come from?" "Perhaps some kind of white settlement is located in the vicinity, or some kind of mission." "For 3 days the wind has blown from the west, or from a region unknown, and in all probability as uninhabited as this jungle. You know that here there are no settlements or missions." "This is really curious." "We had better get that kite." "It is necessary. Perhaps we may ascertain where it came from." The captain gave the order. The tree was a few tens of yards high, but the negroes climbed at once to the top, removed carefully the imprisoned kite, and handed it to the doctor, who, glancing at it, said, "There is some kind of inscription on it. We'll see," and blinking with his eyes he began to read. Suddenly his face changed, his hands trembled. "Glenn," he said, "take this, read it, and assure me that I did not get a sunstroke and that I am in my sound mind." The captain took the bamboo frame, to which a sheet was fastened, and read as follows: "Nelly Rawlinson and Stanislaus Tarkowski, sent from Khartoum to Fashoda and conducted from Fashoda east from the Nile, escaped from the dervishes. After long months' travel they arrived at a lake lying south of Abyssinia. They are going to the ocean. They beg for speedy help." At the side of the sheet they found the following addition, written in smaller letters: "This kite, the 54th in order, was flown from the mountains surrounding a lake unknown to geography. Whoever finds it should notify the Directory of the Canal at Port Said or Captain Glenn in Mombasa. Stanislaus Tarkowski." When the captain's voice died away, the two friends gazed at each other in silence. "What is this?" Dr. Clary finally asked. "I do not believe my own eyes," the captain answered. "This, of course, is no illusion." "No." "It is plainly written, Nelly Rawlinson and Stanislav Tarkowski." "Most plainly." "And they may be somewhere in this region." "God rescued them, so it is probable." "Thank him for that," exclaimed the doctor fervently. "But where shall we seek them?" "Is there no more on the kite?" "There are a few other words, but in the place torn by the bough. It is hard to read them." Both leaned their heads over the sheet, and only after a long time were they able to decipher, "The rainy season passed long ago." What does that mean? That the boy lost the computation of time. And in this manner he endeavoured to indicate the date, therefore this kite may have been sent up not very long ago. If that is so, they may not be very far from here. The feverish, broken conversation lasted for a while, after which both began to scrutinize the document and discuss every word inscribed upon it. The thing appeared, however, so improbable that if it were not for the fact that this occurred in a region in which there were no Europeans at all, about 370 miles from the nearest coast, the doctor and the captain would have assumed that it was an ill-timed joke, which had been perpetrated by some European children who had read the newspapers describing the abduction, or by wards of missions. But it was difficult not to believe their eyes. They had the kite in hand, and the little rubbed inscriptions were plainly in black before them. Nevertheless, there were many things which they could not comprehend. Where did the children get the paper for the kite? If it had been furnished to them by a caravan, then they would have joined it, and would not have appealed for help. For what reason did the boy not attempt to fly with his own little companion to Abyssinia? Why did the dervishes send them east of the Nile into an unknown region? In what manner did they succeed in escaping from the hands of the guards? Where did they hide? By what miracle through long months of journey did they not die from starvation, or become the prey of wild animals? Why were they not killed by savages? To all these questions there was no reply. "I do not understand it. I do not understand it," repeated Dr. Clary. "This is perhaps a miracle of God." "Undoubtedly," the captain answered, after which he added, "But that boy, for that, of course, was his work. And he did not abandon the little one. May the blessings of God flow upon his head. Stanley, even Stanley would not have survived 3 days under these circumstances. And nevertheless they live. But appeal for help. The stop is ended. We start at once." And so it happened. On the road, both friends scrutinized the document continually in the conviction that they might obtain from it an inkling of the direction in which it was necessary for them to go with help. But directions were lacking. The captain led the caravan in a zigzag way, hoping that he might chance upon some trace, some extinct fire, or a tree with a sign carved on the bark. In this manner they advanced for a few days. Unfortunately they entered afterwards upon a plain, entirely treeless, covered with high heather and tufts of dried grass. Uneasiness began to possess both friends. How easy it was to miss each other in that immeasurable expanse, even with a whole caravan! And how much more so 2 children, who, as they imagined, crept like 2 little worms somewhere amid heather, higher than themselves. Another day passed. Neither fires at night nor tin boxes with notes in them, fastened on the tufts, helped them any. The captain and the doctor at times began to lose hope of ever succeeding in finding the children, and particularly of finding them alive. They sought for them zealously, however, during the following days. The patrols which Glenn sent right and left finally reported to him that farther on began a desert entirely waterless. So when they accidentally discovered cool water in a cleft it was necessary to halt in order to replenish their supplies for the further journey. The cleft was rather a fissure, a score of yards deep and comparatively narrow. At its bottom flowed a warm spring, seething like boiling water, for it was saturated with carbonic acid. Nevertheless it appeared that the water, after cooling, was good and wholesome. The spring was so abundant that the 300 men of the caravan could not exhaust it. On the contrary, the more water they drew from it, the more it flowed, and filled the fissure higher. "Perhaps sometime," Dr. Clary said, "this place will be a resort for the health seeker, but at present this water is inaccessible for animals because the walls of the fissure are too steep." Could the children chance upon a similar spring? I do not know. It may be that more of them can be found in this locality. But if not, then without water they must perish. Night fell. Fires were lit. Nevertheless, a boma was not erected, for there was nothing to build one with. After the evening refreshments, the doctor and the captain sat upon folding chairs, and lighting their pipes began to converse of that which lay most upon their hearts. "Not a trace," declared Clary. "It had occurred to me," Glenn replied, "to send 10 of our men to the ocean coast, and to dispatch that there is news of the children. But I am glad that I did not do that, as the men would perish on the way, and, even if they reached the coast, why should we awaken vain hopes?" "And revive the pain." The doctor removed the white helmet from his head and wiped his perspiring forehead. "Listen," he said, "if we should return to that lake and order the men to hew down trees, and at night light a gigantic bonfire, perhaps the children might descry it." "If they were near, we would find them anyway, and if they are far off, the rolling ground would hide the fire. Here the plain is seemingly level, but in reality it's in knobs, wavy as the ocean. Besides, by retreating we would definitely lose the possibility of finding even traces of them." "Speak candidly. You have no hope?" My dear sir, we are grown up, strong, and resourceful men, and think of what would become of us if we too were here alone, even with weapons, but without supplies and men. Yes, alas, yes. I picture to myself the 2 children going in such a night across the desert. Hunger, thirst, and wild animals. And nevertheless the boy writes that under such conditions they proceeded for long months. There is also something in that which passes my comprehension. For a long time could be heard amid the stillness only the sizzling of the tobacco in the pipes. The doctor gazed into the depth of the night, after which he said in a subdued voice, "It is already late, but sleep has deserted me, and to think that they, if alive, are straying somewhere in the moonlight amid these dry heathers, alone. Such children! Do you remember, Glenn, the little one's angelic countenance?" "I remember it, and cannot forget." "Ah, I would allow my hand to be cut off if—" And he did not finish, for Glenn started up suddenly as if scolded. "A skyrocket in the distance!" he shouted. "A skyrocket!" repeated the doctor. "Some kind of caravan is ahead of us, which might have found the children." "Perhaps. Let us hurry to them. Forward!" The captain's orders resounded in one moment throughout the camp. The Zanzibarians sprang up suddenly on their feet. Soon torches were lit. Glenn, in reply to the distant signal, directed that a few rockets, one after the other, be sent up, and afterwards that the salvo of rifle shots be continued. Before a quarter of an hour elapsed the whole camp was on the way. From the distance shots replied. There was no doubt that this was some kind of European caravan, appealing from unknown reasons for help. The captain and the doctor raced forward, swept alternately by fear and hope. Would they find the children, or would they not? The doctor said in his soul that if not, they in the further journey could seek only for their remains amid those terrible heather bushes. After a half hour one of those knobs, of which they had spoken before, obstructed the further view of the friends, but they were already so near that they heard distinctly the clatter of a horse's hoofs. In a few minutes, and on the top of the elevation, appeared a rider, holding before him a white object. "Torches up!" commanded Glenn. In the same moment the rider brought his horse into the circle of light. "Water! Water! The children!" Dr. Clary cried. "Water!" Stas repeated. And he almost hurled Nell into the captain's arms and leaped out of the saddle. But immediately he staggered and fell like a corpse upon the ground. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 47, Conclusion of In Desert and Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Max Anthony DREZMAL. Joy in the camp of Captain Glenn and Dr. Clary was boundless, but the curiosity of both Englishmen was subjected to a severe test. For if previously they could not comprehend how the children by themselves could cross those vast wilds and deserts separating that region from the Nile and Fashoda, then at present they could not at all understand in what manner the little Pole, as they called Stas, not only accomplished that, but appeared before them as the leader of a caravan, armed with European weapons, with an elephant bearing a palanquin, with horses, tents, and a considerable supply of provisions. At the sight of this, the captain spread out his arms and said every little while, "Clary, I have seen a great deal, but I have not seen such a boy." And the honest doctor repeated with no less astonishment, "And he rescued the little one from slavery and saved her." After which he hastened to the tents to see how the children were and whether they slept well. And the children, having appeased their thirst and hunger and changed their clothes, slept as though slain, during the whole of the following day. The people in their caravan did the same. Captain Glenn tried to question Kali about Stas' deeds and adventures during the journey, but the young Negro, opening one eye, only answered, "The great master can do everything," and again fell asleep. It positively became necessary to postpone questions and explanations for a few days. In the meantime, the two friends conferred over the return journey to Mombasa. They had, as it was, penetrated farther and explored more territory than they were commissioned to. They decided, therefore, to return without delay. The captain, indeed, was lured very much by that lake unknown to geography, but a regard for the health of the children and a desire to return them as quickly as possible to their afflicted fathers prevailed. The doctor insisted, however, that it would be necessary to rest on the cool heights of Kenia Mountain or Mount Kilimanjaro. From there they also decided to send news to the parents and summon them to come to Mombasa. The return journey began, after due rest and baths in the warm springs, on the third day. It was at the same time a day of parting from Kali. Stas persuaded the little one that to take him farther with them, to the ocean or to Egypt, would be selfishness on their part. He said to her that in Egypt and even in England Kali would be nothing more than a servant, while when he assumed the government of his nation, he as king could spread and establish Christianity, soften the savage customs of the Wahimas, and make of them not only a civilized but a good people. The same thing he repeated in substance to Kali. At the leave-taking, however, a multitude of tears were shed, of which even Stas was not ashamed, for he and Nell had passed with Kali through many evil and good moments, and not only had learned to appreciate his honest heart, but had conceived a sincere affection for him. The young Negro lay long at the feet of his Bwana Kubwa and the good Mzuma. Twice he returned to look at them for a while, but finally the moment of separation came and the two caravans started in opposite directions. It was only during the journey that the narrative of the adventures of the two little travelers began. Stas, at one time prone to be a trifle boastful, now did not brag at all. He simply had performed too many great deeds, he had undergone too much, and was too developed not to understand that words should not be greater than acts. There was, after all, enough of deeds, though related in the most modest manner. Each day during the scorching white hours, and at evening during the stops, there glided before the eyes of Captain Glenn and Dr. Clary pictures, as it were, of those occurrences and incidents through which the children had passed. So they saw the kidnapping from Medinet el Fayum, and the awful journey on camelback across the desert, and Khartoum and Omdurman, resembling hell on earth, and the ill-boding Mahdi. When Stas related his reply to the Mahdi, when the latter tried to induce him to change his faith, both friends rose and each of them warmly shook Stas's right hand, after which the captain said, "The Mahdi is not living." "The Mahdi is not living?" Stas repeated with astonishment. "Yes," spoke out the doctor. "He choked himself with his own fat, or, in other words, he died of heart trouble, and the succession of his government has been assumed by Abdullahi." A long silence ensued. "Ha!" said Stas. "He did not expect when he dispatched us for our destruction to Fashoda that death would first overtake him." And later he added, "But Abdullahi is still more cruel than the Mahdi." "For that reason mutinies and massacres have already begun," the captain replied, "and the whole edifice which the Mahdi reared will sooner or later tumble down." "And after that, who will succeed?" "England," the captain answered. Note, the reign of Abdullahi continued for 10 years. The decisive blow to the dervish power was delivered by Lord Kitchener, who almost totally annihilated them in a great bloody battle, and afterwards ordered the Mahdi's tomb to be razed. In the further course of the journey, Stas told about his journey to Fashoda, about the death of old Dinah, of their start from Fashoda to uninhabited regions, and their search for Smain in them. When he reached that part where he killed the lion, and afterwards Gebhr, Chamis, and the 2 Bedouins, the captain interrupted him with only 2 words, "All right," after which he again squeezed his right hand, and with Clary listened with increasing interest about the taming of the king, about settling in Cracow, about Nell's fever, of finding Lynne, and the kites which the children sent up from Karamojo Mountains. The doctor, who with each day became more and more deeply attached to little Nell, was impressed so much by everything which threatened her most, that from time to time he had to strengthen himself with a few swallows of brandy, and when Stas began to narrate how she almost became the prey of the dreadful wobo or abasanto, he caught the little maid in his arms as if in fear that some new beast of prey was threatening her life. And what he and the captain thought of Stas was best evidenced by 2 dispatches which within 2 weeks after their arrival at the foothills of Kilimanjaro they expressly sent to the captain's deputy in Mombasa with instructions that the latter should transmit them to the fathers. The first one, edited carefully for fear that it should create too astounding a sensation, and forwarded to Port Said, contained the following words: "Thanks to boy, favorable news about children. Come to Mombasa." The second, more explicit, addressed to Aden, was of this purport: "Children are with us. Well, boy a hero." On the cool heights at the foot of Kilimanjaro they stopped 15 days, as Dr. Clary insisted that this was imperative for Nell's health, and even for Stas's. The children with their whole souls admired this heaven-kissing mountain, which possesses all the climates of the world. Its 2 peaks, Kibo and Kimowenzi, during daytime were most frequently hidden in thick fogs. But when in fair nights the fogs suddenly dispersed, and from the twilight the eternal snows on Kimowenzi blushed with a rosy luster at a time when the whole world was plunged in darkness, the mountain appeared like a bright altar of God, and the hands of both children at this sight involuntarily were folded in prayer. For Stas the days of worry, uneasiness, and exertion had passed. They had yet before them a month of travel to Mombasa, and the road led through the charming but unhealthy forest of Taveta. But how much easier it was to travel now, with a numerous caravan well provided with everything and over familiar trails, than formerly to stray in the wilderness with only Kali and Mea. Besides, Captain Glenn was now responsible for the journey. Stas rested and hunted. Aside from this, having found among the implements of the caravan a chisel and hammers, he was in the cooler hours engaged in chiseling upon a great gneiss rock the inscription: Yeshta Polska Niewski Newa. Note: Poland is not yet lost. The title of the most popular Polish national march. Translator's note. For he wished to leave some trace of their sojourn in that region. The Englishmen to whom he translated the inscription were astonished that it never occurred to the boy to perpetuate his own name on that rock, but he preferred to carve the words he had chosen. He did not cease, however, to take care of Nell, and awoke in her such unbounded confidence that when Clary asked her whether she did not fear the storms on the Red Sea, the little maid raised her beautiful, calm eyes and only answered, "Stas will know what to do." Captain Glenn claimed that truer evidence of what Stas was to the little one, and greater praise for the boy, no one would be able to pronounce. Though the first dispatch to Pan Tarkowski at Port Said had been worded with much care, it nevertheless created such a powerful sensation that joy almost killed Nell's father. But Pan Tarkowski, though he was an exceptionally self-controlled person, in the first moments after the receipt of the dispatch, knelt in prayer and began to beseech God that the intelligence should not prove to be a delusion, a morbid chimera, bred from sorrow, longing, and pain. Why, they had both toiled so hard to learn that the children were even alive. Mr. Rawlinson had dispatched to the Soudan whole caravans, while Pan Tarkowski, disguised as an Arab, had penetrated with the greatest danger to his life as far as Khartoum, but all was futile. The men who could have given any news died of smallpox, of starvation, or perished during the continual massacres, and of the children there was not the slightest clue. In the end both fathers lost all hope and lived only on recollections, in the deep conviction that here in life now nothing awaited them, and that only death would unite them with those dearest beings who were everything for them in the world. In the meantime, unexpected joy, almost beyond their strength, fell upon them, but it was linked with uncertainty and amazement. Neither could by any means comprehend in what manner news of the children came from that part of Africa, that is, Mombasa. Pan Tarkowski supposed that they might have been ransomed or stolen by some Arabian caravan which from the eastern coast ventured into the interior for ivory and penetrated as far as the Nile. The words of the dispatch, thanks to Boy, he explained in this manner, that Stas had notified the captain and the doctor by letter where he with Nell could be found. Nevertheless, many things it was impossible to unravel. On the other hand, Pan Tarkowski understood quite clearly that the information not only was favorable, but very favorable, as otherwise the captain and the doctor would not have dared to awaken hopes in them, and above all would not have summoned them to Mombasa. The preparations for the journey were brief, and the second day after the receipt of the dispatches both engineers, with Nell's teacher, were on the deck of a great steamer of the Peninsular and Oriental Company, which was en route for India and on the way stopped at Aden, Mombasa, and Zanzibar. At Aden awaited them the second dispatch, "Children are with us. Well, Boy a hero." After reading it, Mr. Rawlinson walked about almost out of his senses from joy, and squeezing Pan Tarkowski's palm, he repeated, "You see, it was he who saved her. To him I owe her life." Pan Tarkowski, not desiring to display too much weakness, answered only, setting his teeth, "Yes, the boy acquitted himself bravely." But when he retired to the privacy of his cabin, he wept from happiness. At last the hour arrived when the children fell into the embraces of their fathers. Mr. Rawlinson seized his recovered little treasure in his arms, and Pan Tarkowski long clasped his heroic boy to his bosom. Their misfortune disappeared as pass away whirlwinds and storms of the desert. Their lives were filled anew with serenity and happiness. Longing and separation had augmented their joy. But the children were surprised that the hair of their papas had whitened completely during the separation. They returned to Suez on a splendid French steamer belonging to the Messageries Maritimes Company, which was full of travelers from the islands Réunion, Mauritius, Madagascar, and Zanzibar. When the news spread that on board were children who had escaped from dervish slavery, Stas became an object of general curiosity and universal praise. But the happy quartet preferred to lock themselves in a great cabin which the captain gave up to them and spend there the cooler hours in narrations. Nell, too, took part in them, chirping like a little bird, and at the same time, to the amusement of all, beginning each sentence with an "and." So, sitting on her father's knees and raising to him her beautiful little eyes, she spoke in this manner: "And, Papa, they kidnapped us and conveyed us on camels, and Gebhr struck me, and Stas defended me, and we came to Khartoum, and their people died of hunger, and Stas worked to get dates for me, and we were at the Mahdi, and Stas did not want to change his religion, and the Mahdi sent us to Fashoda, and afterwards Stas killed a lion, and all of them, and we lived in a big tree, which is called Krakow, and the king was with us, and I had a fever, and Stas cured me, and killed a wobo, and conquered the Samburus, and was always very kind to me, Papa." In the same fashion she spoke about Kali, Mia, the king, Saba, Mount Linde, the kites, and the final journey until their meeting with the captain's and doctor's caravan. Mr. Rawlinson, listening to this chirping, checked his tears with difficulty, while Pan Tarkowski could not contain himself from pride and happiness, for even from these childish narratives it appeared that were it not for the bravery and energy of the boy, the little one ran the risk of perishing, not once, but 1,000 times, without help. Stas gave a more specific and complete account of everything, and it happened that during the narration of the journey from Fashoda to the waterfall, a great load fell off his heart, for when he told how he shot Gebhr and his companions, he hemmed and hawed and began to look uneasily at his father, while Pan Tarkowski knitted his brow, pondered a while, and after that gravely said: "Listen, Stas, it is not allowable for any one to be lavish with death, but if anybody menaces your fatherland or puts in jeopardy the life of your mother, sister, or the life of a woman entrusted to your care, shoot him in the head and ask no questions. Do not reproach yourself on that account." Mr. Rawlinson, immediately after the return to Port Said, took Nell to England, where he settled permanently. Stas was sent by his father to a school in Alexandria, where his deeds and adventures were less known. The children corresponded almost daily, but circumstances combined to prevent their seeing each other for 10 years. The boy, after finishing school in Egypt, entered the Polytechnic in Zurich, after which, having secured his diploma, he was engaged in the construction of tunnels in Switzerland. When 10 years had passed, Pan Tarkowski retired from the service of the Canal Company, and he and Stas visited their friends in England. Mr. Rawlinson invited them to his home near Hampton Court for the whole summer. Nell had finished her 18th year and had grown into a maiden as charming as a flower, and Stas became convinced, at the expense of his own peace, that a man who had completed 24 years could nevertheless still think of ladies. He even thought of beautiful and dear Nell so incessantly that finally he decided to run away to whatever place his eyes would lead him. But while in that state of mind, Mr. Rawlinson one day placed both of his palms on Stas's shoulders and, looking him straight in the eyes, said with an angelic benignity: "Tell me, Stas, whether there is a man in the world to whom I could give my treasure and darling with greater confidence." The young couple married and remained in England until Mr. Rawlinson's death, and a year later they started upon a long journey. As they promised to themselves to visit those localities in which they had spent their earliest years, and afterwards at one time had wandered as children, they proceeded first of all to Egypt. The state of the Mahdi and Abdullahi had already been overthrown, and after its fall England, as Captain Glenn stated, succeeded. A railroad was built from Cairo to Khartoum. The Suds, or the Nilotic obstructions of growing water plants, were cleared, so that the young couple could in a comfortable steamer reach not only Fashoda but the great Lake Victoria Nyanza. From the city of Florence, lying on the shores of that lake, they proceeded by a railroad to Mombasa. Captain Glenn and Dr. Clary had already removed to Natal, but in Mombasa there lived, under the solicitous care of the local English authorities, the king. The giant at once recognized his former master and mistress, and particularly greeted Nell with such joyful trumpeting that the mangrove trees in the neighborhood shook as if they were swept by the wind. He recognized also old Saba, who outlived almost twofold the years usually allotted to a dog, and though a trifle blind, accompanied Stas and Nell everywhere. Here also Stas learned the Kali enjoyed good health, that under the English protectorate he ruled the entire region south of Lake Rudolph, and that he had introduced missionaries who were spreading Christianity among the local savage tribes. After this journey the young couple returned to Europe, and with Stas's venerable father settled permanently in Poland. End of In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ.